real lean patch.
Yeah, he's had a really tough time of it, hasn't he? And it looks as though it's weighing heavy on him as well. When you watch him operate, you can see that he only wants to perform well for the team, and he'll feel as though he's not been doing that. But what a time to do it, and what a time to repay that faith. I think the tricky thing is the mindset. I've been there as a player where you feel out of rhythm, you feel out of nick, and you start thinking about things that you're not in control of. You start worrying about in my case as a bowler, the people that you're bowling at, or as a batter, I'd imagine you're thinking of, well, what's Bumrah going to try and do to me? But how's Chakravarti going to bowl to me? But what Jos Buttler needs to do, and what will serve him well, is remember what makes him an outstanding player, and remember what makes him one of the best players in the world, and I think England's greatest ever white ball cricketer. And if he can just channel that, all it takes sometimes is 2 shots out the middle of the bat. You feel 2 come right out the middle, and you're like, I'm back. That this feels like me again. And then you roll with it, and momentum's with you, and all of a sudden you're 30 or 15 balls, and you're into your work. So just trying to find that mindset. But it's very easy when you're sat behind a microphone to say, find that mindset. It's another thing to go out there and do it. So if he can channel that today, then we could see the Jos Buttler that everyone knows and loves, and in such a big high pressure game as well. I just hope that he remembers that innings in 2022 at Adelaide, when him and Alex Hales chased those runs for the loss of no wickets in the second innings. If he woke up this morning having happy memories of that, I think that leaves him in a good place too.
Yeah, these are sides that know each other well in the format. The last 2 World Cups they've met in the semi-final. England winning that game in Adelaide, and India dominant in Guyana. Abhishek, India would have wanted to have seen Jos Buttler out of this side. Regardless of his form, if England had taken the decision to drop him, that would have been a real a boost to them, because they know how dangerous.
Hi, bro.
I mean, absolutely. I think everyone knows how dangerous Jos Buttler can be. And again, I'll just add to a couple of points what Finney was talking about. If you're Jos Buttler, I would just think that because he had such a poor tournament so far, that somehow I think he might just go out without any pressure and just go out and think, you know what, I'm just going to have fun. Nothing has worked. I've tried everything so far. I'm not going to try and think much about it. I'm just going to try and watch the ball and just let my instinct take over. Just go out there and have fun. And as a batter, that's the moment you bat the best, where you're not thinking. And if he can somehow, again, as Finney was mentioning earlier as well, if he can just somehow manage to get into that mind frame, what Jos Buttler can do. He can win you a match single-handedly, and T20 is a format where you can very quickly find form. You get a couple of boundaries early, and suddenly everything starts working, and we've seen that with so many players.
One player that has had a good tournament, certainly in 2022, when he was England's player of the tournament, is Sam Curran. And England all round, he's been speaking to BBC Sports, Matt.
See by the smile on your face, what are the feelings? Is that excitement? Is it nerves? What do you think?
Excited. What an opportunity to play, I guess, the hosts in their home ground. Obviously, Wankhede, a very iconic stadium. Yeah, kind of what dreams are made of, really. Semi-final of the World Cup against India. I guess doesn't really get that much bigger.
All the games start live, bro.
We turn up on the night and it could be loud.
Wicket
Yeah, something quiet. I think it's pretty obvious that the crowd's going to be epic, and what an opportunity for us to kind of come out here, and we played a lot of cricket in India as well, so we know what to expect from them, and I guess a really good team. They'll be pressure all around, so I guess huge opportunity, and hopefully England have played in during the last two World Cup semi-finals. Is that something you speak about as a team? Not massively, I don't think. Obviously, it's a new tournament. We've come, obviously, a different journey this World Cup. A couple of, I guess, going to Sri Lanka and a bit in India as well. So we've managed to win games from scenarios that we probably shouldn't. And then there's also games where we just had really good, everyone just chipping in. So hopefully we can come with that semi-final, that almost perfect game when we need to. And I guess, yeah, we've had success against India. They've had success against us as well. So should be a cracking game. Confident you can win? Absolutely.
Well, you wouldn't expect him to say anything else, would you? And why wouldn't you? They have a degree of confidence, this England side, because they have managed to scrap their way through and get to this position, not least because the efforts of the likes of Curran down the order. So Will Jacks, who's been outstanding with 91 runs and 7 wickets, and all of those player of the match performances as well. 4 times he's been named player of the match. What a scene it is in front of us, by the way. With the floodlights beaming down, we are mere yards away from the Marine Drive. The journey into the ground is on match day always one that is just a riot of colour and noise and passion and cricket enthusiasm. And a man that knows his place very well is Prakash Makanka, who is part of our team. And Prakash, it feels so big, this.
Yes, absolutely, Henry. It's good afternoon, good evening, morning, wherever in the world you are listening, and it's an absolute pleasure. You're absolutely right, Henry. I mean, the Wankhede Stadium and Mumbai City, I think the two of them make for a heady combination of cricket.
Nikhil, hi bro, hi, welcome to the stream. Bro, Linka. What link, bro?
This crowd knows exactly when to get into
What
the
link
stadium.
you
Let's
asking,
face it, you rarely find
welcome bro, welcome
many
Nikhil
people.
bro.
There are several thousand outside, of course, at any given time. You don't find the same problems that you do in other cities. People here know exactly which stand they're in, what angle they're at. Just in time, and I bet you, by the time the first ball is bowled, it's pretty much full in the next 20 minutes it will fill up. So it's a fabulous atmosphere. It's going to be a great game. I think England have done the first job very, very well by making sure their skipper called right.
Semi-finals, Prakash, a funny old thing last night, which was an extraordinary game of cricket, and watching on from here in Mumbai, scarcely believing what we were witnessing. This is a team very different to the one that got over the
Yes, a lot of personal changes for sure. And I think that's the nature of this game.
40 minutes back.
The reason I say that is because it's often touted as a young people's game, a young man's game, a young woman's game, and really you do find so much talent bursting through, particularly in a country the size of India, as you'd expect, and with the IPL and whatnot, and around the world, across the leagues, be it the 100, be it whatever else. So much talent coming through that every established player in every side, I think, knows there are a couple of guys or girls just behind him or her who are snapping away at their heels and bound to see lots of changes, but replacing people like Virat Kohli and
India batting on
Sharma,
time, bro.
obviously never easy.
Finney, is England's tournament defined by qualification from this game? If a team makes a final, you have to say it's a successful tournament. If they were to lose and potentially lose badly in this game, what would, without wishing to be too negative, how big is tonight?
Come on guys, hit the like button and support the channel.
Clearly making the final and overcoming India in these circumstances in Mumbai in front of such a big crowd.
How national anthem start out? No national anthem start out
in losing to India in Mumbai, because it is such a tough proposition. So to deem their tournament a success or failure on this one game doesn't really seem fair to me.
46 km/h speed limit.
Yeah, I think Harry Brook, when I asked him that question yesterday, he wasn't necessarily too keen to be drawn on the idea that it is all down to this one night, understandably so. But Abhishek, what about India? Because not qualifying for a final, to me, would feel like a failure.
Oh, absolutely. And the 1.5 billion people will make sure they know about this as well. As I said before the start of the tournament, people announce them in India. People announce them the champions before the tournament.
Because the final, if India go on, the match முடிற வரைக்கும் இருப்பீங்களா live? அதான் bro doubt. Live வர மாட்டேன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். Final match.
Pressure will be so much more in India than England.
Travelல இருப்பேன், சென்னைக்கு போவேன்.
There's many things you see in T20 cricket that delight and bewilder, not least the sight of the man that captained India to the title last time. Rohit Sharma placing a cricket ball on top of a radio control lorry as it makes its way across the outfield to hand the ball to the umpire. But that's the way it goes for the sponsors of one thing and another. We've got the two sides in the distance walking out towards us. England in red, India in that familiar blue, and getting ready for the national anthems. What will be the feelings, emotions at this moment, Stephen, for that England side and indeed India?
Well, there'll be nerves, absolutely be nerves, but excitement as well. The opportunity to cause an upset, the opportunity to make an amazing stadium quiet is something that should motivate them.
Right then, the two sides are getting ready for the national anthem as far end of the ground. Spectators here
national anthem start
coming in all the time, I should say. Some scene. Here we go, national anthem.
Okay, இப்பதான் ஸ்டார்ட் ஆகுது நேஷனல் anthem. இங்கிலாந்து தான் ப்ரோ இருக்கிறதுலே ஷார்ட்டஸ்ட் நேஷனல் anthem. Pravesh, hello, hi bro, welcome to the stream. Pravesh bro, please subscribe the channel and hit the like button bro. National anthem, England national anthem. Shortest national anthem. ஆதி ட்ரெஸ் பேக் ஃபுட்டில் அடிப்போமா? உள்ளே போட்டான் ஸ்டோக் வச்சுக்கோ. பாரத் வின் பட்டன், பாரத் வின் பட்டன் எல்லாரும் தட்டுங்க. போலில் எல்லாரும் ஓட் பண்ணுங்க பாரத்துக்கு. அப்படியே லைக் பட்டன். இப்போ இந்தியா நேஷனல் anthem. ஆமாம், இந்தியா தமிழில், இந்தியா ஹிந்தியில், பாரத் சோட்டில் ப்ரோ புரியல ப்ரோ. இந்தியா தமிழில், இந்தியா ஹிந்தியில், பாரத். ஓகே ஓகே ஓகே. ஃபோக்கஸ் ஆன் சஞ்சு சேட்டா. Pravesh bro, hi bro, hi. Welcome bro, welcome. Welcome to the stream.
Well, the India flags are flying.
Bro, please like the stream.
As Prakash said, spectators would time their arrival into the stadium to perfection. They've done just that. There is not a spare seat to be seen, and as the flags are folded up and the two sides break away to make their way to the boundary edge, let me tell you, the Indian lineup: Abhishek Sharma, Sanju Samson, who was brilliant with that unbeaten almost 100 in the crucial last game. Kishan, Tilak Varma, Hardik Pandya, Shivam Dubey, Axar Bethell, Arshdeep Singh, Varun Chakravarti, and the ever-dangerous Jasprit Bumrah, who plays his IPL cricket here for the Mumbai Indians and is such a threat. England then with Jos Buttler, Bethell, Bantam, Brooke, Sam Curran, Will Jackson, Liam Dawson, Jamie Overton into the side, Jofra Archer and Adil Rashid. It is England who have won the toss. They are walking to the middle alongside our two on-field umpires, Chris Gaffney and Alahuddin Palakar, TV umpire duty just to dotting the I's and crossing the T's, Adrian Holstock of South Africa. And to kick things off here in the commentary box, I'm pleased to say that Stephen Finn is alongside Prakash Wakanka.
Thank you, Henry, and good afternoon. Finny, I hope you're doing well. Been a while since we saw you here.
Yeah, it's been. And, right, so what an occasion, Prakash, in Mumbai, in front of such a great crowd. I'm excited.
Yes, absolutely. It's remarkable, isn't it? You've witnessed games, you've played games here, and it never seems to sort of not excite you. A fresh game, an international game, a World Cup at that, and then when you tag on the fact that it's the semi-final, a place at stake to play against New Zealand, who was so dominant last night in Kolkata against the much fancied Proteas, and the two Indian openers make their way out with the England captain Harry Brook just getting his fielders in exactly the right position that he wants them to be. Andrew Samson must be listening somewhere, I presume in South Africa or in England, but it's the other Samson who's coming out to bat, Sanju Samson, after that heroic knock at the Eden Gardens, and keeping him company, of course, is someone who England will remember well, but someone who's been very quiet by his standards in this tournament. That's Abhishek Sharma, who hasn't really got going. He got a 50 in that game against Zimbabwe, but nowhere near his best, one gets the feeling. How important then, Finney, is this first spell by that man, Jofra Archer?
Well, England have been outstanding in the power play. They've taken 18 wickets so far in this tournament, and it's another opportunity for them to make early inroads, putting pressure on the Indian middle order and forcing them to build an innings, as opposed to come in and just start smashing it from ball one, is the way to make this India team falter in this first innings. So if England can take those early wickets, and Jofra Archer has been critical to that, then it does stand them in good stead.
Indeed, and that's what they'll be planning. So there's a slip, there's a man at almost a fly slip, which is more like a short third. It's very much a catching position. Deep point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. A man down on the deep backward square leg boundary, and a man at 45. Adil Rashid is the man at 45. And as the DJ gets things revved up, and the umpire just waiting for the signal to say it's time. Jofra Archer's got the ball in his hands, tossing it from his right to his left hand. Jersey number 22, the phenomenally athletic look of Jofra Archer, and the man who continues to amaze. Harry Brook just below us from our commentary position here at mid-on, and Sanju Samson is the man on strike. Twirls his bat and settles over his bat and waits to face the first ball. Here's Jofra Archer, first ball. And Samson just eases it on the offside, won't get a run, ever so gently down towards the short third region, and there is no run. Sea of blue, as you'd expect, Finney, but what is different today from a lot of games I've seen in the evening is there is a fair breeze. The flags across from our position are fluttering away, and that will give some comfort, no doubt, to what's been a very warm day here in Mumbai.
Yeah, certainly, and that's what Surya Kumar Yadav said is going to help there be no dew later on as well, so something to keep an eye on.
Archer bowls and a flash outside the off stump. That was a really loose flog from Sanju Samson. No real movement of the feet, not that that's always been the case, but here, just watching on our monitor, that ball just coming back in at him, and he was looking to slap it away on the offside. Could have really taken the inside edge, had gone anywhere from the stumps down to the leg, but nothing happened. He went straight through the gloves of Jos Buttler. And as a result of that, the slip is coming out already. And where is the fielder going to go? Into an orthodox cover right at the edge of the circle. Extra covers moved in into almost a catching position. Slip dispensed with, and Archer goes in and bowls to Samson, who's lofted this one over the top of mid-on. This coming down just below us, 2 bounces and into the boundary over the head of Harry Brook for India's first boundary, and Samson's off the mark.
Yeah, with shades of Rohit Sharma there from Sanju Samson, standing tall, and it was outside off, so not a line that you would typically think to play a pull shot from, but because of Jofra Archer's angle back into the right-handed batters, even when it's outside off, it means they can hit it to the leg side and stand and deliver stuff from Samson, who played brilliantly in their last outing against the West Indies and has picked up where he left off.
Archer bowls shot, has been hooked away. This one's going down to fine leg, over fine leg into the stand for 6. The first 6 of the innings, Archer drops it shot, and Samson gets inside and underneath and helps it over his left shoulder for 6 valuable runs. So India off to a bit of a start, 10 at the end of the 4th delivery of the innings. Archer looking to extract some bounce, did get it maybe just a little directionally off, and a very good shot. Finney?
Yeah, 2 straight from Jofra Archer. It was on Samson's left earlobe, and it meant that with the fine leg up in the circle, there's no risk if you just lift it up and over that fielder. There's no risk of being caught whatsoever, and using the pace of Archer to carry it all the way. So good start from Samson. Archer under pressure in his first over here.
was a quick ball though,
Come on,
140
stop.
clicks that
Come on,
one.
Chaka.
Here's Archer now in again, past the umpire, Palika bowled, and
Six.
Samson is using it on the offside. He will take a single. Shy coming in at the non-striker's end. For a moment I think Samson thought he'd beaten the fielder. Looks like Overton there. It didn't turn out to be that way, and he had to scurry back into the safety of his feet at the non-striker's end. So one more to the total. India moved to 11, and that will bring Abhishek Sharma, the left-hander, on strike, and the crowd has already started chanting his name. You might hear it over your headphones and transistor sets or wherever you're listening. And he's now going to take strike with almost the same field, but a slip is back in place, as you'd expect for the new man. Last ball of Jofra Archer's first over to Abhishek Sharma. He's in, he bowls, and Abhishek is playing it nicely square of the wicket. There'll be runs here, maybe a couple, maybe not. Just a single. Very quick outfield and very good work in the deep by Phil Salt to end the first over. 12 without loss, India. Finny, your thoughts on that first over?
Well, Samson looks in good touch to me, and it looks like a good surface at the moment. Abhishek Sharma even there, just a single from his only delivery that he's faced, but able to punch through the line of the ball when the length was good, which says that it's even paced. And different to the pitch we saw yesterday in Kolkata between South Africa and New Zealand, those batters really struggled to time the ball in the first innings. So this looks like it could be a high-scoring affair, and England will need to take early wickets to try and make the most of their decision to bowl first at the toss.
Well, towards that end, I suppose, something we've seen on and off from this England team. Will Jacks will bowl his off-spin, his very high action, his very high release point to the left-handed Abhishek, who's had his problems with spin, as has Kishan, the other left-hander, and the two deep fielders then at long off and deep mid-wicket. Here's the first ball of spin. He bowls, its back cut is beaten, a diving effort at backward point, and that will race away for 4 runs, just backward of point.
No
4 more runs, no turn.
No, nothing at all, just sliding on, but it was a leg stump line, and Abhishek Sharma's done really well to step outside leg and open his wrists up to make sure he gets enough power on it to beat the diving fielder at backward point. But this really does look like a good pitch.
Jackson again bowls, and this time Abhishek maybe just a little bit in 2 minds, looking to play through the onside, ricocheting off the front pad, out towards short point, no run. 16 without loss in the second over. What a phenomenal tournament Will Jackson had. 4 player of the match awards. The wicket goes to Abhishek, and Abhishek flat bats. It doesn't get any timing at all. It's straight to mid-on.
Again dot ball. 3 dot ball Abhishek sir.
Ball's just going through with the arm there, Finny. No real turn, as you said, so far.
Out the front of the hand, wasn't it, from Will Jacks, just looking to keep the stumps in play.
Line, impact line, wicket sitting.
This time it's very well fielded at the edge of the circle. Sam Curran there diving away to his right, making sure that ball didn't go through that red wall. And that was a certain boundary, as it often is here at the Wankhede. Jacks making a change in the field. Wants his captain Harry Brook to drop back at long on. Brings in the big figure of Jamie Overton from the long off position into a mid-off. And he comes in again to bowl to Abhishek. He's in, he bowls, and Abhishek comes down the wicket and lofts it straight over the head of the man who's just come in, and takes it on the full and puts it away at widest long off for a 2 bounce 4. So India go to 20, and Abhishek moves to 9.
Just stepping outside leg, and Jack's trying to follow him a touch with that line that cramps him for room, but because it was a full toss, it allowed Abhishek to just flick his wrist and open his wrist at the last second and punch it over the mid-off fielder, right onto the middle.
This time he's got all of it, has Abhishek. No, it's gone straight to hand. For a moment it looked like that ball might be headed towards the long on boundary, but it's got the elevation, not the distance. Looking to go onside on this occasion, and India lose Abhishek Sharma, as they've lost quite often in the tournament, and Abhishek's terrible run continues. He's gone, caught in the deep by Phil Salt off the bowling of that man, Will Jacks, and India 20 for 1 at the end of 2 overs.
Well, Jacks does it again, and because he's been trying to cramp Abhishek for room, Abhishek's forced to hit this into the onside, but because it's really tight of line, all he can do is hit the bottom corner of the bat, and Phil Salt out there settles underneath it and takes a simple catch, but when it hangs in the air for that long, your mind has a lot of time to wander. So well done Phil Salt, an important early wicket, and Will Jacks does it again. What a tournament he's having. Abhishek Sharma, it felt as though his tournament might explode into life at some stage, but it's not today.
Certainly not today, and Kishan who's coming in to bat now to replace Abhishek Sharma. Had a great start to the tournament. He's petered off a little bit, also I think in part because he's been moved down to number 3, and this will be a crucial period here because India would have expected Abhishek, as you said, Finney, to hit some form. He hasn't, and England will be cock-a-hoop with the fact that they've seen the back of the man who tormented them the last time these two sides met here, even though it wasn't a World Cup game. Here's Archer now into Samson. He's in bowls, and Samson is pulling it away. It was aerial, it was not too far away from mid-wicket, but straight down towards that boundary for 4. Sufficiently clear of Sam Curran at the mid-wicket area, and he helps himself to 4 more runs. 24 for 1.
Well, the wicket hasn't perturbed Sanju Samson, and his form is brilliant. And
catch it up,
catch it up. It's inside the circle, because Jofra Archer's natural angle is back into the right-handers. Samson sees that as almost a free hit and just opens his arms through that ball.
Even though he didn't quite get it where he wanted, got 4 nevertheless. Archer bowled, and this time is in the air. He's dropped him. Harry Brook has dropped a regulation catch at mid-on. He's got his hands on his knees, head down, and that is a huge miss. How expensive will it prove? It came like a rocket, no doubt, but 99 times out of 100 you'd expect Harry Brook to take that one. And Finney, this could be important in the end analysis.
Oh, it's a goober, isn't it? Just skews off the inside half of Sanju Samson's bat, and no timing whatsoever, and Brook would have just seen it coming. That's an easy catch right in front of his face, and the look of disbelief after suggests that he cannot believe that's just happened.
Indeed, and the next one's again well directed from Archer, defended watchfully by Sanju Samson. He's probably realized that it's all well and good to be hitting through the line. The last couple of shots that he's played, he hasn't got all of them. He's not got them anywhere in the middle of the bat. And it could be a bit of the movement that Archer's getting. It would also be the extra pace, the change of pace for that matter, because the last ball was 123. The one previous to that was almost 150 clicks. So Archer's already just looking to remove the predictability from his bowling as he goes into bowl to Samson. Now he bowls, and this time Samson's got all of it. There's no doubt about that. That's going up into the 2nd tier and beyond, in fact into the 3rd tier, where it has been dropped of course by the spectator, but 6 important runs, and that was a statement shot. 30 for 1.
That rubs salt into the wound of a bowler. I can feel the anger within Jofra Archer. He looks calm and collected, but believe me, underneath that exterior, there's an angry man in there saying, Harry Brook, why have you just dropped that catch? An attempted leg cutter. Samson waits for it, keeps his head down, wallops it into the 3rd tier, and that was not a good sign for England.
And that prompts a change in the field. Sam Curran being pushed back to deep mid-wicket, and the man at deep point comes into the ring to try and prevent a single. Here's Archer now, 30 for 1 India in the 3rd over. Archer is in to bowl to Samson. He's in, he bowls. Samson looks to work it over in the onside. There's a polite question. In fact, there are more than one question, but I don't think they're too serious about it.
34
no signal from the umpire either. So that must have just brushed probably the pad on its way into Buttler's
last full toss boundary bro. Samma timing boundary.
Finney, I want you to tell me what you think about Kishan's mind, because he was opening the batting, he was getting a lot of runs, and then he gets pushed down to 3, maybe after this over. But your thoughts on what he can do to a batsman who's been pushed down. Archer bowls to Samson. Good Yorker, and he's managed to squeeze it away. Just getting his bat down at the right time, opening the face of the bat, using the pace from Jofra Archer, and glides it square of 3rd man for 4 runs. So end of the over, 14 coming off it. India 34 for the loss of Abhishek Sharma at the end of 3.
Well, that's an outstanding shot. Just tapping on its head, almost a defensive push with an open face, and it beats both the fielders behind square on the offside. A wonderful piece of batting. But look, Kishan, you do what you have to for the team, right? And Jacob Bethel's in a similar position with England. Started the tournament at 3. But has been pushed down the order to give more balance to that middle order, and for Harry Brook to be able to face as many balls as possible, and it was a good tactical decision. So when you're involved in something like that and you're the player who's the victim of it, you just accept him.
Jack starts a fresh over, and it's eased away gently down towards deep mid-wicket by Ishan Kishan to get off the mark. He moves to 1, the total goes to 35. 35 for 1, then the man out was Abhishek Sharma for 9, caught in the deep, looking to play a lofted drive on the onside, cramped for space by Will Jacks, catch taken by Phil Salt, and Samson is on 25 of 11. Kishan has just come in, and Will Jacks, the man who's been so instrumental in England's progress, as the man who's taken the wicket now, just getting his field right inside the ring on the offside for Samson. Backward point, 2 backward points actually, 1 fine, 1 square, and here's Jacks in, bowls, and Samson is cutting off the back foot powerfully and piercing that gap like an arrow. It goes straight into the point boundary for 4. Terrific shots from Sanju Samson. 39 for 1 now. That was a little bit short, and Samson put it away.
Well, every boundary that he hits, every run he scores, England and Harry Brook will be ruining the drop catch. They have to try and wipe it from their minds, but Samson looks in great touch.
Doesn't he? 39 for 1. Jacks now with that high action comes in and bowls, and this one's on the off stump, turning just a shade, and it's worked away gently for the man to come in from long on field, and 1 more to the total. 40 comes up, 40 at the end, in the middle of the 4th over. 3.3 overs. Buttler and Jacks having a bit of a conversation there. Drums are playing. Crowds getting into their business of watching and enjoying the cricket. Lots of colour, lots of flags, and England do have support. Of course, in terms of numbers, I don't think they'll match the blue jerseys. Jacks bowls, and this one is pulled away square on the onside, just backward, and 4 runs to Ishan Kishan. It took some time to get where he wanted to, probably just a little bit in 2 minds there, Finney, but finally executing it quite well, one would have to say, just rolling his wrists at the last minute. 44 for 1.
Yeah, and that'll make him feel a bit better. And India really motoring along here, both batters. Making the most of this power play, the drop catch, and the noise and the atmosphere clearly on India's side.
Jacks bowled, and Kishan defends on the offside and will take a run. There'll be a shy at the non-strikers and direct hit, but Kishan knew he was back in his crease comfortably, and the ricochet doesn't cost anything. 45 for 1. 1 ball of the 4th over to come.
Oh, catcher! Catcher!
Just joined us. England won the toss, asked India to bat, and India opened with Abhishek Sharma and Samson. Abhishek was the first to go, the only one to go so far, and India have progressed to 45 with 1 ball of the 4th over to come. Jacks into Samson. Samson is cutting that away, slashing it away, and acrobatic bit of fielding by Phil Salt at short extra cover at the edge of the circle. Make sure there is no addition to the total, which remains on 45 for 1 after 4 overs. Stephen Finn alongside us here, former Ashes winning fast bowler, and someone who's understood, seen and experienced this all. What's going through now the mind of Harry Brook is, as you said, he's going to wipe that catch away from his mind. He's handed the ball to Jamie Overton, who's going to bowl the 5th over.
Well, what's going through his mind is, please someone get Sanju Samson out, and please let it not be me that the catch comes to, because the ball has a habit of following the fielder who's dropped the catch. So, yeah, he'll just be desperate for Samson to get out, and he won't care how.
Deep backward point and deep square leg. Overton with the 1st over of his spell into Ishan Kishan, who guides it away with an open face down towards square 3rd, where Phil Salt will do the fielding, and there'll be a single. 46 for 1 now. Lights taking full effect, the breeze still blowing from the sea on our right, from the ocean across Marine Drive and through the Wankhede Stadium. When it was rebuilt, there were these gaps in the stands, which have in many ways helped to get the breeze into the stadium without hampering the game too much. As the right-handed Samson now faces Jamie Overton. Overton is in balls to Samson. Samson drives. Jofra Archer puts his line, body on the line. That diving, that ball did come off. I think just a bit of awkward bounce. I'm not sure where it hit him, but his body was right on the line there, and he made sure that it didn't go past him into what would have been 4 runs. A single is all that Samson will get. 47 for 1 now. Terrific work from the big fast bowler Finney.
Good to see the fast bowlers diving around. Jofra Archer is an amazing athlete. He's got great set of hands actually as well. So yeah, he wouldn't want to be classified as a typical fast bowler in the field, but good fielding nonetheless.
Very good fielding indeed. Here's Overton. Jersey number 75 on his back. Into Kishan. Kishan flicks it away on the onside. Will it be cut off? No, it's just too much on it. Even for somebody as sharp in the field as Jacob Bethell, it beats him to the deep backward square leg boundary. The 50 comes up for India with 3 balls off the 5th over yet to come. 51 for 1.
Yeah, just using the line there. Kishan, not time at all. But the pace and the drifting down leg allows him to really elaborately flay the bat towards it, and these rapid outfields and small square boundaries countering the batter's favour again.
Back-to-back boundaries. Sorry.
Kishan drives. This time he gets it pretty much where he wants it. Through extra cover it is. 4 runs before you can say Ishan Kishan. And that brings the crowd to its feet. The little flares that are put up on the side go up as well. And India advanced to 55 for 1 in the 5th over. Looks like a very good batting wicket, Finney. You've said that before already, and it looks like we've got a high-scoring game on our hands.
Yeah, looks like an absolute belter. Looks like a belter, doesn't it? Ishan Kishan just throwing his hands through that one, full and wide from Overton, and with barely any fielders in front of squaring the ring there on the offside. It's a bit of a gift, really.
There's Overton in again to Ishan. Hits this into the ground. It comes up on the first bounce to Harry Brook, who feels. Good ball that full. No chance for Kishan to do anything with it. And with 1 ball of the 5th over to come, it's 55 for 1. Samson is 31, Kishan is 15. This partnership's worth 35 or 17. Current run rate is shy short of 11.5 runs over. Overton wanting a change in the field. He's bringing up the man from deep square 3rd into the ring at 45 on the offside, and deep mid-wicket being dispatched onto the boundary. Last ball of the 5th over. There's Overton in, balls to Kishan. Good bouncer. Fantastic bouncer there. Kishan wound up, thought about playing it, and then realized it was coming straight at the badge. Got out of the way, and he ends the over powerfully, does Overton. 10 runs coming off it. More from Stephen Finn, who's with us, of course, and taking over commentary from me with India. Exactly at 11 runs and over is going to be Henry Murray.
Thank you very much indeed, Prakash. Well, penny for the thoughts of Harry Brook. Nobody means to drop them, but when a man comes into a game with the sort of form we've seen from Sanju Samson, get 2 wickets early, that really would have been such a boost to England. It's not happened. They need to park it, and they need to carry on with their work and know that even though the ball is flying all over the place, Finney, it is going to be a high-scoring game. We knew it would be. Yeah,
and you just have to think wickets. At this stage, you can't lose that attacking intent. It's wickets that will slow this down. That they're really gutted, or they will be gutted, that drop went down. But you just have to retain the hope and the intent to take those wickets and get into that middle order. Clearly a very powerful middle order, but if you ask them to build an innings, it's far harder than being able to explode towards the end.
We're going to see Sam Curran into the attack for England. Under the floodlights of Mumbai, comes bustling in, left arm over, and swing and a miss from Samson. Well bowled by Curran, full and outside the off stump. He's such an effective operator. England's player of the tournament in 2022 when they won the T20 World Cup.
Samson on strike keeper.
Seattle Rashid.
Sam Curran, slower ball is
whirling his arms around. He'll no doubt come on to bowl in the
Samson on fire.
7th over. Once we're out of the power play. India 55 for 1. With England winning the toss and electing to field first. In comes Curran once more, and pace taken off it and hacked down the ground. It's a nice looking shot. It's going to kick on, and it's going to get to the boundary at long on. as well. And Harry Brook it is, who is looking rather rueful, standing at mid-off as Sanju Samson adds to his tally. And that strike rate across the tournament now stands at 198 for a player that came into the side in the last game and has played quite brilliantly since then. The Indian flag's flying. The score moves to 59 for 1.
Yeah, he's just waiting on the ball. He just stood at the back of his backswing for just a split second, waited for that moon ball from Curran. Not much timing, but still for 4.
Here comes Curran again. Oh, lovely shot. Late cut, down to the boundary below us. And goodness me, he's playing well here. He's on the 39 off 18. India 63 for 1.
And it's the only ball that he's mistimed, isn't it? The drop that Harry Brook, the simple drop around head high. And with every run that Samson scores here, it just creates the mindset of, oh, maybe it's not our day, maybe it's all going to go against us. But England can't afford to think like that. They have to try and remove him because at the moment he looks formidable.
63 for 1, Samson flying. 39 off 18. 12 is bat in his hand. So Fields in the deep mid-wicket, deep third now. The next delivery goes out towards that man at deep third. Phil Salt perfectly positioned for it. Whether or not it's a good thing if you're a captain and you put down a catch, but it's not primarily, I'm going to put that out there, but in terms of keeping yourself distracted, because you've got to keep in the game.
Yeah, well, he has to, and that's where you need your trusted people around you, your Butlers, your Salts, your experienced players, to get around him and make sure that he's still thinking with absolute clarity as a captain, because it can cloud your mind, there's no doubt.
Left-handed, Kishan. Waits for the left arm seam of Sam Curran, who bangs it in short, and wide is signal. It's touch and go, but as a gentleman over to my right signals in kind, it is indeed a wide onto the total. 65 for 1. England will be relieved to get out of the power play.
Yes, they will, but they would love a wicket. One of these 2 balls. Samson's strike rate is incredible, really, isn't it? And the way that he's striking the ball, it's surprising it's not even more than the 199 that he's currently on.
So, next delivery from Curran, penultimate one of the first 6 overs. He comes in now and flopped away out to deep mid-wicket, but there's one man on that boundary and it goes straight to him. He's done a decent enough job here. 11 from the over. 1 ball left of it. It is 66 for 1, but it is a high-scoring ground. Yesterday we were hitting the ground all afternoon, and the heavy roller, it must have done miles and miles and miles, up and down and up and down. Curran coming in. Bowls, it's in the air, but away from the hands of the fielder at square leg. It goes out on the bounce to the boundary, and the over comes to an end. 6 gone, 67 for 1. India in a very healthy position. Samson leading the charge, 41 off 20 balls. Drinks being taken. He was dropped badly, very badly, by Harry Brook. And Brook is just trotting off the field, but he has just shared a laugh and a joke with a couple of those carrying the drinks. And he's just taking a moment to collect himself as he jogs up the stairs towards the England dressing room. What are those conversations going to be, Stephen Finn?
Well, Harry Brook's not going to have much time to talk to anyone because the dressing rooms are so far away from the pitch with the steps, and then you have to wiggle your way through to the bathroom. And he's going to have to be quick here to make it back for the next passage of play. But the conversations here from the players who are out on the middle still will be just hanging there. We have to keep having the intent to take wickets. I've repeated it a few times, but it's absolutely vital here because you've got Surya Kumar at 4, Tilak at 5, Hardik, Shivam Dubey, Axar Patel. The batters just keep coming for India, but you have to try and put pressure on that lower middle order by continuing to take wickets through these overs now. So I'm sure Adil Rashid will come into the game pretty quickly to try and make some inroads. He's not had that impactful game yet in this tournament, and England will be hoping that it's today because at the moment the seam is a struggle to contain.
They have, and we did wonder whether there would be dew as a factor in this game. I can tell you that already we've got, I'm not sure how efficient a system this is. We've got 4 sets of 2 members of the ground staff team dragging a rope of maybe 7 or 8 yards apiece, quite slowly around sections of the outfield. But that does tell you that perhaps they are expecting a little bit of dew.
Yeah, I think there will be a little bit. It's just whether it's impactful or not. Certainly in the games, especially like we saw last night between South Africa and New Zealand, where the pitches start a bit stoppy and the team bowling first has a huge advantage because the team batting first knows that they need to get an inflated score to be able to be in the game in the second innings. We're not really having that here. The wicket looks as though it's coming on. The way that Sanju Samson was able to wait for those slower balls and then hit through the line of them suggests that this is an even pace surface with good bounce and no stop to it. So England will just have to hope that they can contain India. The way that they do that is by taking wickets.
Place in the World Cup final in Ahmedabad on Sunday, up for grabs. Which of these 2 sides is going to join New Zealand, who were so dominant in their run chase against South Africa yesterday? Here comes Adil Rashid into the attack. What can he do? This wizard for England. Leg spinner that has bowled so much in so many successful England causes in white ball cricket. He won't be alarmed by this situation. He knows the drill, but he also knows that he's not had his best tournament. His leg spinner is about to enter the fray, looking to try and dislodge this partnership, which is now worth 47. So Rashid in hand. The fielders now spread. We've got a long on, deep mid wicket, deep backward square leg. Deep cover and a long off. Here comes Rashid then, whirling his arms over, and it's smashed away through the covers for 4. Possibly over pitch, but Samson wasn't going to miss out. When he's in this sort of mood, he's going to keep on going. 71 for 1.
It's such an attractive shot, isn't it? Over pitch from Rashid out the front of his hand, so there's not really trying to ask it to turn, just trying to get into his over, but giving that width and length to Samson is something he's not going to miss out on.
Rashid again. Pace taken off at this time, defended into the offside. I mean, will England be thinking about a target that they'll feel reasonably in the game with?
To be honest, no. They'll want to chase as few as possible, clearly. But the important thing is just trying to stay in the moment. If you look too far ahead, that can be complicated.
Here's Rashid again, outside the off stump. Clattered down the ground towards wide long off, just for the 1. It is 72 for 1 as Samson moves to 46 off 23 deliveries. Listen to Test Match Special. Live from the Wankhede Stadium. It is World Cup semi-final between India, the tournament hosts and favourites, and England. In comes Rashid to the left-handed Kishan, who's pulling the ball away out to deep mid wicket. Bethell's there waiting underneath the red England cap. 73 for 1. 6 off the over so far. The crowd being cheered on by the PA announcer. Not necessarily, though they need it, has to be said. Here comes Rashid once more. Moving in, tossing it up, defended by Samson, who I think is watchful and wary of the threat of Rashid. A little stare towards the bowler from the India opener. The sun having set quickly here in Mumbai. 1 ball left in the 7th over. It is a floodlit scene as here comes Rashid again. Tosses it up, drilled into the turf, and the over comes to an end. 3 dots in it. No wicket, but it is 73 for 1. A start that India will be pretty happy with, I think that's fair to say. With runs on the ball from Samson, 46, then Kishan on 17. The wicket that has fallen by Phil Salt in the deep, Abhishek. Sharma going for 9 off 7. And speaking of Abhisheks, it's hello to Abhishek. Jos Buttler as well, who joins us to replace Stephen Finn. Liam Dawson's going to bowl from the far end of the ground.
Kishan mistake.
And Abhishek, what have you made of what we've seen so far?
Yeah, I think it's been a terrific start. Again, that drop chance, how much that's going to hurt England, we'll have to wait and see. But Samson, again, picking things up where he left in the previous game. And the best thing about him, he does it with such poise and calmness, and still maintaining a strike rate of close to 200. It's just unbelievable, Henry.
Here comes Liam Dawson, left arm spin, that's wide. Spearing across the left-handed Ishan Kishan.
Stick to the fielder, misfield.
74 for 1. What's a good score, quickly, Abhishek?
I think anything over 200 in a semi-final is going to be pressure on England.
Here's Dawson. This is clattered away, rather losing his footing at the far end of the ground is Will Jackson. He manages to fumble the ball and he shakes his head and looks at his hand accusingly. 76 for 1. I mean, I'm not sure you can really do. If you look at your own hand, that's maybe a bit of an existential question, but I don't think you can necessarily blame anybody else for the fumble, but it allows 2 runs, 76 for 1. Early on in this 8th over, Dawson round the wickets and bowls, and it's met on the full. Nicely timed. I tell you what, that could beat the fielders. No, good work out there in the deep from Curran. It'll just be 2. And I tell you what, if Liam Dawson had been a little more aware, he might have spotted that there was the possibility of a run out there. It was tight. I think he would have been home. Good running again. 5 off the over so far. Dawson walking in. Part of 5ing the World Cup squads, but made his debut in World Cup cricket in this tournament. Comes in now, a bit quicker this time. Thrashed down the ground off the back foot by Kishan. He's on 22 now. Off 13. India 79 for 1 midway through the 8th. Got the platform.
For 6 hours, Samson, 6
At some point, you'll see both these players exploding. They're still maintaining a very good strike rate.
Dawson once more, far end of the ground. Holds that ball in front of him, walks towards us. Now around the wicket, bowls. Oh, lovely lofted extra cover drive for 6. It's a beautiful shot to bring up a 50. And Sanju Samson has played magnificently well. 97 not out in the first game that he played in this tournament. And that crunch match in Kolkata. Dropped on 15 today. How much will England live to regret that? 52 now of 26.
Yeah, that is just fabulous. Extraordinary batting. And he's playing all cricketing shots. He hasn't really broken a sweat. And look at that for a shot. 91 meter long. Unbelievable hitting from him.
Pressure on England, pressure on Dawson. 12 off the over already, 2 balls left of it. It's 85 for 1 as in comes Liam Dawson. And Samson will tuck the ball around the corner off his pads down towards fine leg. Fielding is Banton, will throw in on the bounce. 13 off the over. 66 off 37.
They're playing a very similar sort of an innings as he played against West Indies. Looks in no hurry at all.
Utter control. Dawson round the wicket. Oh, there's a big hit. In the air it goes, out towards the deep, into the crowd, and it's 6. Big over, 19 from it. The control shown by Rashid, not replicated by Dawson, and India are 92 for 1 after just 8.
This is just extraordinary batting. And what a partnership. It's always going to be a danger bowling to Ishan Kishan if you're a left-arm spinner. Anything in his arc, he's so strong through the onside, especially that cow corner, that mid-wicket region, and look at that. Was waiting for it, and he's not going to miss out on those deliveries. It's not the biggest boundary in Wankhede, and England under immense pressure. They need a wicket here, desperately. Either would do, but they need to get a wicket.
They turn to a man who is so often an X-factor player, Sam Curran. Seems to make things happen for England. Goodness, it does feel like they need something to happen here, but to get a little bit out of hand. 92 for 1. Samson, who very correctly and purposefully marks his guard. Sam Curran running away from us, left arm over, is going to go in towards the right-hander who's on 53. It's Delivery which is played with a leading edge up the ground for one. But again, it just looks controlled, doesn't it? It just looks easy.
It just shows that they've got a game plan, especially Samson. He wants to be there till the very end, as he did in the previous game against West Indies. And probably that's the responsibility he has taken for the side, that I'm going to be the glue. Everyone can come around and bat around me, play those big shots. Not that he's not playing those big shots, but he's doing it in a very, very calm way.
Really is. He waits now, taps his bat. As in comes Sam Curran. Smacked away into the leg side for 6. Kishan out towards the Sonogavaska Pavilion, where a sea of spectators raise their arms to greet the ball as it flies towards them to take India to the cusp of 100 inside of the 9th over. And as well, England players might look at the floor and wonder how this is going to be stopped.
And that's exactly Suryakumar Yadav meant when he said that we want to bat first, to take that pressure off us, to bat with freedom, go out there and be expressive and try and play complete freedom, and that's exactly what the batters are doing. They're here to set a target for England, and in a semi-final, if you pose anything over 200, which looks like India can get there the way they are going at the moment, there is always a huge ask.
Comes Curran to try once more. Driven to the offside, out towards the deep where it'll be fielded. And the 100 comes up, much to the delight of the spectators around this crowd, who rise as one, and the India flags are flying. The drums beating. 100 for 1 midway through the 9th over. Smiles everywhere you look.
Samson, 6.
Don't forget that India scored 254 against Zimbabwe at Chennai.
Maybe also I wouldn't be worried now. The batting order might have a proper shuffle. Yeah, Suryakumar Yadav will still come in at number 4. But from there on, we might be able to see Shivam Dube coming in.
In the air, out towards the deep for 6 more. And Sanju Samson's flying again. He moves to 60 off 29 with a bit of a hoik, to be honest, but it was controlled. It wasn't an elegant looking shot, but it had the distance. These aren't big boundaries, but they're big enough for Sanju Samson to just launch into and enjoy and make the most of. And he's doing just that. It's 106 for 1, 14 off the over already. And the projected score at this rate will take India to 244. The extraordinary 12.5 and over they're going at. Curran bowls, smack through the offside, 4 more. Goodness me, what are we seeing out there? 110 for 1, we're still in the 9th over.
Yeah, this is absolute carnage at the moment from India. Sanju Samson is unstoppable, 64 of 30, and he hasn't taken any risk. When we say 64 of 30 without taking risk, apart from that one drop chance. Such a dangerous player. Shots all around the ground.
He's going to try around the wicket. Curran, England needs something. 110 for 1. There's a ball left of the 9th over. England won the toss, elected to bowl first. At the moment, they've got no answer. Samson waiting, round the wicket comes Curran, and that'll be wide. Chris Gaffney almost apologetically has to signal it, and India 111 for 1.
They'll have to try something different here in England. I was a bit surprised when Adil Rashid was taken off the attack after bowling that wonderful over. He put a bit of pressure on Sanju Samson, but probably they want to keep him for the back end of the innings. That might have been the thought process.
111 for 1. Final ball of the 9th over sees Curran coming in. It's one of those moon balls which is patted down the ground for a single to take Samson to 65. And the last 30 balls have yielded 67 runs for the loss of no wicket. We've seen 13 fours, 6 sixes, and England in a big world of pain. 112 for 1, and we've had 9 overs.
Sanju adding 50 runs since his drop, when he was dropped at 15 by Harry Brook. every run is going to hurt England and Harry Brook. That must be playing through his mind every time he hits a 4 or a 6, which there have been plenty.
Well, Adil Rashid is going to have another go. Bowled nice in his first over. Just 6 runs from it. Can he conjure something? The leg spinner at the far end of the ground walks in towards us. Samson waits on 65. Forward defensively, pushing into the onside, pushing hard for the first, thinking of a second that isn't there. Bethell will run in quickly from the boundary, and every England batter out there will be thinking, well, every run that's scored is more that we're going to have to do. It isn't going to be easy. Samson dropped badly at mid-on. It really was a straightforward chance for Harry Brook. Went on 15, the cameras trained on him almost between every delivery at the moment. In comes Rashid, tosses it up, back past the bowler, down the ground it goes. Going to be 4 more? Well, yes, it is, eventually. It was a really good effort out there on the boundary, but he couldn't stop it. And despite the despairing dive of Jamie Overton, he could only push it onto the ropes, and India 117 for 1.
Yeah, we're talking so much about Sanjay Samson that we have completely forgotten the innings. Kishan is playing from the other end. He's batted magnificently for his 39 of just 17 as well. The pressure from both ends at the moment.
In the air, spooned high. Can a fielder get there? Could this be the moment? Yes, the catch is taken and Kishan goes. England needed something, and the catch taken for the fielder running in at long off. It's Will Jacks, who settled himself, and as it went dropping out of the night sky, he knew that England couldn't afford anything else to go down. And Rashid strikes, 117 for 2.
I think the right approach from Ishan Kishan. He had to take the risk against the leg spinner. Most suited for him to go against him with the ball turning in, even though that was a slider. Very nicely bowled by Adil Rashid, and he is the one bowler who looked like he can pick up wickets, and hence we were a bit surprised when he was not given the previous over, but he brought back into the attack straight away. And that's a much needed wicket for England. Ishan Kishan batted brilliantly for his 39 of 18. And yeah, we'll just have to wait and see who comes in to bat. But that's a much needed wicket for England.
Okay, Adil Rashid attack panna.
97 run partnership coming at a strike rate of over 200 as we see Shivam Dubey come to the middle, pushed up the order. Card into bat, way down at 7, but he came out and scored crucial runs at the back end of that run chase against West Indies, and he has clearly been given license here. Abhishek?
Yeah, I mentioned earlier that we might see Shivam Dubey coming in ahead of a lot of players, because he's just somebody who can, on a pitch like this, he can hurt you real bad. If it's his day, no ground is big enough, especially Wankhede. And if Shivam Dubey gets going, it's going to be trouble for spinners, because he's got that ability to just stand and hit from the crease. He doesn't really need to use his feet. He doesn't need to bounce down the track. He's got that sort of a power. It's a very good move, I think, from India.
Tall left-hander waits with a slip now in place. And he goes hard at that, into the leg side it goes, on the bounce to the fielder at deep mid-wicket, and his approach is pretty clear. He's going to try and clobber the ball out of Mumbai.
As you mentioned, Marine Drive isn't far, Henry.
Well, it's a lovely spot, because you get people walking up and down all evening, all day really, but particularly once you get away from the heat of the day as the sun sets. In comes Rashid, but Samson has seen something to distract him. The score at 118 for 2. 2 balls left of this 10th over, and England desperate to get the wicket of Samson, who's on 66 of 32. Forward in defence comes Sanju Samson. It's pushed into the offside. Only control being shown has come from the man with the ball in his hand now.
Pravesh, bro, hello bro, hello.
For England, Adil Rashid. Can he take another?
I think you
Quicker ball this time. Punched with such control down the ground by Sanju Samson. He's on 67. 10 overs gone. And India at 119 for 2.
Can you hear me, bro?
Beautifully set for a monster total in the World Cup semi-final. Abhishek, I'm going to leave you in the company of Prakash Wakanka.
Yeah, they batted beautifully. The way they have got this innings going, you've got to give them a lot of credit. Sanju Samson again playing brilliantly. It's just batted extraordinarily well. Been a very measured innings. Still striking close to 200 without taking much risk. And this is what you expect from Sanju Samson. This is what the whole India expect from Sanju Samson. He has done that in the previous game. He's doing it again on a massive game again.
Oh, absolutely, Abhishek. And Jamie Overton now to continue. You get the feeling that the change in the batting order with Shivam Dube coming up is just to try and keep the tempo going and allow Sanju Samson to play his game. He waits now for Overton. Overton is in, bowls, and Samson hits him straight back over the bowler. That's a flat 6. My word, that was struck beautifully. Ever so easy, all timing, and wonderfully struck.
And that's what we were discussing, that he's done it with such ease, Prakash, that he's not taken any risk. He's just waited for the delivery, anything in his arms. He's managed to find boundaries for fun, and again doing it. And England, they will be a bit disappointed with their lengths. They've either been too full or they've either been too short. They've not really found that in-between length, which we often talk about in T20 cricket.
Looking for the full Yorker on this occasion, just about nailing it. Worked away on the onside by Samson for a single. Brings Shivam Dube on strike. And you were a little bit surprised, Abhishek, by that move to send Dube up.
I actually called it out 2 overs ago. That
there we go.
Shivam Dube might be sent before everyone else because he's just got that ability to clear boundaries, Prakash, and you have seen that. And on a surface like this, especially against spin, and if Dawson bowls, he can just stand there and deliver.
Spot on. So the field, just a few changes in it for Dube. There's a man at deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, long on, mid-offs in the ring, deep cover, and a man on the third boundary. Here's Overton into Dube, and he gets one that's rising. He glides it down to the third, where Sam Curran fields one more to the total, 127 for 2.
Yeah, I think India has set themselves up really nicely, haven't they? We often talk about the platform, and they've got the best platform they could have wished for. Going at around 12 runs and over. Sanju Samson again looking enormous touch. Takes some extraordinary shots, and the ability to play all around the ground makes him so special.
Does indeed, as Overton runs away from us now to Samson. He's in, he bowls, and Samson is playing something not quite as exquisite as we've seen in the past, but effective nevertheless, down to long on. He was aiming probably for a quicker stroke through the onside. Ball maybe just getting to him a bit early, and he's skewed that along the ground for a single. 128 for 2 now. Harry Brook, 15, that catch probably a bit too simple. No one ever drops a cricket catch in any game of any standard. That was the way the luck of the draw came for Samson, and he's made England pay for it. 128 for 2 in the 11th. Here's Overton now to Dube bowled, and Dube gets another good delivery that he can do nothing with. Just that back of a length, and Harry Brook fields and hurls it into the gloves of Jos Buttler.
Yeah, nicely bowled. Came back quite strongly after getting hit for a 6 in the very first delivery. It's always difficult for the bowlers to come back from there, especially on such a good surface with 2 such dangerous batters in front as well.
Absolutely, and credit to the bowler. 9 runs off it so far. Last ball of the 11th. Here's Overton bowls short bouncer. That will probably be signalled wide. It is way over the head of the tall figure of Shivam Dube.
Yeah, just trying to make sure he can squeeze in another top delivery. We often see in T20 cricket the final delivery is so important. Doesn't matter what you've done with the first 5, the final delivery always is one of the most crucial ones.
It is. You need to get out of that over, close it out well. 3 men in the ring on the offside. The solitary figure is at short mid-wicket on the onside. 4 men in the ring. That are the minimum required. This one's eased away towards point. They'll take 1 as it's Salt coming off the deep point boundary, and that'll be the end of the 11th over. India going along just a shade below 12, 130 for 2 at the moment, And Abhishek, this, as you said, is a terrific platform. How many can India get? Because this looks like a belter and England will come hard.
And also, I think India needs to time it as well. They don't want to go too hard too early and lose wicket in clusters, because you can't be thinking 250. First thing 210, 220. Get yourself to a good total. You don't want to lose 2 or 3 wickets quickly and then struggle to get to 200.
Spot on, spot on. Thought like a strategist that you are. And I'm sure there'll be similar kind of thinking going on in that Indian camp. Right now, Adil Rashid looks like he's bowling on a different pitch altogether and bowling to batters of a different ability. His 2 overs have cost 13 runs, whereas a look over that bowling card, Archer 2 overs 26, Jack's 2 overs 1 for 19, Overton 2, none for 21, Curran 2 overs, none for 32, and Dawson the 1 over for 19. Here's Rashid with the 3rd of his spell. First ball into Dubey bowls, and Dubey has launched this one. Has he got enough? Yes, he has. Just deep into the first tier of the Garware Pavilion over mid-wicket. 6 more.
And that's the reason he's there. To deal with Adil Rashid. I think they were a bit worried about Adil Rashid against the right-hander because he's so good. And this move could really work for India.
136 for 2 indeed. Now again, pressure on the bowler. But Rashid is a wily old fox. He's not just the leading wicket taker in T20s for England. He's also been the one bowler, as I said, who's held his own and asked some awkward questions. What's he got up his sleeve? He's in to bowl now to Dubey. He's in, he bowls flatter, quicker, and Dubey is unable to pierce the field on the offside, just towards backward point, no run.
He's such a smart bowler, Adil Rashid.
Absolutely, he's very, very good, isn't he? Talented, backs his skills, and has the repertoire that can keep a batter guessing. Overton was up to him, had a word, now runs back all the way to long on as Rashid comes into us from the far end. He's in from the pavilion and bowls, and this one's turned away square on the onside by Dubey. A little bit of touch and a single. 137 for 2. You've played cricket here at the Wankhede, Abhishek. This is not an easy ground to bowl, but it's a great ground to bat, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. It's such a good surface to bat on.
And today looks like a particularly good one. And India will be aware of that. The batting prowess that this England team possess. They bat so deep, and they've got some real hitters. Rashid too. Samson tossed up, and Samson is content to just ease it up the ground towards long off for a single. So asking everyone else to bat around him at the moment, Sanju Samson. That must be the script.
And also the game plan, that I'm not going to take any risk against Adil Rashid, who's their premium bowler. He's the one who can get me out. The chances of him getting me out is more than anybody else, so I'm not going to take any chance with him. Let Dubey do the attack here. I'll deal with the others.
There's Adil Rashid in now to Dubey, and this time he's hit them again big over the top. Has he got enough to clear the field? Yes, he has. Back into almost the same position as he hit that first 6, and Dubey has raced up now to 16, and India 144 for 2. And this over from Rashid with 1 ball to come has gone for 14. Abhishek.
Outstanding cricket. Absolutely fabulous, fabulous cricket. The game awareness, the thinking, spot on from India.
There's Rashid now. How does he get out of this over? Here he is in bowls. Angular runner, bowls flatter, quicker, and cut away of the back foot down towards the point area. He'll pick up 1 as fielder comes off the deep point, deep cover boundary, and limits it to a single. 145 for 2. He'll retain the strike, will Dubey, and he's gone up to 17 now. Abhishek, you're Harry Brook. What are you thinking, and what are you going to do now in this position?
I think the issue is, because I think Liam Dawson has been one of their best bowlers as well. He's bowled very, very well in this tournament, but now to bring him will be one of the biggest risks he can take against Shivam Dubey and Sanju Samson, because the surface doesn't have much turn. It's not gripping at all. The ball's coming onto the bat nicely, so I think he needs to find different alternatives here.
Well, he's gone to his champion quick bowler.
Yeah.
He's tossed the ball to Jofra Archer and said, go on Jofra, get me 1, get me 2, and even more if you can. Let's see how Abhishek, early on you've known and seen Shivam Dubey struggle against that short pitch ball. How is he going to cope if indeed Jofra's going to employ that line of attack? Let's see what he's going to do. He's got a man down on the 3rd boundary. There's a fielder at deep cover. Backward point, extra cover mid-off. Long on, mid-wicket coming into the circle. There's a square leg fielder just in front of square actually on the onside, and a man deep backward square right on the fence. Here's Jofra Archer with his third over of the innings to Shivam Dube. Bat raised, Archer bowls, and quick delivery that, and all that Dube can do is defend. That was quick, wasn't it?
Yeah, right into the ribs as well. He doesn't want to allow him to free his arms, keeping that line close to his body, trying to cramp him for any room, and that should be the approach. Again, Shivam Dube, if you got that extra bit of pace, which Archer's definitely got. But Shivam Dube, we have seen in the last 12 months, he's improved his play against fast bowling a lot.
He has.
He's become a lot better at the short stuff as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if he just opens himself up a little bit more to hit through the onside.
There's Archer in again, past and Palekar bowls, and this time once again flicked but straight to Adil Rashid at the edge of the circle. Now something's going to give, because you just get that feeling, don't you, Abhishek? He's been sent there to get the scoreboard moving, 2 dots.
Yeah, he's just going to swing. You can sense that he's just going to swing through the line. Doesn't matter where the ball is. But again, he's got so much power that even the mishits can easily clear the boundary.
Leans on his bat, Archer. Languid figure, tossing the ball from right to left. Now turns and runs away from us. Such a pleasant run up to the wicket. Goes in bowls, and Dube plays this one in the air, but safely up the ground, and will get off strike to bring Sanju Samson on. This has been a good over so far. 2 dots and a single from Jofra Archer, given the carnage that's been going on otherwise. And Sanju Samson now on strike. He's on 76 of 38, and India 146 for 2 in the 13th over.
Yeah, what those 3 deliveries could do here, Prakash, I have a feeling that it might just ask Sanju Samson a question to take a bit more risk than he would have liked. Because there hasn't been a boundary, and they need a boundary every over.
Come on, Sanju.
There's Archer into Samson. He's in, he bowled, and Samson has gone over the top. Has he got enough on this one? Yes, he has. We'll wait for the umpire's signal. He's gone square of the wicket and just cleared the boundary cushions at backward point for a 6. You wanted a boundary, you said, Abhishek, and Archer maybe just bowling the wrong delivery there, allowing Samson the width, and he made him pay.
And with the Curran point inside the 30-yard circle, that's a free hit for any batter. Forget about Sanju Samson, the form he is in, that's bread and butter for him anyway. Yeah, that's again very nicely done. Yeah, wrong choice of delivery, he knows it straight away.
Archer in again to Samson, bowls down the leg side, and wide called. These wides won't help. This is the 4th wide, 5th now of the innings, almost an extra over already. And that in this form of the game, Abhishek, we all know, can prove very expensive.
Oh, it could. But you see the strategy. The first 3 deliveries he bowled to Shivam Dube were pace on deliveries into the body. Didn't try and give him any room. But with Sanju, he doesn't want to go pace on because he knows how nicely he uses the pace. So he's going pace off. It's just execution hasn't been there so far.
88 it's 40 balls.
Indeed, 153 for 2 now, India. Run rate a touch over 12. And the last ball of the 13th over coming up from Jofra Archer. Samson is in, he bowled, and Samson's gone big and effortlessly over the side screen, right across and left from our commentary position. That was hit like a firm bullet, and it went sailing into the first tier stand. 159 for 2. Samson moves to 88. Another awesome shot, Abhishek.
But as you've seen a lot of cricket, and you know that's what frustrated everyone in India over so many years with Sanju Samson, that very few cricketers can make look batting that easy and still strike at over 200. But he's just lit up everything at the right time, at the right stage.
He has so far. Here's Archer in again, bowls to Samson, and Samson this time is gone on the offside, just falling short of long off. A single to end the over. It's 160 for 2, and that over from Archer cost 15 runs. So wherever Harry Brook turns, at the moment, runs flowing from the Indian batters. But they will take heart here, Abhishek. England know very well. They know this ground. Many of their players have played here in multiple formats, and they will know that this wicket and this pitch is full of runs. So they've just got to keep the faith and try and peg India back here.
Yeah, I think what puzzled him that which bowler to go for. Because the spinners, India, the way they have played, they've taken the spin out of the equation here. He might be thinking to go to Will Jacks. He might be thinking to go to Liam Dawson, but he's worried that those overs could go for 20, 25 so easily, the way these two can strike the deliveries. I think that's where he's trying to think who to bring on. And here he's taking a big risk by bringing Jax.
Yep, I was about to say you're reading the game perfectly, or you're reading Harry Brooks's mind perfectly. He's brought Jax into the attack, and of course he's been in many ways the player of the tournament, if I may say so, for England. 4 player of the match awards, and he's going to bowl his third over. He's in now to bowl to Samson. He's in wide of the crease, bowled, and Samson launches, hasn't got all of it. This one's in the air. This could be it, he says. Will Jax, can he do anything wrong? He cannot. And Will Jax has picked up his second wicket. Inspired change, you'd say, for the England captain. Catch taken, I think it was Salt again, almost exactly the spot where he took the catch to dismiss Abhishek Sharma. And Samson walks back, Sanju Samson, to a standing ovation, but not quite what he would have liked himself. 89 of 42, India 160 for 3. And Abhishek, is this the moment that England regroup and find a way back to peg India to a total they'll fancy getting drinks coming onto the field?
Well, absolutely. I think that was a very, very clever piece of bowling. You see how far he kept it from Sanju Samson's batting arc, bowled it really, really wide, and asked him that question, can you clear me over covers? With big boundaries, the right field set, but what an extraordinary innings before he departed. 89 of 42, and that will hurt England in many ways. And India, the platform is pretty much set with nearly 7 overs still to go, with the likes of Hardik, Pandya, Suryakumar Yadav still in the hut. Yeah, you would fancy your chances to get your team to a very, very good score here.
Yes, you have to think that way, won't you? The ropes are out. Very difficult for us from our commentary position to talk about any dew. I can't see anything glistening out on the outfield. Probably a little early. Suryakumar, remember, saying at the toss that with the breeze, he doesn't think dew will be a factor. Drinks are on the field. The England fielders having a few conversations, a couple of them looking pretty animated, as you'd imagine, in this situation. But a well-earned drink for them. And now with the Indian skipper, Suryakumar Yadav, out in the middle, and Shivam Dubey on 18 of 12. This is going to be an intriguing period of play, Abhishek, one feels, with England looking to push back and India wanting to build taller buildings going forward.
Yeah, I think from India's point of view, they need to be aware that what they don't want here to lose wicket in pairs. We have seen what that can do in T20 cricket when you start losing wicket in pairs. Even if it's a 10-15 run partnership, it doesn't have to be a 50-run partnership, but try and not lose another wicket this over. And we have seen that so often happening in T20 cricket. So just Suryakumar Yadav give himself 4 or 5 deliveries before he starts going.
Absolutely, and as the drinks draw off the field, the Wankhede crowd seems to have found that this might be a good time to go with the Mexican wave as it goes around the ground. It's a lovely sight anywhere in the world, and particularly here where the crowd is so knowledgeable and they come and they love their cricket. They also, I must confess, I think they're one of the crowds in the country that appreciates good cricket irrespective of where it comes from. The new man in, Suryakumar Yadav. Will Jax has got to stay around the wicket, and the field for Surya is short square third, short extra cover, man just to the left of the square leg umpire, and Jofra Archer at 45. The 4 men in the ring. Deep point, long off, slightly wide, long on, an orthodox deep mid wicket, and a man on the deep backward square leg boundary. Suryakumar with his bat on his right shoulder, surveying the field. Umpire Palekar, I think, just waiting for the go-ahead.
Suryakumar Yadav,
I'm not sure, but play momentarily held up. He's got his arm out, the umpire, and Jax has to wait, as does Suryakumar. Looks around the field, and now with the DJ quiet, and umpire says, let's continue playing. Here's Jax into his work, and Surya's lofted this one in the air away from the 2 fielders. Nicely placed, good work done in the deep to make sure it doesn't go to the boundary, but he got enough elevation and placement with Suryakumar Yadav to make sure that the hang time was going to allow the second run more than anything else. 2 more to the total, 162 for 3.
Yeah, from Surya's point of view, he must be thinking, I cannot allow the off spinner to bowl an over without a boundary here.
But I thought he did him a little in the air, didn't he?
Yeah.
Manufactured that and then checked his stroke a bit as he went through it on the onside. Here's Jax now. very high action balls, and Surya Kumar this time flicks it away again off his pads down towards deep mid wicket. Will pick up one to the return coming in to the gloves of Buttler on the bounce. 163 for 3. Current run rate is still 12 runs and over. It's extraordinary to see this happening, but T20 cricket is where all this happens. The bats, the way batters approach the game, the quality of the pitches from a batting perspective often just allow the batters to score at will, and that's where the skill of the bowlers come in. Jacks with 2 for 22 in the middle of his third over has been once again the star with the ball along with Adil Rashid for England. Here's Jacks bowls, and Dubey languid just back onto his back foot and kicks it down towards deep cover. Single comfortably taken. 164 for 3 now, and England seem to be just feeling that they've restored a little bit of order after the batting heroics of Sanju Samson, and they'll need to pressure on here. They'll have to try and find a way around to pick up 1 or 2 wickets. That's the only way one feels on this outfield, on this pitch, Abhishek, that they'll be able to peg India back. Get your thoughts on this as the field adjusts for Surya. Mid-wicket now has moved to where an orthodox mid-wicket would be, just at the edge of that fielding circle, and this time is pushed up the offside by Surya, down for a single, coming off long off. 165 for 3 in the 14.
Yeah, I think they've just played a right game in this over, not trying to take any risk, just making sure they don't lose another wicket.
As Jacks now to Dubey, he's in bowls, and Dubey sees this one fired down the offside, and left alone, and a wide is called. That's the 6th wide of the innings, then 1 extra over out of 13.5 have been bowled already by England. That's often the pressure. There's Jacks now in again to Dubey, and Dubey this time leans and taps it on the head out towards point, takes a single, and a very good over from an England perspective comes to an end from Will Jacks. He's picked up a wicket. Yes, it went for 7 runs, but that priceless wicket of Sanju Samson gives England an opportunity now to come back into the game. And it's time for me to say good evening from here, and probably a good afternoon to Stephen Finn, who has got a smile on his face.
Well, yeah, it's not a smile for the England bowlers, is it? Man, that's, since that drop, it's been absolute carnage. Well played Sanju Samson, and well played India. They've been quite ruthless in the way that they've put England to the sword here. But England have just got to try and contain for these last 6 overs. Can they take wickets, stem the flow of runs, and can they keep India to something manageable? But at the moment, India in the absolute ascendancy. And you'll be happy, Prakash, for a change.
For a change, yes, I am feeling reasonably okay, but I know this India side, and you know me well, Finny. So Shivam Dubey, I'm not counting anything. Shivam Dubey now just marking out his guard as the field takes shape. Archer runs across to short third. There's a short backward point. Cover. And fielder just to the left of the square leg umpire. Those are the 4 fielders in the ring. Sam Curran starting a fresh over to Shivam Dubey. Left arm over the wicket. He's in, he bowls in full toss. Dubey flicks it away on the onside, and he'll get one. A bit of a fumble in the field. Not what England want. What should have been just a single turns into a comfortable brace, and that second run means India move to 169 for 3.
Yeah, Sam Curran, a little bit of pressure, the 34 from his 2.1 overs, and England need all the help they can get from everyone. Misfields, drop catches, it's a bit sloppy so far.
Curran again, someone who's done so well for England, and particularly playing in India. Bowls short, hit away in front of cover. We'll take 1 before Salt runs in from the boundary to field. 170 for 3 with 2 deliveries into the 15th over. Lights taking effect. The crowd has, I think, gone from a state of a little bit of delirious enjoyment to now being a little more circumspect, more watchful. They know their cricket. They know that the games can turn very, very quickly. And England have just restored, I think, some order as they try and come back strongly into the game. We haven't seen a boundary now for 9 deliveries, and that in another game may not be too much, but given the way the Indian innings has gone, 9 deliveries seems like a long time. As Curran gets ready to bowl now to Surya Kumar Yadav, the India skipper. Goes away from us now, he's in, he bowls close to the stumps, the moon ball. Surya's flicked it in the air, it's placed sufficiently away from the fielders in the deep. A single is all he'll get. 171 for 3.
Yeah, Curran's just going to look to mix his pace. And at this stage of the innings, hiding it outside Shivan Dubé in particular, his off stump is a very offside heavy field. Dubé's so strong at hitting towards the leg side, so trying to take his arms out the equation, throw it out towards the wide line and challenge him to hit it up and over the offside. But England will take a soft wicket here.
Bouncer, good sharp bouncer that. Dubé did go for the swing, didn't make any contact, but really surprised him with that. Came off nowhere, and that's exactly what you're talking about, Finney, isn't it? Keep the batter guessing, don't become predictable, and that's what in this over Sam Curran has achieved very well. Just 4 off it, 2 to come.
Yeah, you're not expecting that with the field that Curran has set and the way that he generally bowls at this stage of the game. The bouncer is the last ball that a batter would expect, so just going for the element of surprise there. Quite slippery too.
Curran in again, bowls to Dubé. This one's wide outside the off stump, and Umpire signals it as such. Probably expecting Curran expecting Dubé to do something a little bit extravagant there. And Shivam Dubé is content to just let the ball go through and pick up the extra run and the ball. 172 for 3, 2 to come in the 15th. We're at that stage where you get the feeling that the next 5 overs are going to be not just crucial, but they could well determine how this game goes along. If England can pick up a few wickets, they'll consider themselves in a much better position than they were a while ago. There's Curran in bowl, slower ball again. Dubé waits on it and hits it straight as an arrow. He got the power, he manufactured it. He's a strong man, Shivam Dubé, and gets 4 runs right below us in the commentary box. 176 for 3.
Yeah, savage strike from Dubé. Just checks his strike there for a second. With Curran, it looked as though he might have outfoxed him, but he holds his bat at the top of its backswing, of the backswing, for just a split second, and then opens his arms through it. And because it's wide outside off stump towards the wide line, it gives him the space to be able to hit that slower ball straight back down the ground savagely.
Curran bowls, and this time Dubé just eases it up towards Overton, coming off the long off boundary. That'll complete the 15th over. India 177 for 3. 11.8 is the current run rate. 10 coming off it. More from you, Stephen Finn, and then to describe where this India innings ends. It's going to be Henry
Thank you for this, sir.
Scrambling around
Welcome
at the moment for a breakthrough.
At the moment.
He's got the choice of 5 bats out there. The 12th has brought on a few spares for him. MS Dhoni used to be a master at that. He'd get to a certain stage of the innings and then he'd bring out the hitting bat, and that's when you knew you were in big trouble. So maybe warning signs for England here if Sky is calling for that with 5 overs to go.
Well, I remember MS Dhoni used to also have 2 bat sponsors, so he would actually switch sponsors halfway through his innings. I suppose if you're MS Dhoni, you can probably get away with that. So 177 for 3 is the score. 5 overs left. So much depends on the next 30 balls. 6 of them to be delivered by Adil Rashid. He's in now and outside the off stump and clobbered down the ground for 6. A little bit of width, and Shivam Dubé with those long levers sends the ball sailing away out into the MCA pavilion. It's 183 for 3.
Well, Dubé's going to try and hit all 6 of these balls for 6, you'd imagine. Wrist spinner on, we've got wickets in hand, hitters to come. Absolute free hit for him.
Well, Rashid is going to try over the wicket. Can he possibly cramp Dubé for room? He's in now. It's a bit quicker this time. Tucked into the leg side, pushing hard for the first. Almost runs himself off his feet. He can't get back for a second. That'll be a win for England, because it is Dubé who he sent with the leg spinner turning in towards his hitting arc. Could have been really dangerous, but 184 for 3. The required rate for England is going to be well in excess of 10. That much. How much in excess is the question. Place in the final at stake. India currently in a wonderful position. Here's Rashid, tosses it up, and that hitting bat that you mentioned yields 6. Immediately Surya Kumar Yadav on the sweep in the air into that leg side. And 6 more runs to take India to 190 for 3 midway through the 16th.
Well, it was a swipe sweep, wasn't it? Nothing conventional about it. He makes a massive stride down towards the ball and then just swipes his arms across the line and gets the elevation to carry it over that middle fielder for 6, or sorry, deep square leg fielder for 6, and some shot that from Suryakumar.
Stoney is here tonight. Boards as he watches the carnage. In comes Rashid. Oh, could be a stumping. I think it is. That is sharp work from Jos Buttler. And Suryakumar Yadav looking to repeat the trick, unable to do so. The bales light up. England come together to celebrate, well, a rare success in this innings. India 190 for 4, and the dangerous Suryakumar Yadav is out for 11.
Well, nice bowling by Adil Rashid, up above the eye line, so not quicker. The temptation for a spinner at this stage is to bowl it quicker and quicker. But he knows Suryakumar is going to keep going and keep trying to hit 6s because he has the freedom to be able to. It's actually a googly, but a slower, loopier one outside off stump. And in the attempted sweep, beats the inside edge. And but the smart work and a little step down the pitch, Suryakumar, so no chance of getting himself back into the crease, and he's got a death stare from Adil Rashid on the way off there as well. It probably sums up England's mood out there, I think, with that drop catch and a couple of misfields.
Who'll be the voices out there, Stephen, that'll be trying to boost a bit of energy and provide a little bit of solace?
Well, all of them. You don't play in a Brendan McCullum team unless you have that energy. If you're a bit of a sapper and you're feeling negative and glum about yourself and the team's opportunities, then they just won't pick you. So you'd think it would be everyone, but your Phil Salts, your Butlers, people like Sam Curran will be there, you'd imagine, rousing the troops out there, because it's still a big 4.2 overs here. If they can take wickets, you've got Axar Bethell next, haven't we? And then there's one more batter, then you're into the bowlers. So England just have to think wickets here. It's the only thing that slows the scoring rate down.
Here comes Rashid to bowl to Hardik Pandya, a dangerous man at this moment to come in, as it's patted back towards Rashid. He has 1 ball left of his spell. And Hardik Pandya, who I think is probably number 3 on the list of the replica jersey quantity. Plenty of those Hardik Pandya shirts all around us, high up in the stands at the Wankhede. Final ball for Rashid, a little bit of air, nudge to mid-wicket, and a wicket and 2 dots to conclude a spell that sees Rashid go 4 overs, 2 for 41. And he has got significant breakthrough in that over. Will make England feel a little bit happier about life, only a little bit, because they are still going to have a massive mountain to climb. 190 for 4. India have 4 overs to try and take the game so far away from England that any prospect of a place in the final would seem fanciful. We're not at that point yet, but they are going to have a steep chase. 190 for 4. Jamie Overton, tall figure below us. 4 shadows he casts from the floodlights that rise high above these steepling stands in Mumbai. Overton again. Back into the attack after 2 overs. First delivery he bowls to left-handed Dubé. Takes on the boundary because it's greeted with an ooh, and it goes gently out towards Tom Banton in the deep. 191 for 4. Aaron Donny on TMS at BBC.co.uk. It's all over. Full stop.
Succinct analysis.
The only thing I'd say is England in a World Cup 10 years ago at this ground chased about 235 against South Africa. Banged in short. Oh, that is brilliant. What a shot. Nonchalant. From Hardik Pandya, just the uppercut over the keeper's head. He didn't even turn around to follow it. 1 bounce and 4. It was arrogant. It was outrageous. And it was brilliant.
That's outrageous, isn't it? Just the most casual flick of the wrists. Overton looking to test Hardik Pandya out on the back foot, and it gets Pandya 4 runs. A beautifully timed uppercut.
Overton again, full delivery this time, patted into the onside. Hardik Pandya shows some enterprise and manufacturing a single into the leg side. 196 for 4. 10-stake 1-1-1 as well. Tony says, the only saving grace of the pitch looks like a road. Whilst I fully expect us to struggle to get it off the square, we do have a destructive batting lineup. If they fire, any total is possible. If you want to join the conversation, you're very welcome to. Dubé waits on 36. Overton with a full delivery, which is driven towards Curran, fumbles. Any prospect of a run out from cover is lost, but it is only a single. 7 from the over so far. India 197 for 4. Let me take this opportunity to remind you, listen live on BBC Sounds or with the BBC Sounds app. All you've got to do, you've got a smart speaker, is just ask it to play 5 Sports Extra. It's where we brought you, including this game, 54 matches of this World Cup so far. Banged in short, thrashed away through the offside for 4. That's a lovely shot from Hardik Pandya. And again, that languid, loose-limbed approach takes India past 200. Still with 3.1 overs to go. They may have lost their captain, Suryakumar Yadav, but it does feel like the sky's the limit. As that was whacked away through the offside. Great ball, it has to be said, from Overton. Final ball of the over. He's in now. And, slashed away. Could be 4 more, you know. Fielder running round, can't stop it. Probably not the man you'd want in Liam Dawson, having to make up ground at deep backward point. And the over yields 15. India back on course for a potential score north of 250. As Overton's 3rd over concludes with his figure standing at 0 for 36. 3 overs to come. Archer's got 1. Jacks, in theory, has got 1. Curran's got 1. You'd have thought it'll be Curran, Overton and Archer.
Yeah, that's logical, but will Harry Brook try and change the pace? Does he have complete trust in those seamers to be able to execute at this stage of the game? You would suggest that seam is going to be the way to go, but Hardik Pandya loves batting against seam at this stage of the innings. So casual but so savage as well at the same time, and India, it's been complete carnage, hasn't it? 3 overs to go, 18 balls, and they're on 205. Even a bad outcome for India here is 10 and over, and that's 235, which is going to take some chasing.
All wickets fall to spin. And Sam Curran with his seam is going to run into Dubé. It's hit in the air, into the leg side for 6. Sailing away past Overton. And Curran, so regularly a man displaying economy and control. Well, this India batting display has just been a runaway train, and England have had very few answers. 211 for 4, still with 17 balls to come.
Back of the hand, slow ball from Sam Curran, and Dubé just rocks back, waits for it. Such a powerful man. Muscles it 78 metres over the mid-wicket boundary, and first ball 6, England under pressure, even more so.
43 off 24 for Dubé. Curran bowls, topped off the pad, or attempted to be. It's an appeal for LBW from Curran, who's now having a conversation with Buttler. And we'll wait to see what the decision is from Harry Brook, who does indeed make the T symbol, which means we're going to go upstairs. 211 for 4. And Curran thinks he might have got the wicket at Dubé. It was full. It's a little leg side. It's the fact that if it did come off the pad, it's bounced square of the wicket on the leg side suggests to me that maybe the angle was heading that way, but we'll have a little look at it. Very deep in his crease. I don't think there's bat on it, but I think it's probably at best umpire's call. And England are actually now heading to their fielding positions in the manner of the side that don't necessarily quite believe in the certainty of their review, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, we'll just take a bit of pace out of the game, a bit of time, allow the bowlers and the captain to take a deep breath in these important last few overs, but yeah, this one a futile review there. I didn't mind it actually when I saw it. Dubé has stepped across his stumps. His left big toe is outside the line of off stump, so he is in front of all 3, but the left arm angle just carrying it down that leg side.
Indeed, umpire's call on impact and missing as well, so England lose that review. 211 for 4. It is, however, just the one off the delivery. 212 for 4. As we see Jofra Archer moving across from where he'd been fielding at fine leg. England have men in the deep, but deep backward square leg, deep mid-wicket, long off. Long on, long off, and deep cover. Here comes Curran, bowling to the right hand of Pandya, who gets a full delivery onto his toes. Oh, could be a run out. The throw hits, and it does. Dubé's gone. Run out. Brilliant work. I'm sure he's gone here. And indeed, he's having a conversation of a not particularly joyous nature with Hardik Pandya, who raises his hand in apology. That was a really good throw. I think it was Harry Brook. And yeah, the finger goes up. And Brook has run out Shivam Dubé for 43. Probably 1.5 stumps away, Matt. He's absolutely demolished them.
Yeah, good fielding. Not quite making amends for that drop earlier, but certainly with Dubé motoring 43 from 25. He had, up until that point, could have caused some real damage, and he's been sold up the river completely by Hardik Pandya. Such a lack of communication there between the two of them leads to Dubé's downfall. Run out by a considerable distance there, lurching back for the crease at the non-striker's end, and now the weight of these final few overs falls onto Hardik Pandya. I wonder who's coming, whether it's Tilak or whether it's Axar.
It is.
Yeah,
Tilak Varma comes to the middle. I mean, they've moved things around in their lineup, so they do have the options to
mix it up and find ways of inflicting more punishment on England, but they are chipping away. It seems an odd thing to say when India are 212 for 5 midway through the 18th over. As I said to you earlier, Stephen, I've never seen a pitch roll as much as the one yesterday.
Well, Gautam Gambhir, I've seen pictures of him in a lot of conversations with the groundsman, and maybe his message was to roll the life out of it, but he's produced a belter. We've seen no lateral movement at all, really.
Here comes Curran to bowl to Hardik Pandya. This has gone slicing up in the air, down the ground. Could be another one. This, no, not quite. Banton could do nothing more than the desperate dive forward. It was almost a brilliant catch, but he could not have done any more. 213 for 5 as a singles taken. Hardik Pandya dropped his bat, having played that shot, rotating his hand. And went so high. Banton running forward. Yeah, it would have been a stunner.
It would have been a stunner. He's got his hands to it, about a foot off the ground though. Tom Banton, I think, will end up being disappointed that he's dropped that.
Do you think?
Yeah, I think so. The thing that's put him off is it's on the advertising behind the bowler's arm, which can just affect your eyesight as you're going towards it.
Curran to bowl to Tilak Varma, the left-hander. To the onside, pushes hard for 1, turning for a second, roared on by the crowd. Throw comes in, could be trouble. I think Buttler has whipped the bails up before the ball got there. Varma's dive, which produces a cloud of red dust, is greeted with applause from a spectator in an India shirt to my right, who is very happy with life. Well, he might be, it has to be said. 215 for 5. The over has gone for 10, but it's too bad.
Well, especially 6 off the first ball. 6 off the first ball as well, wasn't it?
.215 for 5. Phil Salt and Jos Buttler will be opening the batting for England, knowing they've got to go some. I mean, at least you're not thinking about net run rate, you're not thinking about all of those calculations of just having to hang around. All you can think if you're England is, we got to go for this. There's no choice.
No, and it frees you up, and they've got that long batting lineup. They've packed their batting lineup for these kinds of situations. Overton at 8, Liam Dawson at 9, Archer can whack the ball batting at 10. So, yeah, England would have preferred not to be chasing this many runs, clearly, but it does look like an absolute belter of a pitch. Clearly, Jasprit Bumrah is going to have a huge say in proceedings. It doesn't seem to matter whether he's bowling on the M1 or wherever, he is always world class. But if England can get the better of him and put the Indian bowlers under pressure, that long batting lineup will give them hope, but they're going to need a lot to go their way for them to chase these runs down.
Well,
Tilak Varma's receiving some medical care, that's why we're having a little bit of a delay at the moment. What we've missed is England winning the toss way back when, electing to bowl first. Suryakumar Yadav, the India captain, said he would have had a bat, runs on the board in a semi-final. Sanju Samson and Abhishek Sharma opened the batting. Sharma fell for just 9, with the score at 20 for 1. The following over, Sanju Samson put down really badly, I'm afraid, by Harry Brook on 15. Looping catch towards mid-on, 99 times out of 100, you take the catch almost without thinking. He went on to make a blitzing 89 off 42. And India have piled on the runs and indeed the misery since then in the main. England have had odd moments. 215 for 5. Sam Curran with the final ball of his spell. He's bowled 3.5 overs, none for 51. Down the leg side. And wide is signal. The crowd like it. It was an attempted slower ball, bouncer, and he just got in a bit of a tangle. So 216 for 5. Extras column. This sees 8 wides, which is, you know, when you're going at the sort of rate that England have been seeing the ball go to all parts, you're bowling more than another over, Steve, and that is punishment.
It is, but
16 for 5. In comes Curran, and is a moon ball of the most preposterous slowness, but it's only a single into the onside. So 12 from the over. Curran finishes 4 overs, none for 53. It's 217 for 5.
Yeah, the thing I'd say about the wides that England have conceded today, I think there was one down the leg side maybe, which is ill-discipline, which can happen, but generally they've been bowling to a plan. So looking to hit the wide line, and those wides have just been beyond the wide line whilst trying to bowl to an offside field, or they've been from bouncers that have been slammed in where you want the bouncer to be on the badge, and sometimes you risk in having that intent of it taking it over the batter's head. So yeah, on the scorecard, the 6 wides, and you add an extra over, it feels like a big swing in momentum. But if you're doing it with the intention of nailing a skill that's going to be close to the mark, then I don't mind it as much as ill-discipline.
217 for 5. 2 overs remain in this quite brilliant India innings. Jofra Archer has bowled 3 overs, none for 41. Tilak, the left-hander, waits and goes hard at that for 6. Smashed away over long on. It's a monstrous blow, it really is. What a way to start the over. Huge hit down the ground.
Well, and the way India have set this innings up, the start that they've got, means that the batters just keep on coming, and Kishan coming in at number 7 is quite ridiculous really anyway. But the situation dictates, and Jofra Archer looking for a Yorker, I think, but it ends up being in the slot, and Tilak just stands there and wallops it up over long on. 87 metres, so a good big blow, and that's Archer under pressure, very first ball.
2-2-3 for 5. 11 balls left to try. Possibly even get over 150. 250, 150.
150, England would have bit your hand off for that.
Tilak 9 from 3. Archer's going to come round the wicket. He comes in now, cruising in. That's well bowled. Goes whistling over the top of leg stump. He's tossed the ball back by Jos Buttler. Good recovery and come back from Archer.
Yeah, still of a length that could have gone. Had Tilak hit that, that would have gone for 6. So Archer maybe just wants to try and get it up in the block hole, but a lot easier said than done. And that's the perfect delivery in this situation.
Archer again. Runs in round the wicket. Giving himself some room. Slicing the ball in the air. Oh, it's a remarkable shot for 6. That's extraordinary. No balance. Seemingly no power, and Archer can only smile, raise his eyebrows and turn on his heel as the ball went skewing away over backward point. It seemed implausible it could go that distance, but it just kept on going 70 metres and into the crowd.
It's just sliced it for 6. So Jofra Archer, in looking for the block hole, has offered a low full toss, and it's just a a slice, and if you're making a fast bowler at this stage when they've gone round the park, smile after being hit for 6, it's some shot.
Archer again. Pulled away into the leg side, could be 6 more, it is. It goes over the fielder at fine leg, and Archer is getting the treatment here. He's bowled 3.4 overs, none for 59.
Yeah, and it's the ball before that spooked Archer there. He'd been hit for 6 after feeling what he would have thought was the perfect Yorker. And that's what these amazing batters can do now. It makes you scared of going for that Yorker again, so he goes for an off-cutter into the pitch, but it just skids on this brilliant surface, and Tilak can help it off his right hip all the way for 6 over long leg, and this is looking ugly for England now.
Archer with 2 balls to come, 3 sixes in the over so far, and that is wide. And a very vociferous crowd to my right, all dancing, all singing, and potentially all night long as well. 2, 3, 6 for 5.
Well, it's some game to win for England from here, isn't it? There'll be absolute silence around Mumbai if England do manage to win this.
How many are they going to be chasing? It's going to be an awful lot. We know that. Here comes Archer. Full delivery, bowls him. Well, Archer will run around, pick up the ball, and Tilak's 7 balls stay, yielding 21 runs. He's done his job. And Archer gets the wicket that he was looking for, and should have had early on in his spell when Samson was dropped on 15, but he does at least get the wicket of Tilak Varma, and India 2, 3, 6 for 6 with 7 balls left in the innings.
You know, he looks disappointed there, Tilak, but it's a good ball from Jofra Archer. Goes for the Yorker again, a cross-seam delivery, so not looking to get it to swing, and that means you can be more in control of the line and the length that you're going to bowl. Therefore, angles straight in towards the base of middle stump, takes a little inside edge from the bat of Tilak and cannons into middle stump, but a very good innings, 21 from 7. It's one of those ones where it doesn't do much for your average, and you look back on your career stats and you think, oh, 21, but within the context of 7 balls is a fantastic innings, and India just that power deep down telling again.
2, 3, 6 for 6. Archer with 1 ball remaining, and Axar Patel comes to the middle. Here is Archer, full delivery, that's well bowled, and there will be a single taken. He skips through, literally skips through, does Hardik Pandya, as if he's in the playground. 2, 3, 7 for 6. Archer finishes 4 overs, 1 for 61. Highest total ever chased down. No doubt being looked up and assessed and worked out, but amazing things have happened. Let's not forget that South Africa, that long ago, incredible chase against West Indies at Centurion. Last 3 years or so, it was a target of 259. They chased that down with 7 balls remaining. So, strange things can happen. Will Jacks is going to bowl the final over, Finney.
Yeah, it's a surprise. I'll be honest, it's a surprise.
Jacks around the wicket. Sliced into the offside, out towards the deep. It's only 1, and Hardik Pandya will be on strike. And the crowd are up, they're sensing there are runs to be hit. India 12 away from the magical 250.
Well, good, sensible batting that from Axar. It would have been easy for him to have a big hoy across the line, but recognising the right-hander, it would be far easier to hit the off-spinner if you're a right-hander. Hardik's up.
2, 3, 8 for 6. Waits does Hardik Pandya.
Unprecedented line we review on the which ending bro beyond the third good ending. Now the good ending bro போட்டேன். Comment la யாரோ சொன்னாங்க ரிலீஸ் பண்ணுங்க.
Away it goes, sailing into the sky and sailing into the crowd.
எல்லா celebrities இருக்காங்க பாருங்க.
This was always a dangerous move, anyone would have been a dangerous move, you sense, the way that this innings has gone. But Hardik Pandya saw it pitched up right in the slot and said, are you really going to feed me that and expect me not to do exactly that with it? Quicker this time, driven into the offside. The lesser spotted dot. Pandya says to Axar, well, I could have given you the strike, but frankly, I'm more likely to be able to do damage with the final 3 balls. Here comes Will Jack, bleached blonde hair. Hardik Pandya goes hard, slapping the ball back over the bowler, smashing into the side screen, and there is 250. Delirium in Mumbai. Everything this crowd dreamed of when they arrived at this ground. Runs aplenty. Superstars performing. And India looking, at this point, destined for a place in the World Cup final. Just listen to the noise of Mumbai. No wonder Surya Kumar Yadav's got a great big smile on his face as he showed on the big screen. Why wouldn't he? Hardik Pandya, 26 off 11. Will Jacks has just had a conversation with Jos Buttler. Jacks in once again. Bad piece of bowling. Turn for a second. Throw comes in. Could be a run out. Throw, I think, has hit. And whether that is enough to yield a run out, I don't know. England are reacting as if they think that it might be. And if that's the case, it is 1 run saved and the dangerous Hardik Pandya. I think that decision has been made. He's done a fabulous job as Hardik. 27 off 12 balls. Good throw in from the leg side. They pushed hard for the second. Throw comes in. And it went into the gloves of Buttler in time for him to do the rest. 2-5 run for 7.
Fantastic innings from Hardik Pandya. Just power, calmness, good decision making. Trying to come back for 2 there, rightly so, to make sure that he's on strike for the last delivery. Far easier for the right-handers to hit at this stage. 27 from 12. Couple of 6s, 3 4s, and the danger that England had in not taking those early wickets meant that people come in and play the cameos as they have done, where they're so dangerous and where they're under that much pressure. So India having it all their own way so far. One delivery to go.
Well, India scored 247 for 9 against England just over a year ago at this ground, and then bowled them out for 97 to win by 150 runs. That day it was Abhishek Sharma's 135 off just 54 balls. Going to be chasing even more today.
Funky sir and hi bro, I'm back. Hi bro, welcome bro.
Comes to the middle and
correct on a break or
bowling at Curran Interview at some point in this innings, and we've done a decent enough job. However, there's more to the story
first
than
innings
that.
correct.
In comes Will Jack's final ball of the innings is everything they touch turns to gold. It's not quite going to run down to the boundary at fine leg, but an inside edge almost does yield what would have been 19-4 of the innings to go alongside the 19 sixes. In the end, they scrambled through for a couple, and India reached 253 for 7. England will require 254 to reach the World Cup final, and Stephen Finn, it is going to be one of the all-time English sporting performances if they get there.
Yes, absolutely, and that might even be an understatement. It might need to be the greatest English sporting comeback ever. Winning the toss, bowling first, and so they chose to do this. They chose to try and restrict India. India wanted to bat first, according to Surya Kumar Yadav, and this looks like an absolute belter of a pitch, and the turning point clearly was the drop, the Harry Brooks drop inside those first couple of overs of Sanju Samson, who then went on to put England to the sword. If he gets out soon after, then England can take a deep breath and be calm, but with every run and every boundary that Samson hit after that drop, you could just see some wind being sucked out of the English sails, and because of that drop catch and a couple of sloppy bits of misfielding, it meant that the Indian batters through the lower mid-order could come in and just play powerful cameos with the freedom and the licence to be able to do so whilst England was still chasing their tail. So the perfect sequence of events for India in the first half of the game, and England wanted exactly the same on the other foot to happen in the second half of the game.
Everything's going to have to go right for England in a way that it felt like it did for India, really. Had they taken that second wicket early on in the innings, Samson on 15, goes on to make 89. It's a different game, of course it is. Harry Brook will know that. England have the batting capability to chase down big scores, of course they do. But as some music blares around saying this is our year to a crowd that have enjoyed every moment of that pretty much, you do sense that India will be feeling exactly that sentiment. We're going to get some reaction shortly to the carnage that we've seen. 89 from Samson, 39 from Kishan off just 18 balls. Shivam Dubey 43 off 25. Hardik 27 off 12. Only in the first 6 overs, the power play, did India go at a run rate below 2 runs a ball. It was just carnage, absolute mayhem. Interestingly, we are seeing the super sopper running up and down, suggesting that there might be a little bit of moisture on the outfield, but it doesn't feel like at this stage that will necessarily be enough to help England adequately. But you never know. Hardik, Pandya, Bumrah and co. Here comes Kishan reaction.
You came in with the loss of an early wicket. What was the chat with Sanju after?
Oh, I think when I went in, Sanju got a few boundaries, and the way he batted, it was, the pitch looked pretty flat, and at the same time I knew we need a good total on board. So, the most important part was I feel we had to get the momentum going to, try and get as much as runs on the board. And I think he batted in a manner where, I was not supposed to do much, just play good cricketing shots. And especially the partnerships, when you get on third wicket partnership is big. The other team is down, but at the same time I feel it's a very good wicket and we have to bowl in a very good manner today.
A wonderful platform set, and you've got batting that runs deep. It almost gave the team the opportunity to play the fearless brand of cricket you've become known for.
I think, everyone, the plan was clear, if the big ball is there, just go for it. We don't have to care about the result much, because at the same time, when you play in these special matches, you have to believe in your strength, and we did the same thing. I think runs are there, but now it's time for us to bowl in a beautiful manner and just try to execute whatever we plan in bowling.
You've got a great 12th man in the crowd here at Wankhede, a sea of blue. They are cheering you on. What would it mean for you and Team India to get into a final?
100%. I think each and every player would agree to this, that we get a lot of confidence when you have the crowd cheering for you. But at the same time, I feel the match is not over yet. We need all the support from the supporters, and we'll try to give up our best.
Well, that's it, and enjoy the rest of the game.
Thank you so much.
Thoughts there, Kishan, who scored 39 off 18. In terms of England's bowling figures, well, they don't make particularly pretty reading, has to be said. Sam Curran, 4 overs, none for 53. Will Jacks, 4 overs, 2 for 40. Liam Dawson, 1 over, none for 19. Jamie Overton, 3 overs, none for 36. Jofra Archer, 4 overs, 1 for 61. And he's now conceded over 45 runs on 4 occasions for England. 3 of them have been at this ground, so not a particularly happy hunting ground for him. And then Adil Rashid, 4 overs, 2 for 41. 37 boundaries in the innings, the most in any innings of this tournament, and the second most in the history of all T20 World Cup matches, falling just short of 41 that Sri Lanka whacked against Kenya in 2007. Abhishek Janjanwala, we've seen plenty of T20 cricket in India together. I can't remember a game like that.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't remember a game like that. From the moment India started their batting, apart from a couple of blips with that, we keep going back to that drop chance, but in a game like this, we have seen how important that could be and where that score can reach. 250, Sanju Samson gets out at that point. Things could have turned out very differently for England, but It is what it is. You sometimes do drop catches. No one means to drop them, but it just happens sometimes. But boy, it's going to be a tough ask. It's going to be a challenging ask.
We've seen some incredible things in T20 cricket. Chasers that have had no right to be anything close to successful, that have been chased down. Realistically, do England have a chance?
I think 100%. I think if anywhere you have a chance is in Wankhede. Given the surface, the way it has played, there's hardly any spin. The ball's coming onto the bat quite nicely, but it all depends. When you're chasing 250, what sort of a mindset do you go with? Because you often push far too much impetus in the first 6 overs. We need to get to 90, we need to get to 100 to chase 250 down. And that's where England, I think, got to be a bit smart, have that self-belief that even if we get 70, 80 without losing too many wickets, we can play the catch-up on this surface. 6 hitting on this ground is one of the easiest in India. And we have seen that when India batted. And they have all the firepower. They bat deep, they bat till 9, 10. So if England believes in themselves and don't panic too much in the first 6 overs, I think I wouldn't say it's going to be easy, but it's definitely gettable.
So what, realistically, are the conversations that are taking place in that England dressing room right now? What are the conversations in the India dressing room?
I think from India's point of view, if they can have a good start, they can pick a couple of wickets in the first 6 and not let them fly off, score 70, 80. I think India would feel they're in complete control, because suddenly you see that run rate going around 15. And for any side to chase 15 runs for the next 13, 14, 15 overs is always a tall ask. So from India's point of view, they will want that run rate to go up 15 as soon as they can. But as I said, from England's perspective, it's important that they start well without losing too many wickets.
Well, they need to go at 12.7 and over, which once upon a time would have seemed frankly ludicrous. But it feels pretty ludicrous now, to be honest. But they're going to have to give it a real go, and they need Jos Buttler to fire, because he's not scored a boundary in 5 innings. And if he could find some form tonight, I think England would be of the mind that it was rather good timing, because he has not been looking himself. And with play resuming a couple of minutes from now, with England chasing 254, it would be a very good moment to find a little bit of that form. Phil Salt, somebody that could have that sort of day. Do you think England got it wrong at the toss?
I wouldn't say they got it wrong. We've seen that so often in T20 cricket. The team always back themselves to go out there and chase. And when they must have won the toss, they would have thought to restrict India to around 170, 180 on this surface. And you would fancy your chances if you were chasing 170, 180 on that very good pitch. But no one expects the opponent to go out there and score 250 when they choose to field first. But India, you got to give them a lot of credit. The way they batted, the intent. And also Samson, we spoke about this, Henry, that he didn't even look like that he's taking any chances. He didn't even look like that he's looking to score those runs that quickly, and still gets 89 of 42, striking over 200.
Yeah, and that was the thing, wasn't it? It just looked easy. It at no point looked like an innings that had a lack of control or a lack of discipline.
Yeah.
There was the one moment dropped on 15 by Harry Brook, a moment that will haunt him. There have been England captains in years gone by that have put down chances with, you never know. You're thinking about the prospect of what's to come, your next over in terms of bowling changes, your plans, all of those things. But it's a catch you would have taken hundreds and thousands of times in training with absolute ease and without a second thought. But on this night, of all nights, he put down the chance. And Samson went to score a further 74 runs in double quick time. So, England 254 to chase down. Abhishek Janjanwala, we have seen some things in our time, but it is going to be one of the most spectacular run chases of all time if they can do it. The two umpires, who must have rather sore shoulders, having raised their arms high above their heads so many times during that innings, 19 sixes. Well, England will be hoping there's plenty more of that as they make their way to the middle. Umpires Gaffney and Palika. And our opening partnership for this second innings, with England's openers now just punching gloves at the far end of the ground and running onto the outfield, will be you, Abhishek. And you're going to be joined by Prakash Makanka. And I'm going to ask you this question, Abhishek Janwanwala. What is, I don't know what actual win predictor is, what percentage chance do you give England
Here's
I would say 10 to 15% from here on. Yeah. They will be under immense pressure. I mean, this has never been done. Chasing 254 in a World Cup semi-final is unheard of. But if they get anywhere close, we will be thoroughly entertained, Prakash, if they get anywhere close to that target.
Oh, absolutely. And look, I mean, to be honest, Abhishek, you've played cricket at a level that I never have, but we've watched enough cricket around the world. You're right, it's never been done before. But that is why records are meant to be broken, isn't it? I mean, the two men out there, for a moment, just look at what Phil Salt and Jos Buttler are capable of. If they get England off to something like a real flyer, and both of them are capable, there's no question about it. This pitch, from what evidence we've seen so far, is full of runs. It's going to be a question of can they hold their nerve? Can England string together enough of those blistering partnerships with somebody just playing that anchor that I think Samson played for India, and everyone bats around them. They've got enough and more talent in this team. Yes, if India were to break through early, I think it will make it that much harder.
Yeah, I think they need somebody to bat a bit like Sanju Samson, without taking unnecessary risk or without taking any risk, but still scoring at a strike rate of close to 200. And that's going to be the biggest challenge, because we've seen what England can do. They've got destructive players who can come out there and, you know, score runs very quickly, but can they do it for a long period? Because that's what you're required in this game, to score those runs for a long period, not just in short bursts. So that is going to be the biggest challenge for England. But again, if they can start well, they can get 70-80 in the first 6 without losing too many. I think the platform will be there for them to try and get that.
Well, we are on our way to finding the answer to that question. There's a slip in place, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and the two men on the boundary are at deep square. And third is Arshdeep with the first ball. Worked away on the onside. This will run away for 4. Yes, it does. And that's just the kind of start England would have wanted. 4 runs of the first ball down to fine leg. And that will set them on their way to doing something that's never been done in T20 internationals, more so in a World Cup semi-final. But faith, confidence, and Stephen Finn is also all set now to walk us through how this innings plays out, and we'll see how Buttler and Salt get along. Arshdeep gets ready to go in now to bowl to Phil Salt. He's in, left arm over the wicket, he bowls. And Salt gets a little bit tucked up, dribbles out the ball, does, towards where a very short fine leg might have been. Samson from behind the wickets does the fielding, and it's 5 without loss, and Jos Buttler now on strike. What a time it will be for Jos Buttler to get into some form, eh, Finney?
Well, it would be some time to do it, and in Jos we trust. He's England's greatest ever white ball player. Great opportunity to just free himself and chase down these runs. Great memories of Mumbai, IPL winner for the Mumbai Indians, so a good time to do it.
Yep, I was about to say, knows this ground, loves this ground. Here's Arshdeep, long run up, bowls, and Butler's launched it, and he's cleared now, just 1 bounce. Wasn't too far from going for 6, but that has quietened this crowd, which was jumping for joy. And this remains a little bit of a regret for me at a personal level, Finney. Yes, I'm sure in their hearts this audience would be appreciating that shot. Okay, I understand that you want to support the home side, but for me personally, I think you've got to acknowledge and applaud players out in the middle for doing something remarkable, and that was a remarkable shot, make no mistake.
Fantastic shot, and the kind of shot that off the middle of the bat can just make you feel so much better about yourself.
Indeed, and I think what it does also, doesn't it, is it frees up the mind. You know you've got to go at 12 and over or more. Arshdeep in again, bowls, and this one coming back just from back of a length, and Buttler struck on the pad. There'll be no damage, but no run either. Arshdeep fields. I think it helps the batter, doesn't it, in some ways, Finney, particularly batters of this caliber. You know exactly what you need to do, and there isn't much time to think about it.
Well, exactly, and that not time to think about it actually is the key thing. England need a flyer in this power play. There's absolutely no doubt about it. They need an 80, 90 run power play, something like that here. And you don't get that by playing yourself in.
Now, Buttler waits again. Hardik tries again, close to the stumps. Bowles looks for the Yorker, and Buttler's clipped it away just in time, but very efficiently down to fine leg for 4. So England are, at least at the moment, just with the kind of start they would have wanted. 3 boundaries and a single has taken them to 13 with 1 ball of the first over to be bowled. The pressure on Arshdeep Singh and Suryakumar Yadav and the rest of the Indian team, they'll know this. They know this England batting lineup. They know their capabilities. They know it's a small ground, and they've played on a strip which is full of runs. And they will know that the danger is if they let England get off to the kind of start that you just mentioned, Finney, there could be a surprising result. Here's Hardik in again. Bowls to Buttler, who this time just defends. He might have thought about cracking it through the offside, then changed his mind and dabbed it away, not for any runs. So 13 runs in the first over, and Hardik Pandya has grabbed the ball almost off the turf. He obviously knew he was going to bowl the second over. He is a character, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a character, and he's the kind of player who loves these situations. I mean, there's not many bowlers that don't like these situations with 254 runs needed to be chased down, but World Cup semi-finals, the pressure, the way he looked so calm when he was batting, and he'll be looking to do the same here with the ball in hand, but Sultan Buttler can put him under pressure. 13 for none. England are up with the rate. Good start, good signs.
Very good start indeed, and the slip in place. But like you said, Finney, or Abhishek also said earlier, to do it all the way through the 20 overs. That, I think, is the question. Short third, man at the third boundary as well, as Pandya runs in from the Girwari Pavilion and in to bowl to Salt. He's in, he bowled, and Salt's gone up in the air. This one steepling at point. Fielder underneath it, takes the catch. That is Axar Patel, I think. And Salt has to make the long walk back, and Hardik Pandya has struck. India pick up an early wicket, 13 for 1 England.
Yeah, Salt just looking to hit against the shape of the ball there. So Pandya angles it in towards off, but then it moves and swings away from the right-handed Phil Salt. And in the way that he snaps his wrist across the line of the ball so efficiently and so effectively when it comes out the middle of the bat, when the ball moves away, it just leaves you susceptible to getting a leading edge into the offside, and that's exactly what's happened here. Looking to thrash across it, and just offers a very simple chance. Axar settles underneath it. He had some time to think about that, but it was a bit of it was a dolly. It wasn't a bit of a dolly, it was an absolute dolly. Snaffles it, and England lose their first.
Yes, and Axar Patel would have had a lot of time to think, and he would have had several million pairs of virtual and real eyes on him. But he keeps his cool, as you said, and snaffles it. To join Buttler now is the England captain, who will certainly not be wanting to think about what happened when Sanju Samson was on 15. He will want to think about the kind of innings he played against Pakistan. He'll be thinking about all the other brilliant white ball innings that he's played, and we all know his capability. But England's hopes, one gets the feeling, will be driven by this partnership right here, Buttler and Brook. The DJ has gotten to his work. There's thumping music. We'll talk about that as well somewhere in the course of this broadcast if we get the chance, Finney, as Buttler takes his brother Brook, I beg your pardon, takes his time, settles over his bat, and Pandya is in again from the far end. Bat raised. Brook waits, down the wicket he comes, realizes he's not there, and just taps it away on the offside for a single. Made the adjustment. He was ready. He was looking to hit this back into the team hotel at in front of the gateway, and then realized that he wasn't quite there and checked his stroke. Sensible. 14 for 1.
Yeah, an in-swinger from Pandya, so he's making this ball talk at the moment. We talk about these white balls not swinging for that long. Pandya's made those two deliveries swing, one away from Phil Salt and then that one into Harry Brook, who's advancing down the pitch looking for width.
Buttler now. First strike to Hardik Pandya. 4 men, I beg your pardon, along with the slips, makes it 5 on the offside, 2 in the ring on the onside, and the 2 deep fielders mirroring each other almost at deep point and deep backward square. Yes, Pandya in again, bowls, and he beats him with an absolute jaffer. What a delivery that was, and where did that come from? Back of a length, hint of movement, and Buttler is all at sea, goes through into the gloves of Samson.
That's an absolute ripper. That wouldn't be out of place, second or third over of a test match. Angled in towards off, perfect seam presentation. Buttler plays the line, and the lift and bounce takes it through to the wicket keeper. The only thing missing from an Indian perspective was an outside edge there.
I opened him up, didn't he? Squared him up completely. What a terrific delivery. And Jos Buttler once again now leans over his bat and waits for Pandya. Pandya is in, bowls, and Buttler pushes on the offside. Won't get a run to short extra, where it's fielded by Suryakumar Yadav. The ever-expressive, flamboyant Hardik Pandya has a way about himself. And I remember in his younger days when he came out first, started talking about, I want to play cricket the West Indian way, he said. I want to be expressive in everything I do.
Certainly expressive.
He certainly has. Yes, you can say that again with a capital E. Buttler waits, crowd expectant, he turns, does Pandya. Blonde mop of hair, comes in to bowl. He's in, he bowls. Buttler has a swish and a miss. And fortunately for Buttler and for England, that didn't take a thin edge. If it had taken a thick one, I dare say it might have been flying towards us at third. But no contact with the bat, and score remains at 14. Now 3 dot balls, 1 run and a wicket. A dream start to the first over for Hardik Pandya, given what we've seen, Finney.
Yeah, fantastic. And exactly what his team would have wanted. Get rid of one of the danger men. Phil Salt can be so destructive. And he's making this ball move quite considerably both ways.
Last ball of the over from Hardik Pandya is in, he bowls, and this time Buttler's looking to play the ramp. He's hit him on the body. Pandya, I think, saw him, made the adjustment. Let's hope he's not taken any sort of injury. No, it doesn't look. It looks fine. There'll be a leg bye taken, but the end of a very good over if you're an Indian supporter. Not quite if you're supporting England. England 15 for 1 after 2. That was a terrific over.
Yeah, brilliant over, and it's the movement that he's got through the air that has caused so many problems. The England bowlers looking to bowl scrambled seam and weren't finding that lateral movement in the first couple of overs, whereas Pandya presents the seam both for in-swing and out-swing, and has great control and reading of the game to know which way to try and swing it under each circumstance. So excellent over from Hardik Pandya, and England already, if they weren't enough, under significant pressure.
Indeed, but they'll fancy their chances. I think Arshdeep has in the past had this tendency to sort of, well, I don't want to use the word crack, but feel the pressure, and often has come up short. How is he going to respond after an expensive first over? He's in, down the wicket, and swing and a miss again from Jos Buttler. Lost his shape, his head was in the air. Not quite what you associate with an informed Jos Buttler, but you know he's been struggling a little bit, trying to hit himself out into form.
Yeah, and Arshdeep using the away swinger to Buttler, and that movement again through the air just means it's not as easy for batters to stand there and just swing through the line. So good skillful bowling so far from India. And Buttler just desperate to find the middle of the bat.
Here's Arshdeep again. Angular run up to the stumps. He's really bowls. Buttler makes an initial movement and has a lovely Yorker, but it's been played very well because Buttler got beside it, I think, and just drove it up the ground with the full face. Didn't quite time it, but he placed it so well that it came straight as a die behind the bowler for 4 runs. England up to 19 now for 1.
Just right off the toe end of the bat, wasn't it? And Arshdeep, it was a nice ball, in swinging Yorker, right on the money, and yeah, Jos Buttler somehow toes it for 4 down the ground, and again just a sign that maybe Buttler, when he hits it, when he's not swinging and missing, that he's just finding that timing. He needs to find it quickly.
Arshdeep in again, 2 Buttler bowls, and this time Buttler's swinging towards mid-wicket, not getting any timing on it. Intelligently bowled as well by Arshdeep, and that was straight to Kishan. No, Tilak Verma, I beg your pardon, who is at mid-wicket, and there is no run. It remains 19 for 1. Buttler now waits. One hand on the hip, there is slip still in place. That's Abhishek Sharma. Bumrah is at short third. Varun Chakravarti at the edge of the circle at cover. Suryakumar at Extra cover, and mid-off is Hardik Pandya. Arshdeep running away from us, left arm over the wicket, into Buttler. He's in, he bowls, and Buttler has an ugly hike. This was wide outside the off stump. He was looking to fetch it and tonk it into the mid-wicket stand to our right. Made no contact at all. It remains 19 for 1.
Yeah, Arshdeep looking to bowl the away swinger. Buttler clearly just looking to hit towards the leg side, because Arshdeep can swing that ball back in, but the only ball that he's been hit for 4 actually was the attempted in-swinger. All the others have been pushed across the right-handed Buttler. It means that it's out of that swinging arc where Butler's trying to hit towards the leg side. So good intelligent bowling.
Prompted a change in the field.
Just wants to watch the ball that bit longer.
Arshdeep in, bowls, and Butler's now eased it over the infield. Surya Kumar was after it, and he is after it, but he'll get it, rein it in. It won't be 4, but what Buttler did was chipped it onto the green, as it were. So comfortably cleared the extra cover fielder and helped himself to 2 runs. Much more controlled stroke that, 21 for 1.
Yeah, he kept his shape, didn't he, there? And even though he didn't time it perfectly, in keeping it his shape and watching the ball for longer, it's got more chance of making connection with it. So far better.
Indeed. That looks like Mumbai traffic on the offside. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 men in the ring on the offside. 3 men, 2 men out in the deep on the on, and then the solitary figure at mid-wicket, driven straight past the bowler. 4 more. This was better timed. Again, not all of it, but well enough to race away for 4 runs. So Buttler gets 2 boundaries in the over. 10 runs coming off that Arshdeep over. England now 25 for 1. And Buttler might be just about beginning, Finney, you think, to realise that if he holds his shape and plays what he's capable of, there are runs to be had here.
Yeah, agreed. It's such a belter of a surface that as that swing dissipates, and you anticipate it will, given the fact that it's T20 cricket and it doesn't swing for a long period of time, you can then trust the line of the ball that you're seeing. So the more the balls hit for boundaries, the more balls hit into the outfield where we think there's a little bit of dew down there. That's going to negate the swing, and as Buttler comes through that period where he's been swinging and missing, he's starting to find the middle of the bat a bit better.
Right then, over number 4, Hardik Pandya to the England captain, Harry Brook, who's only faced the 1 delivery and is now waiting for Hardik Pandya to come in and bowl from the Girvari Pavilion, the far end of the ground from where we're broadcasting. Makes some room, does Brook. Doesn't time it well enough that you would like. They're going to go back for the second. Now they changed their mind just as well, because Tilak Verma was fairly electric there. Got there quickly, threw the ball in on the bounce. Sensible call, 26 for 1.
Yeah, the last thing England need here is a run out. You don't need a reckless run out. Not of one of these two either, especially Brook, given the form he's in.
Absolutely. Brook's got to settle in for a what potentially he'll want to believe could be the kind of innings that records will be written around. At the moment, he's leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end, and Buttler takes strike with 2 men in the ring on the onside and 5 on the off. Here's Hardik Pandya in again, bowls to Buttler, and Buttler swings, gets the inside bottom part of the bat. It skews away towards straightish mid-wicket. They'll take 1, and that's all they'll get. 27 for 1 now in the 4th over. India hitting 18 4s and 19 6s. That was some exhibition of batting. And just a quick word, Finney, on did you think England bowled as badly, or was it just some inspired batting?
I think it was a combination of the situation, the drop catch, momentum. It was a bit of everything, to be honest. I didn't watch it and think England bowled awfully, but I also didn't watch it and think they bowled amazingly. It was a lot of factors put into the melting pot. The significant moment was that drop catch.
In comes Pandya now to Brook, who once again pulls away on the onside and lofts it over mid-wicket. He dropped it short, did Pandya, and he helped himself to 4 runs to mid-wicket. The England captain, 31 for 1 now. We're in the 4th over. England's opening partnership in this competition so far has yielded just 12 runs on average in this competition, in this World Cup. Only Oman, who've got an average of 10, saw a lower opening average stand. That is part of the problem that England have had, but up to now, up to this game, England have found a way. Can they do it again? That is going to be the challenge. It's a tough ask, no doubt, as Brook, fresh from a boundary in the previous delivery, waits now for Pandya, makes room, and Pandya follows him a little bit, played out towards mid-on, and is fielded by Shivam Dubey. 31 for 1.
Well, the opening partnership for England in the build-up to the tournament was one of their strengths, and you thought it would be one of their bankers, of one of the facets of their game that they could absolutely guarantee that it was going to work, and or that it was going to come off at the very least a couple of times in the tournament, and it just hasn't. It's been really disappointing.
Yes, it's one of those things, isn't it? How important a good start is, whether with bat or with ball, can never be overemphasized in a game of cricket, and least of all in this form where you just have to keep going if you are to put big totals or chase them. This one's flogged on the offside, but straight to Tilak Verma, who's on the point boundary, and there'll be one to be had. 32 now for 1. And Hardik Pandya is about to finish his second over. The flags that were vigorously flying opposite us, just a little gentle breeze right now, so it has become a little bit less windy, and that could indicate that we might see some dew, which could still play a very important factor if it does come down. Suryakumar Yadav at the toss suggesting that that won't be an issue because of the wind. Here's Pandya bowls, and Buttler's lofted this one. He's got enough on it this time. Is it going to go all the way? Yes, it does, and that will be a 6. And that'll make Buttler feel a lot better. He just stood there, waited on it, and slammed it over long mid-off for 6 runs. 38 for 1. That's the Buttler we know.
Yeah, welcome from Jos Buttler there, just rocking back, and he didn't quite get all of it, but because the swing has gone, he can just trust the line that the ball's coming down on. So holds his shape, hits it firmly up over long off, and watches it sail over the ropes. And that must be a nice feeling for a batter who hasn't hit their straps in this tournament so far.
Yes, I mean, from memory, he's now doubled his aggregate score in the tournament. He's 25 of 16. And this could be a decisive moment in the game, as well, as Jasprit Bumrah takes the ball at the broadcast end. And he's going to bowl to the England captain, Harry Brook. 5 men in the ring on the offside, 2 in front of the wicket on the onside as well. Here's Bumrah, first ball into Brook, who's one-handed gone up in the air. I don't think a fielder's going to be able to get there, or is he? Oh, what a catch! Or has he dropped it? Has he held it? I think he's held on to it. He has, it looks like. Brooks walking back, but what a catch that is. Axar Patel again running back. The ball went miles in the air as he ran with his turned around and ran towards the backward point boundary, and I'd say about 10 yards inside. Brook took his bottom hand off the bat. The ball went high up into the air, and what a catch that was. Unbelievable. The slightly slower delivery, 122 clicks that from Bumrah, and I think the England captain will be very disappointed as he crosses over. Axar Patel taking an absolutely brilliant catch. Stephen Finn.
Remarkable catch. They're so difficult going back up over your shoulder, especially in a clear night sky as well. You've got nothing to judge the depth of the ball from an Axar sprinting towards the boundary, a full-length dive, and manages to grab onto it and then holds it aloft with his elbow on the ground and making sure that it's not going to be called an unfair catch. And a quite remarkable piece of athleticism there from Axar Patel, but a brilliant piece of bowling as well from Bumrah, who Brook would have thought is just going to start with a pace on delivery, will start with target the stumps maybe very first up, but the clever use of that off-cutter means that Brook is through the shot too early. As he comes through the shot too early, his bottom hand comes off the bat, and even though he times it nicely, it doesn't have the legs to go all the way to the boundary, and that gives Axar the opportunity to take that amazing catch. So outstanding cricket from India and a huge wicket.
Indeed, a huge wicket. And Axar Patel, just on the field, doesn't give you the impression of being one of the most athletic, but boy, did he cover ground, and what a remarkable catch that was. Bumrah now to the new man, Jacob Bethell, who is on strike, left-handed, waits for Bumrah, slightly open stance. Bumrah is in, and Bethell pushes on the offside. And understandably, there's a spring or two in the Indian fielder step as charging in from short extra. Suryakumar does the fielding. He's 38 for 2. We're in the 5th over, and England have a mountain to climb, one gets the feeling. 216 runs needed from 94 balls. And there's the DJ revving up the crowd again. Bumrah turns, 93 is the number emblazoned on his jersey, on his back. Premier bowler in the world. Fast umpire Gaffney goes in, bowls, and Bethell's helped this one round the corner. He'll go for 6. I think it will be 6. Flat it was. Yes, it is. Nicely helped around. Got inside the line, did Bethell, and just helped it and well away from the fielder on that boundary. So 44 now for 2 with that 6.
It seems inconceivable that that has gone for 6. He stepped outside leg and Bumrah's followed him and kept it really tight in line, angled in towards the heel. But there was a little bit of length, so it was a good length delivery and just helped up round the corner and off the toe of the bat, goes all the way for 6. Ridiculous, really, considering how flat that went.
Yep, it really didn't. And Bumrah's changed his line of attack now. He's going to come round the wicket to the left-handed Jacob Bethell. How is he going to respond? No fast bowler, no bowler, but fast bowlers particularly don't like getting hit for 6. Bumrah bowls again on that same line, trickled away. Didn't get on it. Slower ball, I think. Should tell us. There is no run. It remains 44 for 2. 2 balls to come of the 5th over. The crowd gets into the act. Boom, boom. Bumrah goes round the ground. 210 now from 92 balls for England. They just have to start finding the middle of the bat, finding some boundaries. Preferably a few 6s will help in more ways than one. And Bumrah's in a hurry. Bethell's almost saying, come on, mate. Let me settle over my bat before you start your run. Bumrah goes back to the top of his run. Trying to rush the batter. The batter, of course, has all the time and the right to take his time. Bumrah in, bowls to Bethell, who creates some space, and Bumrah deceives him with one that he just bowls back of a length at a slightly slower speed. 122 clicks that one, and Bethell's caught in no man's land. No run. 44 for 2.
He's just so intelligent, Jasprit Bumrah, isn't he? Just almost seems to be a step ahead of the batters the entire time. Just slower ball into the pitch to Bethell. No gauge of how quick that's going to come off. Has to bail out of the stroke at the last second.
Must confess, didn't see too many of those early on in the England innings. There was a lot of pace on. Last ball of the 5th, Bumrah bowls, and Bethell gets the outside edge. It flies away to where a slip or a gully might have been, down to 3rd for a single. But what a terrific over. It went for 7, 45 for 2 now, and England really have to find some inspiration to see if they can push this total. Some more thoughts from you, Stephen Finn, and taking on commentary is going to be Henry Moran.
Well, the greatest all-format bowler ever, you'd have to say, Jasprit Bumrah. So dominant in all 3 formats. I don't think anyone's ever been able to show the level of control and skill that he has across all 3 of the formats, so only including modern players who have played all 3 formats. But yeah, marvellous bowler. Love watching him. Not the person that I'd want lining up against me if the opposition had 253 on the board in this situation.
No, I think that's a fair point, Finny, I would say. Right, we've got 1 over left of the power play, and Varun Chakravarti, who's not actually had one of his better tournaments, is going to have a bowl. First delivery is hit high in the air, down the ground. Fielder underneath it can only watch it sail over his head. Jacob Bethell, second 6 of his innings, and a rather vociferous punch of the gloves with Jos Buttler as the ball goes sailing away over long on, and England bring up their 50. The required rate 13.7. It's 51 for 2.
A nice shot from Bethell, just Chakravarti looking to get into his spell, and Bethell's so powerful when he rocks back like that. Such a good shot of his.
Bethell again, waiting and going hard at that once more. Down the ground over long off, and it's 6 more. Well, Jacob Bethell has gone bang bang at the start of the final over of the power play. 57 for 2.
Well, nice and quiet in the Wankhede Stadium. Ripple of applause from a few English fans out there, but Jacob Bethell taking the attack to India, over-pitching this time. Chakravarti wary of missing short because he was thrashed for 6 last time, but in over-pitching it's a step hit for Bethell, who hits that one 87 metres. Good batting.
I mean, it seems ludicrous that we're looking at it and thinking, well, yeah, there's one ticked off, and not getting sort of terribly enthused by it in some respects, but such is the mountain England are climbing. They still need 197 off 88. But at least Bethell is showing intent. World Cup final.
on Sunday against New Zealand. Bethell this time. Oh, what a shot that is! The reverse sweep for 6, and it's 18 off the over already.
It's unfathomable how he gets the power from that position to hit that ball for 6. It's just a reverse flick of the wrists, and it looked too full to be able to hit it for 6 from Varun. Manages to get underneath it and just pure timing, such strong wrists to be able to hit the ball for 6. Over backward point, but reverse, so it looks like a right-hander's conventional sweep, and food for thought for Chakravarti here as Bethell's all over it.
Well, at this point in their innings, England 63 for 2. India at this point in their innings was 63 for 1. Sanju Samson has gone to have a word with Chakravarti. We've gone 6-6-6 in the over. And Bethell waits once again, the England left-hander will this time drive along the floor with a high elbow and a gentle punch towards wide long off. The required rate stands at 13.26. 2 balls left of a power play that 2 wickets down isn't ideal, but England are keeping in touch. Sort of.
Well, and they bat deep, don't they? As part of the reason why they packed their batting with Overton 8, Dawson 9, Archer 10. They packed it
Buttler
forward.
is bowled! Jos Buttler's been bowled by Varun Chakravarti for 25. And though the over started so well for England, it ends with the potentially crucial wicket of a man who's not been in form in this tournament. But if somebody could do the unthinkable, well, Jos Buttler was probably that man. It didn't do an awful lot, maybe a bit of extra bounce. Buttler lost his shape, and he has to go. A tournament that has not brought about the sort of form that Jos Buttler would ever expect to see. And as drinks are taken with the ball left of the power play, England 64 for 3.
Yeah, big swipe across the line from Buttler there, just looking to get in on the act and coming off the back of Jacob Bethell, and he's shaking his head as he trudges off, and it is a trudge back towards the pavilion. And even though he's been out of form, that's still a big wicket for India, because all of them will have felt the wrath of Buttler at some stage in the IPL or when playing against England, so they'll recognise that he's only ever a couple of deliveries away from refinding that form. So still a big wicket, and 3 down in the power play heaps pressure on the middle order of England. But as I was saying just before that delivery, the reason that England have packed their batting is for situations like this, ideally not chasing 253, but it allows the batters to just keep going and going. And there's still Banton, Curran, Overton, Jacks, who's had 4 player of the tournament, player of the matches to come, and England have no choice. If they don't, they're out the tournament, so they have to keep going for it, clearly.
So Brook out for 7, Salt for 5, Buttler 25. Bethell is there 26 from 9 as Tom Banton comes to the middle, who has showed form at times in this tournament. He's played IPL cricket. He's a tall figure, he'll relish this situation, the opportunity. But England are in a mighty pickle. I was going to say they're on the next plane home potentially, but if you follow Darren Sammy on social media, the West Indies coach has been claiming, can somebody tell us when we're getting home, because they've been stuck here with all of the travel disruption. And so I think there is a sense of teams, even if they're out of the tournament, maybe in India for a little while yet. It is India at the moment who look set to be continuing their journey in this World Cup, unless England can do something quite spectacular. 64 for 3, 190 needed from 85. Stephen Finn watching on, with England desperate to try and find a way of getting some sort of foothold in this game. The DJ has had an absolute ball all evening. I hope he's not in my next door hotel room for the...
No. Well, it's better than Aggers playing his euphonium all night. I know what I'd prefer.
Yeah, it's possibly slightly more tuneful as well.
Certainly more tuneful.
64 for 3, 1 ball left of the power play. This over has yielded 19 runs, but it's also brought about the wicket of Buttler. Chakravarti bowls to Banton. Lovely shot. What a clever bit of batting that is. Reverse sweep and a 1 bounce 4. So 23 off the over. The power play comes to an end, and Banton's intent and eagerness to show his range of shots in evidence early on. 68 for 3, 186 needed from 84.
Well, outstanding player of spin, Tom Banton. He is in this team because of that. He's an outstanding couple of years in franchise cricket and gets his opportunity again, rightly so, in the middle order for England, but in particular in these conditions, his strike rate against spin is the best in the world over the last 2 years in franchise cricket, 190. He strikes, and it's with shots like that, able to open up both sides of the pitch, that make him so dangerous, and he'll need a lot of that here.
Hardik Pandya is going to bowl his 3rd over. He's bowled 2 overs so far, 1 for 14, so he's done a very good job with bat, as he did with ball earlier on today. He scored 27 off just 12, as India plundered 253 for 7. Only once has 250 been chased down, that game at Centurion I mentioned earlier. South Africa against West Indies. This is a ground, of any ground on any pitch where you might think it's possible, this is it. 68 for 3 England. Need 186 from 84. And Bethell looking to try and scoop over the fielder at short 3rd with short fine leg and short 3rd up. The shot was on, but he missed. Almost feels as though England can't afford dot balls anywhere, but they'll know that they've got to take the risks to try and create the gaps for the boundaries, because just ticking the scoreboard over is going to see that required rate get from where it is at the moment at 13.45, very quickly elevating up towards 15, 16, and the game really drifting away. Hardik Pandya again. Bethell will drop the ball into the offside, and he picked up cleanly. Surya Kumar Yadav would have had an opportunity for a run out. He didn't. And Bethell gets a single, moves to 27, England 69 for 3.
Yeah, there's just, they have to try and deal in boundaries here, don't they? Because the rate will just escalate every time there's not one at the moment. And it's just, again, it just simplifies the situation. England have no choice but to keep going. There's no net run rate to save.
33 dot balls in India's innings already in England. We've seen 17. Just tell a little bit of a story. So far in terms of extras, just the 1 leg by. Disciplined, good bowling from India so far. Hardik Pandya, straight run up into Banton, who mistimes a cut towards backward point. And Sanju Samson was managing to angle almost every one of those sort of deliveries to the boundary. England miss out, 70 for 3. 184 needed from 81 deliveries. Curran and Jack's weight padded up in the dugout at the far end of the ground. Of Buttler, Brook and Salt, well, might be feeling deep down their tournament's done. Goodness me, England will celebrate well if it isn't. 70 for 3. Hardik Pandya with just 2 off the over so far. Begins his approach once again. Bethell on strike, left-handed, waits, bat raised, and looks to sway out of the way of that, and wide is signalled. So 1 more onto the score. Sanju Samson had to move to his right to collect. And England will still be thinking what might have been had that catch been taken. And it should have been, no question, when he was on 15 by Harry Brook at mid-on, but it went down. Samson went on to make 89 and really added the rocket fuel to the innings. Hardik Pandya revs the crowd up, turns, runs away from us. Bethell waiting, is swinging into the onside and swinging the ball away for 6. Well, you can rev the crowd up all you like, Hardik, but you've got to make sure you don't put the ball on the hip and get walloped away for 6 runs. 77 for 3.
Bethell, just such a simple striker of the ball, isn't he? He stands still, watches the ball hard, holds his shape, and an attempted off-cutter from Hardik Pandya, just offering no purchase off the surface and straight into the swinging arc of Jacob Bethell.
77 for 3. England need 177 from 80 balls. Here comes Hardik Pandya to try once more. Bethell waiting. Oh, that is brilliant batting.
The reverse shoveled scoop that goes over the head of the fielder, Varun Chakravarti, short third, and it's 81 for 3, 13 off the over with the ball left on it.
Beautiful shot again, just recognising that the off-cutter didn't work for Pandya, so it's more than likely going to be pace on, sets his feet early, gets his hands in position and just flips it off the frying pan up over short third for 4 more. Well played.
So 81 for 3. Crowd trying to get right behind their bowler, who runs in now to conclude the 7th over. Bethell will drive the ball drilling into the surface out towards deep backward point. They'll turn for a second run that they should get easily enough, and they do. So 15 from the over, which sees the required rate now at 13.15. They're going at just under 12 and over, England. They have lost 3 wickets, which will be, I suppose, the bigger issue in some respects, but they're actually 10 runs ahead of where India were at this point, remarkably enough. Stephen Finn, thank you very much for the time being. Abhishek Janjanwala is with us. What have you made of what you've seen, Abhishek, former IPL star?
Yeah, I think it's been a good start minus a couple of wickets. If England were 80 odd for 1 down here, I think India would be under immense pressure. This game is not done yet. There is plenty still to play for. The way Bethell and Banton batting at the moment, the surface is such a good surface, isn't it, Henry? If they can carry on for the next 4 or 5 overs at the same pace, I think they will put India under some immense pressure here. There's so much batting still to come.
Axar Patel bowls. Banton lofts the ball for 6. Away into the crowd it goes, greeted by silence as it goes over the offside, and 6 runs to greet Axar Patel to the attack. England 89 for 3.
Yeah, this is just extraordinary batting. They're putting the pressure back on India, and we have seen some scintillating shot making here.
In the last 30 balls, England have scored 74 for 2.
Yeah, unbelievable cricket.
Maybe from the canvas there is just a little stirring of life, and possibly giving themselves a bit of a chance. Banton goes big again. He's got 6 more. This time it goes over long on, and the over starts with back-to-back 6s. The ball slapping into the advertising hoarding on the first deck of the MCA Pavilion.
Yeah, whatever it is, one thing is for certain, we will be thoroughly entertained in this game. And they're not gonna go without putting in all their effort again. Great use of the feet. He knows there is no turn, especially with Axar Patel. The ball will come with the angle. Played it beautifully.
Pace taken off it, bowls him. A roar of delight from Axar Patel. He had to keep going, did Banton. He fancied the match-up, but no. Clever bowling. Pace taken off it. A little bit of top spin. And there goes Banton at England's 4th. 95 for 4 and 159 needed from 75.
This is what we said. Yes, you've got to be a bit smart as well. You cannot be expecting to hit a 6 every single delivery. You've got 12 already of that over. Take a couple of singles. Might end up with another boundary at the final delivery. But he just took too many risks. Yeah, that was not the shot. And also it's a surface where, Henry, we have seen players being more successful with presenting full face of the bat. Anybody who tried to go across the line on this pitch has had to pay the price. It's a surface where you're much better off just hitting down the ground, and that was not the shot, not the right shot for this particular surface. And also the way Axar Patel bowls usually brings the ball into the right-hander with the arm. Very nicely bowled, just slowing things down a little bit. And this partnership now becomes very crucial for England, Bethell and Jacks.
Well, Jacks and Bethell are going to have to do a lot of the work here. If England stand any chance at all, Will Jacks, who's had this brilliant tournament, needs to support Bethell. Still to come Curran, but then you went to Dawson, Overton, Archer and Rashid. England 4 down with 159 still needed. They've scored 95 for 4 off 7.3 overs. But this partnership needs to hang around and keep the momentum going. Axar Patel to Will Jacks. Quicker ball this time, mixing those paces up. Previous delivery was 84.3 kilometers an hour. That one was much closer to 100. 2 balls left of the 8th over. Axar Bethell in once again, and Jax gets at a right old tangle, looking to try and hike it over the onside, or what became the onside with a switch hit. Can't do so. And he patted the surface, the required rate 13.07. They're pretty much up with it. That's the thing. But they just lost wickets. Final ball of Patel's over. Member of the ground staff in a pink jersey at the far end of the ground, just walked across the eye line of Will Jax, who goes hard at that. Into the leg side it goes, and clubbing with a little bounce and a skip out towards deep mid-wicket. 16 from the over, 4 to conclude it, but the wicket of Banton. England 99 for 4 after 8. The required rate is just under 13 and over, but England are 4 down. Bethell's got 39 or 14. I mean, it's hugely entertaining cricket.
It's extraordinary. Nowadays, 13 and over, you still feel you're right into it. You still have a huge chance. Again, I spoke about this earlier as well, that yeah, it's good to come out there and get those 30 and 40 in a burst in 12 or 14 deliveries, but you need somebody to play that role as Sanju Samson, get a 90, get 100, and then others bat around it. So England were just missing that. Everyone started well, but at the end, they just couldn't carry on, just losing wicket at crucial times.
Well, Chakravarti, who 23 for his first over, did get the wicket. He's going to try once again. Bethell waiting, smacking the ball hard into the leg side for 4. Rocking back and sending it fizzing away to that boundary past the fielder at deep mid-wicket. 43 from 15 for Bethell as England's 100 comes up. 103 for 4.
It's amazing the way he has batted so far. Playing the right shot, just hitting down the ground, picking the length very early, goes back on the back foot so quickly. Great ability to pick up length.
The man from Barbados is playing quite brilliant hand here. 43 or 50. I wonder if they'll be thinking they should have batted first. Hindsight, wonderful thing in all that. Baron Chakravarti round the wicket. Bethell gives himself some space, and he's going to get runs over the offside this time. It's another over that starts with back-to-back boundaries. And England are 107 for 4, needing 147 from 70 balls. Bethell to 47 off 16.
They're right into it. They're still right in it. As long as they don't lose wicket, I think they're going to put immense pressure on this Indian bowling attack. Again, look at that footwork, the way he opened that offside. And he's somebody who plays all over the ground. He's got shots all around, through the offside, through the onside, good against pace.
Bethell scored 222 runs in the tournament so far. 150, but it was on this ground. He's got experience of being around the IPL with Royal Challengers Bangalore, so knows the environments, the atmospheres, and he's not a man that looks overly fazed by anything in his reasonably new career with that 100 he scored for England in an Ashes Test at the SCG. Chakravarti over the wicket this time. A little bit quicker and deep in the crease. Bethell will punch down the ground off the back foot for 1 more. So Will Jax will be on strike. 4 from 3. The requirement for England is 146 off just 69 deliveries. If they were 2 down, you might think this was quite odd.
Yeah.
But 4 down?
Yeah, it's just a lot depend on this partnership, as we discussed earlier. I think a lot of it hangs on this partnership. If they lose another wicket, yeah, they're in real trouble here.
Suryakumar Yadav will still be a happy captain. Can England cause some nerves? Chakravarti, shirt untucked, runs in now to bowl to Will Jax, who's swinging violently across the line, misses, and it goes over the stumps and into the gloves of the keeper.
Yeah, that's the thing, Henry. On this surface, we keep reiterating that you've got to hit down the ground. You've got to look to hit straight. At the moment, it feels like his only option is across the line here.
Taps his back, waits for Chakravarti. 9 off the over so far. It's hit hard into the leg side for 4. Jax didn't get all of it, but he got enough, and he gets a boundary. A little punch of the gloves, a workmanlike little nod towards Bethell, 13 from the over, and England are actually up with the rate. They're going at 12.7, they need 12.7. It's 112 for 4, with 142 needed from 67. Jax is 8 from 5 as Chakravarti is in. Drops it horribly short. And Will Jax had cut that anywhere really behind square and beat the infield. He would have got runs, but instead it's a single. But still 14 from the over, 9 gone. 113 for 4 is the score. A smile on the face of Will Jax, who I wonder if he and Jacob Bethell shared the same bottle of peroxide blonde hair dye, but they've both gone for the same sort of look. And we're going to see back into the attack at the far end. Axar Patel continuing, actually. That makes sense. So England 113 for 4. We saw India smash 253 for 7. This place was shaking to its very foundations. It was an incredible hour and a half.
You just feel that India is still a bit nervy. They're not.
Here's Axar Patel, bowls, and Jax again looking to launch into the leg side, misses. And drops to Jasprit Bumrah at short third.
Somebody's got to tell him, you've got to try and hit the ball straight here on this surface where the ball's coming onto the bat so nicely.
Long on and long off around. Got deep mid-wicket and backward square leg and a deep cover. Conventional T20 field. Jax waits for Axar, who's dropping it short. It's hit into the offside. Will go on to bounce that man at deep cover, who's Shivam Dubey. And 114 for 4.
Smart bowling, very smart bowling from Axar Patel, understanding what Will Jax is trying to do here, just keeping the ball away from his arc.
Well, Jacob Bethell, what he's been trying to do, he's hit everything for 6, and he's got most of them so far. 5 sixes in his 48 off 17 balls. And Bethell on the cusp of his second half century of the tournament. Here comes Axar Patel. Round arm action, that's well bowled. Is it? No, it's too wide. Going across the left-hander, and umpire Nahudian Palika says, I'm afraid not. What's that? That's disturbing people at the far end. Well, it's the president's box up there. And, there's rather a lot of flashing lights and all sorts going on, but it's quite high above the sight screen. Bethell's distracted, but we are now ready to get going again. 115 for 4. In, Bethell will clatter the ball towards backward point. Throw comes in, could be trouble, should be a run out. Oh no! Bethell should have gone, but he didn't, because the throw a little wayward from backward point and Hardik Pandya, and in any case, Axar Patel fumbled.
Yeah, there was a clear opportunity, a big opportunity in from Bethell. Just a throw,
I think. The
throw
was good.
Yeah, if
do you
the
not think?
better.
Maybe a little bit.
A bit too full.
You see what I mean? So it came on a half volley. Maybe didn't realise there was actually time to throw to his teammate. Jax, oh, he struck on the pad. Big appeal for LBW. Umpire unmoved. They'll turn, looking to try and manipulate a second leg by, but this over has been an excellent one, with just so far 5 from it. Sanju Samson is signalling to Surya Kumar Yadav that that's going down the leg side. And leg byes are now signalled by the umpire. So 5 from the over so far. The required rate for England 13.16. Jax is 10 from 9. 5 balls since the last boundary. Jax is unable to find one there because he mistimes it. The crowd like the dot ball. They want to see more of that. They want to see that required rate climb.
Yeah, it's been an excellent over so far. Great control shown by Axar Patel.
118 for 4 with the ball left. And this, the 10th over of an innings. So far, seen plenty of runs, but 4 wickets crucially. Axar Patel bowls to Jax, who'll slap down the ground, and that's an excellent over. With 6 from it. And no boundaries in there either. So, Abhishek Janjanwala, some thoughts from you? We'll know a lot more about the destination of this game and who's going to be joining New Zealand in the World Cup final on Sunday. in 5 overs time, and those 5 overs will be described by Prakash Wakanka.
Yeah, India needed an over like that, where things just calmed down a little bit at the moment. Before that, there were plenty of boundaries. It was free-flowing pretty much every single delivery. And now the first time required rate has gone past 13 and a half per over required. And that's where you start feeling the pressure as a batting unit. One boundary is not going to do every over. You need at least 2, if not 3 boundaries from here and over to keep that pace going. And India is just away. A couple of wickets here, Prakash.
Indeed. And Jasprit Bumrah being brought into the attack by the Indian captain Suryakumar Yadav, and he's going to bowl to Will Jacks. Bat raised, knees bent. Bumrah bowls, shot, bouncer. He swings, misses, taken by a diving, tumbling Sanju Samson, and wide signalled. Also 1 for the over. Slow bouncer from Bumrah, just sailing over the batter's head. He did try to play a sort of tennis-like swipe at it. Didn't get any contact, and probably just as well. 3 men in the deep on the onside. Long gone, deep mid-wicket, and a man at long leg. Here's Bumrah in again, bowls, looking for the block hole. He's played. Oh my God, that's a remarkable shot. 4 runs to extra cover. I did not see that, I must confess. He timed it absolutely brilliantly, looking for the block hole. I think he just moved back a little, didn't he, Abhishek, into his crease, and just placed it more than anything else. Timed it magnificently. 124 for 4. What a shot.
Yeah, after the previous delivery, as a batter, I would be expecting a block hole if I was batting out there from Bumrah.
Yeah.
But nicely played, as you mentioned. And he's also, it just shows how good a surface this is to bat. He hardly timed that delivery, and that flew.
Bumrah bowls, and this time hit into the ground. It goes over Bumrah's hand as he picks it up. They look for a second run, which doesn't exist, and just as well that they don't take it, because Shai from Axar almost took Bumrah's hand off. 125 for 4. England's current run rate is 12.1. Now on a normal day, you'd say 12.1 is fantastic. The challenge, of course, is for England, as we said right at the start of the innings, Abhishek, is to continue this all the way through. And that's where they've been struggling. 4 wickets down. That is the concern. England have certainly kept up there or thereabouts with the run rate, as Bethell takes a look around and settles now. Waits for Bumrah, who's gone round the wicket to the left-hander. He's in, he bowls. Slower ball, slow Yorker. Dabbed away on the onside. They're going to take the second run. Tilak Verma has the shy at the bowler's end, and batters are home to their respective creases. This is good running by England, very good running, and Jacob Bethell raises his bat to his dressing room, and he gets a nice round of applause from this Mumbai crowd, and that's more like it, Mumbai. Acknowledge an innings under pressure, an innings which shows character. Just a 19-ball 50 for Jacob Bethell, his second of the tournament, and one that is, one gets the feeling, holding England's innings together at the moment, along with Will Jacks.
You're fabulous.
Here's Bumrah. In again. Once again looking for the block hole and finding it. Dug out by Bethell, not for runs.
But that's exactly what you would expect from Jasprit Bumrah in his second spell or the third spell. That he's going to try and bowl a lot of Yorkers. And he's somebody who can nail those Yorkers as well. We have seen when the Yorkers, you can't execute your Yorkers, that can be very expensive. But he's somebody who's immensely confident in absolutely nailing those Yorkers. But what an innings, what a fabulous knock we have seen from Jacob Bethell. 51 of 20 under such pressure.
Beautifully pulled round towards the square leg boundary, and he'll get 4, Will Bethell. This one was a little bit short from Bumrah, and he slapped it away beautifully on the ground, no risk at all, past Varun Chakravarti, and 4 very good runs. Bethell is powering this England innings on. He's on to 55, and England 131 for 4, and we have 1 ball of the 11th to come. 12 of this Bumrah over already, and he still has 1 ball to bowl. England certainly not out of it yet, fighting away, and stranger things have happened in this great game of cricket. Here's Bumrah now, round the wicket to Bethell. This time he gets it wrong, but gets away with it. A full toss, and Bethell plays it straight along the ground, mind you, to Suryakumar Yadav. So a dot to end the over. 11 gone, Abhishek. 131 for 4. 123 of 54 balls required. Bethell 55, Jack 16.
Yeah, they're right in it. I still feel they're completely in this game still. And India cannot afford to take it lightly. Bethell needs a bit of support from Will Jacks. Will Jacks, I think his options hasn't been right, Prakash. He's been looking across the line rather than hitting down the ground on this pitch. And everyone who has scored runs or has been successful on this pitch has hit the ball down the ground. So he's got to change his plans here. But India, I think, Surya Kumar Yadav will have to find alternatives. Varun Chakravarti has been very expensive. Gone nearly 40 of his first 2, so he'll have to make a comeback and bowl some good overs here.
Yeah, either that or he's going to have to try Shivam Dubey, who's not exactly someone that has inspired a lot of confidence. He has done the job in the past. They've tried him. We saw in some of the earlier games some experimentation of the wide Yorker line and so on. But at the moment, this is going to be very, very important for India. Change of ends for Chakravarti now. 2 overs for 37. Bethel's taken into task. He's 55 of 22, Bethell. At the moment, Jacks is on strike. He's 16 of 13, just having got his eye in. Chakravarti bowls, and this one slapped away on the offside towards deep point for a single. It's Axar Patel doing the fielding of the boundary. It's remarkable how a bowler who came into this tournament as if he was almost unplayable has been taken down by multiple teams, and England certainly are onto him, one gets the feeling, especially Bethell. He's reading him like an open book, it seems.
Yeah, it seems like that. Everyone has played him really well. I think what players have realized is the length he's bowling.
Here's Chakravarti in again, bowls, and this time he's played this shot very nicely. Well past Bumrah, who's fielding at a conventional shot third. It comes almost straight behind the keeper. Lovely little scoop executed by Bethell. Innovation, timing, skill and presence, everything in ample display as he goes to 59 of 23. 136 for 4.
Yeah, this is the partnership.
Sanju Samson running back at to Varun to have a word with him.
Yeah, I think this is the partnership where India will get a bit worried. The concern, there is a lot of concern in the Indian camp. You can see players running around having a chat. They need to come up with a plan where they just need to get Jacob Bethell's wicket. As long as Jacob Bethell is there, England are right in it. And the way he's batting with such ease.
Chakravarti bowls, driven firmly along the ground towards cover. Kishan does the fielding. A single is all they'll get. Yeah, you can see in Varun Chakravarti's body language the confidence is a bit low. He's not looked anywhere near the kind of bowler that we've seen in the past. But that's what international cricket is all about. You have to keep reinventing yourself. Batters around the world will start reading you. They'll start planning. Jack's playing the supporting role at the moment. He's on 17. He's now on strike to Chakravarti. Chakravarti in bowls, and Jack cuts it away on the offside. He'll get one where Axar fields. A little fumble. The thought of the second, decided against it. 138 for 4. 2 balls at the 12th to come. Surya Kumar Yadav has clearly got one concern at the moment, which is, of course, this partnership, which is racing along at 43 of 27. But he's also got to find one more over at least from someone other than Varun or Varun himself. Chakravarti in now to Bethell again bowls, and Bethell is gliding it away. Will Bumrah stop it? Yes, he does. Moves across to his left with a little bit of labour, but Bumrah's not the most athletic or brilliant in the field. He'll stop it and keep it down to a single. 139 for 4.
Yeah, you're going under 10. You're bowled brilliantly at the moment. The captain will be happy if you're going under 10.
Yep, can he get out of this over then, Abhishek? That's the key, isn't it?
That is always the key.
8 off the over so far. Here's Chakravarti. 4 or 5 steps to the crease, comes in and bowls, and this one's gone. Miles up in the air. Has it got the distance? Yes, it has. Just enough. And over the square leg boundary she goes to end the over. 14 off it now. What could have been a decent over turns out to be just the one that's par for the course. And England move to 145 for 4. 12 overs gone. I'm telling you, I get the feeling we're in for an absolute nail-biter here. because this partnership is now worth exactly 50. It's come off 29. England need 109 of 48 balls, 6 wickets in hand. Remember, they bat really deep, and one does get the feeling that Bethell on 61 is doing Samson and then some from an England perspective. Jack's giving him solid support on 24 of 16, and if these two can bat for another 7 or 8 overs, I think we're in for an absolute cracker.
I think it'll be a treat. What a partnership. 50 of just 29. They put incredible amount of pressure on this bowling attack. Axar bowled a very, very good over. Can he repeat it? Can he pick up a wicket here?
Bowls, this one's smeared along the ground towards deep mid-wicket, where Rinku Singh has come onto the field for someone who does the fielding. 1 to the total, and that'll bring the right-handed Jacks on strike. The field moves around just a little bit. Kishan comes into backward point. Bumrah moves finer at short third. Varun Chakravarti remains at that position of short fine leg. Suryakumar at extra cover. Axar bowls, and this one's gone miles into the stands, way over square legs. Huge hit, that's monstrous from Will Jacks, who's up to 30 now. How quickly this game can turn, and the crowd now is deathly silent, and that's what most opposition teams, when they come to India, aim to do: silence the crowd. If they can do that, they know they're doing well, and England are doing that right now. 57 is the partnership, and England 150 comes up with that 6, 152 for 4 in the 13th over, and Akshar Patel goes into bowl again. Bowled, and this one slammed, and straight through the hands of Suryakumar Yadav. The ball goes to extra cover for 4. That was a terrible misfield. That should have been a dot ball. Instead, it's gone for 4. It's errors like that, when they start creeping in, that the fielding side tends to be a little bit soft. Their shoulders drop, heads droop, and that can be a signal for the batters to put their foot down. 61 of 32 this partnership. This 5th wicket partnership is taking this game to India, and I dare say, in fact, in a position where England can start believing more than they were a little while ago. Axar in, bowls, and attempts a big shot on the offside, gets a bottom edge into the ground, will pick up a single. Jacks, it's 34, he goes to 35 with that single. 12 off the over, 2 balls to come, and the crowd sensing that the 11 men in India colours need some support, as if they needed more, have found their voice and are trying to get their boys up. But England battling along and battling in the way a former world champion team would. Here's Axar into Bethell bowls, and Bethell slams this away on the offside. They'll come to wideish long off. Shivam Dubey will run around and field, and they'll take 2 comfortable runs. 159 for 4 now in the 13th, with 1 ball to come. This over's again gone for 14 already. England on the charge. 64 of 34 this partnership. Jacks 35, Bethell 64. 64 absolutely stunning runs of 27 balls, 5 4s and 5 6s in that knock so far. Axar bowls, Bethell hits along the ground. Rinku Singh charges the ball, will make sure there's no more than a single, and does well. Draws a round of applause from the crowd. End of the over, 15 of it, and 160 for 4. Now the equation's down to double figures for England. 94 of 42, and I tell you what, Abhishek, from where I'm seeing it, it is doable, and then some.
Oh, it is doable. We are seeing consistently 14 or 15 being scored every over. And if you look at the way India batted in the last 7 or 8 overs, 15, 16 was average. They got in pretty much every single over, so it's very much doable. The only question is, can they carry on this partnership? If they lose 1 wicket, that will bring a lot of pressure on this batting attack, even though they bat deep. But scoring 14, 15 and over is not going to be easy.
I agree, and there will come a point, isn't it, if this partnership continues for another 3 or 4 overs, you'll see the momentum sort of shift a little bit, where the pressure will go onto the fielding side from the batting side. And that's, I think, the key that this partnership has achieved in the 35 balls that they've faced. They've got 65 runs, and they've signalled their intent that we're not going down without a real fight. Arshdeep now with the ball, into bowl. And he bowls short, and Bethell places it beautifully. Just a little tap on the head. He knew the field was in on the offside, over the 2 men at backward point, inside the ring, down to square third for 4. Intelligent game awareness and beautiful shot.
Yeah, it's just game awareness. You spoke about the game awareness. That's what we have seen with Jacob Bethell. We saw that with Sanju, and now he's doing exactly the same knuckle delivery. It's a nothing delivery with third and point inside the 30-yard circle. If you give that much room to any batter, it's sort of a free hit. All you have to do is get some bat on it.
Absolutely, and Arshdeep, of course, as we've said before, in spite of the fact that he's got a very good record in T20 international cricket, is known to sometimes face the pressure, and he has shown himself on occasion to come up short. Now, can he respond well here? That's the question. Here's Arshdeep in to bowl to Bethell again. He's in, he bowls, and Bethell's flicking this away on the onside. He'll get one, he'll look for the second, and they'll take it. There's returns coming in at the keeper's end and comfortably home. Very well judged. These two are running well, they're striking the ball well, they're placing it well. They're doing everything that England need at the moment. 88 of 40 now, and the equation is becoming alarmingly close from an Indian perspective, and excitingly so from an England support perspective. 6 runs off the over so far, 4 balls to come in the 14th, and the crowd is now on the edge of their seats. They know there's a contest going on there, and England absolutely in it. 71 of 37 this partnership. Here's Arshdeep in, bowls wide outside the off stump. Does well because Bethell had moved onto the onside, and the umpire's arms remain where they are. So there is no damage done in terms of white ball, but intelligently bowled there.
Yeah, India was 6 runs behind England at the same time with 2 less wickets, but still I don't think the wickets, yes, it does matter, but if the partnership is carrying on, I don't think that will matter a lot for England. As long as they can keep up with the required rate, which is around 13.5, and they're doing it quite comfortably in the last 4 or 5 overs.
They certainly are. Here's Arshdeep into Bethell bowled, and Bethell slams this away on the onside. There'll be a couple, it's not a boundary. It's cut off inside the fence, all right. It's Axar Patel who does the fielding. 2 more to the total and 2 more to Bethell, who moves up now to 73 of 32, striking at 228 per 100 balls faced, and this over's gone for 8 so far. Now the equation is 86 of 38. My word, we're getting a remarkable semi-final here. It's going to be nail-biting, it's exciting, and the crowd are getting their money's worth, no doubt.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want, don't you?
Indeed, you do want that. Here's Arshdeep in now to Jacob Bethell bowls. Slightly wide outside the off stump, hit into the ground, just a single on that occasion. And it's fielded by Rinku Singh, who's on the field. Not sure whom he's on for. We'll try and tell you that if I can pick it up. Varun Chakravarti and Bumrah, the 2 men at short third and 45. Hardik Pandya walking away towards deep backward square. Shivam Dubey at deep point, deep backward point. Axar Patel at an orthodox point. Surya Kumar inside the ring at short extra. And Arshdeep gets ready. He wants to move the fielder at deep mid-wicket, which I think is Kishan. A little bit squarer. And Rinku Singh is being brought into the circle at mid-on. So this is interesting. 3 men in the deep on the offside, and Arshdeep is going to try probably angle the ball across the right-hander. He's in now, he bowls wide, so wide that it might have been close to a no ball. Wide signal by the umpire. 75, and that's the pressure I was talking about, Abhishek.
You can feel the pressure. You can see that India is under immense pressure. But this over has been pretty good. They need a couple of overs, and it'll all boil down to those 2 overs from Jasprit Bumrah. How those 2 overs go for India. If those 2 overs go for anything around 15-16, then India's got a massive chance, because they'll have to catch up in the other overs.
Here's Arshdeep in again. Try and close the over out. Comes in, goes to Jackson. Jack swings again and misses, and again wide signal. Arshdeep seeming to suggest to umpire Palekar, come on ump, that was all right. But the umpire very, very firm, and rightly so. And just outside that indicative tram line.
It was mighty close. You just felt that maybe Jack's moved a little bit towards the offside. Yeah, he was standing there. He didn't really make any movements.
What you want is always consistency, isn't it, Abhishek? That's all you really want from umpires. Here's Arshdeep in again, bowls, and this one was definitely a wide. this is the challenge with young Arshdeep Singh. He's played enough cricket, but he does feel the pressure. 3 wides on the trot, and now India have bowled an extra over as well. England bowled, I think, about 8 wides from memory. India have returned the compliment quite comfortably so far. There's still a lot of cricket to be played and overs to be bowled. 6 wides already, so India have bowled an extra over as well, and that's what pressure can do. That's what solid batsmanship can do. Jack's on 35 on strike. Bethell is on 74. This partnership's worth 77 of just 43 balls. Arshdeep bowls and Jax lofts this away out into the offside. Oh my word! We'll wait for confirmation, but it looks like Axar Patel is the man who's done it again. He ran from a point position towards backward point, took the catch, probably in the air over the rope, tossed it back in. There was Shivam Dube next to him. He flicked it to him. Shivam completed the catch, and what a catch to end a magnificent partnership. But has that catch brought India back into this game? Abhishek.
The phase, catches win matches, and that's why that phase is there. You always need that magic. You need that brilliance in the field. And Akshay Patel has done it. Not the first time, it's the second time he's doing it. First it was Harry Brook, and now, oh my God. Look at that. You can watch it on replay 100 times. And that could be the moment where he might have won the game for his side, Akshay Patel. That is just a genius from Akshay.
Absolutely stunning. And, you know, the good thing for his point of view, he was running to his natural side, but he was running at such speed that when he caught the ball, he was very clear that he was going to go over the rope. Shivam Dube had moved across to the right, to his right, which brought him right within handshaking distance, literally. And as Akshay fell over the rope, he made sure that he released the ball well before he crossed over the boundary cushions, and Shivam completed what in the end turns out to be a simple catch. And the irony of the scorecard there, Abhishek, will show as it does. Jax caught Dube bowled Arshdeep. It'll never tell you a week or 10 days or a month later that it was Axar Patel who did all the work.
Yeah, but I think for the real fans, they'll always remember that was the moment. That was the moment that could. We don't know who's going to win this game yet, because this is going to go down to the wire. Even with that catch, even with that wicket, it's still going down to the wire. But that could be the deciding factor at the end of the day for India.
Well, look, the man who's coming in to bat is someone who's done so well in not just international T20 cricket, but also franchise cricket, particularly here in India. Sam Curran joining Jacob Bethell. So 2 left-handers now together. And Abhishek, thank you for being with us for a while. It's going to be Stephen Finn who's going to be here and chatting with us as this game moves to its decisive phase. The Indian team in a huddle with the drinks on the field. But it's those kind of moments which inspire fielding sides and inspire teams to great heights. By the same logic, Jacob Bethell's innings of 74 of 33, unbeaten, 6 4s and 5 6s, has set the tone for what promises to be an absolute thriller. Stephen Finn, how do you see it from here?
Well, it's certainly a lot closer than
Maria Tours and Travels. Thanks for the subscribe.
And certainly the way that Jacob Bethell's played has been remarkable. He's just the standard of that catching from Axar Patel. Both of them,
catch can't get on.
Firstly, Brook running back over his shoulder, and then that one there.
The first catch.
The presence of mind to
first catch, second catch.
Who was there waiting for the relay catch was quite ridiculous, really. And that's the difference between the two teams. The bowling's been very similar. The batting has been very similar. But it's the catching at the moment that separates England and India. But England do bat deep.
They certainly do. Sam Curran is the man who's come in. It's a brave captain who hands the ball to Varun Chakravarti, who's gone for 51 of his 3 overs. But there have been a few bowlers who've taken tap today. Can Chakravarti find something? A little bit of hold up in play. Not sure exactly why. Chakravarti is certainly ready. Bethell looks absolutely set. Fields all in place, and now the umpire's ready as well. Here's Chakravarti to Jacob Bethell. He bowls. Bethell goes back, cuts on the offside. Will it be cut off? Will it go through the boundary? It's pulled inside the fence by Arshdeep. The return comes in a little bit wayward, but that allows Bethell to come back for the second run. Varun Chakravarti's body language is not what we've seen before from him. Finny?
No, and you have to believe, even if you're having a bad day, you can still affect the outcome of this game, and he can. He can take 1 or 2 wickets in this over, and it doesn't matter what's happened before. All you can control is what's happening in front of you.
Here's Chakravarti in again, bowls to...
RCB ball.
Oh, what a shot this is. Absolutely precise. A surgical stroke, as if you would call it that, from Bethell. Straight down the ground. Little bit of width on offer. He played with the straightest of bats and drilled it past Chakravarti and the umpire straight to the side screen fence. Goes into the 80s now. Bethel's on 80 of 35. England 178 for 5, and once again 6 runs of the first 2 balls of Chakravarti's over. The skipper walking across, having a word with him. How much is enough? How much do you not want to speak beyond the point to a bowler? These will be the kind of questions that post-match will be debated. Here's Chakravarti bowls quicker, faster, quicker, wide. That was a really quick delivery from Varun Chakravarti, but it was ill-directed, and so he's going to have to bowl that ball again. This is looking worrying from an Indian perspective. The star bowler. Just as we saw, Jofra Archer, I think, went for 61 runs. It can't be often that that happens to a man of his caliber. Chakravarti is already given away 7 to add, and he's 58 of his 3.2. He's in. He bowls to Bethell. Bethell cuts on the offside and will get runs. They've taken 1. They'll be content with a single on that occasion because it was so beautifully timed that it raced across the outfield.
அடுத்த பேட்ஸ்மேன் டான்சன் ஓவர்டன் இல்ல வர்றாங்க எல்லாரும் அடிப்பாங்க bro.
Once again,
இப்படி பேட்டிங் வச்சிட்டு சுத்தி அவுட் ஆறாங்க.
If the captain was coming to you twice or thrice in an over.
Well, I think you have to have an open line of communication with the captain.
Dhoniyan makanda Wankhede
and sound, especially to a new batter here. This is
Chakravarti's opportunity
to catch Sam Curran on the hop. If he can get Curran, who can be such a dangerous hitter towards the end. If he can prize Curran out here by...
Can he? We'll see. Pulls round the wicket to Curran, who plays back along the track. Man at long off has been moved straighter. He's now right beneath the commentary position, Tilak Varma. There's a long on, there's a straightish mid-wicket on the boundary, and a sweeper cover as well. Here's pulls on the onside and will get 4 runs. Poor delivery, gets the treatment. Sam Curran is off the mark with a boundary. 184 for 5, and 12 runs have come off this over with 1 ball to go. That's exactly what England need. They need about 13 odd runs and over. They're getting them at the moment, and in fact have been ahead of India in most cases through this inning so far on the runs. It's just the wickets, but I don't think England will be too worried about that at the moment. Finny, they've got enough in the hut even now.
They certainly do back these, don't they? Such good time as it
would ball 63 run easy அடிச்சறலாம். ஆனா விக்கெட் இல்ல அவங்கட்ட. ஜேக்கப் பத்தல் விக்கெட் எடுக்கும்.
1 ball to go. He's in. Bowls and Curran hits it on the offside. He'll get 1. That's all he's going to get. As Tilak Varma completes the fielding, and that will be the end of the 15th over. 185 for 5. Tantalizingly set up. 69 of 30 required in modern day franchise cricket, in modern day T20 internationals. That's been done and can be done again. England have to believe, India have to hope that they can find some inspiration. Thoughts from you, Finny, on how these next 5 overs are going to go, and then to tell you how they actually pan out. It's going to be Henry Moran.
Well, this is certainly mouth-watering at this stage. The only thing that hurts England is the fact that they're 5 down in this situation. The runs per over, if they were 3 down here, you'd think they'd do it almost at a canter, but the fact that they're 5 down, India can it just quickly dissipates the run chase here, but as long as Curran and Bethell are there, the only thing as well.
Well, I was going to say that, Finny, and that does rather change things. You and I saw a game in Barbados where South Africa found that to their cost. Here comes Jasprit Bumrah from the far end of the ground, 185 for 5, with Curran driving into the offside, getting 1. It'll get Bethell on to strike, with England needing 68 from 29. What's a good result from the over?
10?
Well,
Do you take 10?
20s.
Yeah.
But yeah.
31. I think, yeah, 10. If you can take Bumrah for 10s in this scenario and make the rest up off the others, and you leave yourself in a good place.
England need 14 and over, which sounds an awful lot, but they have been going at 12.26, so they have been giving it some and giving themselves a chance. Bumrah around the wicket to bowl to Bethell, who's on 81 off just 36 balls. It's been outstanding. He's driving there into the ground, out towards deep backward point for probably just one. They're going to turn for two, but there isn't a second. And so England with just 2 off the first 2 balls of the over. And his crowd up and about, they know just how important dot balls could be to drive that required rate up. He's bowled 64% of his deliveries pace off tonight, Jasprit Bumrah. Really mixing things up. First 2 balls of this over have been pace on. Does Curran recognise that perhaps we're due one that's just with the ball with a little bit of the heat taken off it. 67 needed from 28. Here comes Bumrah, and where's that gone? Well, skewing away for 4. How he's got that there, I do not know, Stephen Finn, but that is a boundary that England will welcome joyously. 191 for 5.
Yeah, but England will not care. Sam Curran won't care what area of the bat it comes off, if it's the leg buys, anything. England do not care. All that matters is runs here and trying to stay up with that rate, and if they come off Bumrah, then even better.
Well, it was a low full toss onto the pads, actually looking at the replay, and he's just tucked it around the corner. It was an awkward looking shot. So England require 63 from 27, 5 down. Curran's 10 from 5. This galloping, extraordinary approach of Bumrah as he runs in towards us. Curran can do nothing with a Yorker other than dig it out back towards the bowler, who sees the dot ball heralded by legions of fans that love what he does, and has seen him here for years and years for the Mumbai Indians, bowling so effectively. He loves this ground, he loves these fans, and they love him right back. It's 191 for 5. 63 needed from 26 for England. Place in the World Cup final at stake. Banged in short, and Curran will just pat the ball into the onside. No is the cry from Curran. I think it's a good decision as well. 7 from the over with the ball remaining of it. The required rate just shy of 15 and over. A gentleman in a white shirt stands up, arms lofted above his head. Very keen to try and offer all the support he possibly can from up in the stands. The cry of Jasprit Bumrah all around the ground. Bumrah at the far end rolls up his short sleeves and becomes coming in again outside the off stump, dug out by Bethell, who could only get 1, but he'll keep the strike. And England didn't get the 10 from the over, Stephen Finn, but they got 8. 61 needed from 24.
Yeah, it just means that there is more pressure now. Bumrah has 6 deliveries to bowl. There are 18 from the others, so they need to start taking down these others, and it's going to be a shuffling situation for
24 bowlers, 61.
Kumar Yadav here as well, but 61 needed from the remaining 4 overs. It's still not out the realms of possibility, especially with how quickly we've seen scoring today.
Arshdeep Singh is going to bowl. It's a final over, 135.
Arshdeep Singh game wicket again bowling corner. First over.
Breakthrough. You see Bethell out. Massive strike towards the final three.
Ayyo, tanda. Arms tanda. Wait.
Arm at a back. There's still a degree of tension around this ground. England needs 61 off 24. It's been done before, but they're 5 down. Bethell is going to have a big part to play if they do it. That is horribly wide from Arshdeep first up, and he chastises himself. It's well outside, almost the cutting strip. That's a really poor ball, a bad start to the over. 60 needed off 24.
Sharma ball.
Hardik with a little bit of pressure. He's turning in with his mark. Long approach. Angled to third at the back. Bethell waits on 83. Oh, that's a good ball. Yorker, and it's a dot. Really well bowled. What a recovery.
Perfect in swinging towards middle stump. The ball before, you could see, he was just looking for the wide line, trying to hang it outside the off stump of Bethell, but this one, if he replicates that every ball this over, the crowd will be happy, and India will be very happy as well. Perfect Yorker.
4 balls since we've seen a boundary. England could do one here. I mean, they're actually ahead. India were 191 for 4 at this point, and England are 194 for 5. Pressure, of course, changes things. Hardik runs in again, kicking up his heels. And Bethell will try and find a way of manufacturing a boundary. Can't do so. It goes to the hands of the fielder at backward point. But they do scramble their way through for 1. So 195 for 5. England need 59 from 22. Is this where their World Cup journey ends?
Nice bowling by Arshdeep again. No, you're good. My fault. Arshdeep looking for that Yorker again and nailing it. Will he change his plans to Sam Curran? Will he stick to those Yorkers?
Still with the boundary here. Pretty much we've been saying all innings, but what are the options for Curran? There's possibly a gap over extra cover. Here comes Arshdeep. It's that part of the ground that's targeted. Out it goes, scurrying along the floor, and they'll turn for a second, and throw comes in. They'll get 2, but only 2. 4 from the oval. It's now 6 balls since the boundary has been struck, and England need 57 off 21.
A good holding of nerve again. Arshdeep, the length is perfect. He's nailing his Yorkers here. It's difficult when you've gone around the park as well. You're thinking about your figures, you're thinking about not being in great touch, great rhythm. He's managed to simplify it here after that very first ball and deliver 3 good ones. Still 3 left in this over though. Can't be targeting a 6.
Getting to that sort of time where they need one. Arshdeep ball short, pulled away, flopped into the onside, out towards Pandya, who fields very neatly. As the throw comes in, it's just 1, and the crowd are starting to think that this could be the over that wins it for India. The required rate's just shy of 17 now. And Arshdeep Singh has pulled a really good over. The wide to start, that would have set the nerves jangling. But he's managed to get it absolutely right since then. 56 needed off 20. Bethell on 84. From just 40 balls, he's played so well. The left-hander waits for Arshdeep Singh. It's outside the off stump and it's wide. England need 55 from 20. 3 balls left of this over. 17 innings. We've seen so far today 452 runs scored. 36 overs or so.
6 கொடுத்துட்டான்டா.
That's crazy.
ஐயோ 49 வந்துருச்சுங்க.
Only a couple away from the most 6s ever struck in a T20 World Cup match. In comes Arshdeep Singh. This is clobbered down the ground. There's one more. Bethell meets it on the full. The Yorker missing its length, and Bethell moves to 90. It's 49 needed from 19. And those cheers silenced, and suddenly nails are being bitten all around me to my right. We're right up in the stands here at the Wankhede Stadium, and those fans that have been on their feet for so much of tonight are now just beginning to rise again to try and encourage their team. But England, the requirement is under 50. 49 needed from 19 balls, and here comes Arshdeep Singh. Bethell, oh, he's going to get 4. It was wide Yorker length, and he just laid a little bit of bat on it. to send the ball scurrying on its way down towards deep third. Bethell to 94. England require 45 from 18 balls.
What a game. And what an innings this is from Jacob Bethell. Remarkable, really. And actually, seeing again, he's almost nailed the wide Yorker, and Bethell just rocks back onto the back foot to give himself that little bit more time to get underneath it, opens the face and just guides it past the keeper down to deep third for four. So outstanding batting from Jacob Bethell. Quite remarkable how many runs we've seen.
A drink is being handed to both England batters, Ren Ahmed and Ben Duckett, responsible for delivering the refreshments. India were 205 for 4 at this point. England are 209 for 5. And here is quite possibly the game, because Jasprit Bumrah has 6 balls to bowl, and he's going to bowl them from the far end of the ground.
Last 3
overs. President's box packed full of the dignitaries, the great and the good, that have come here in numbers. Bollywood stars. MS Dhoni's here. England need 45 from 18. Sam Curran scratches away at the crease. Has a little look around. And he's coming towards him. The India superstar. Bumrah running in. 45 needed from 18. Curran digs it out. It's a dot ball. The crowd think it's a catch. It's the next best thing. 45 needed from 17.
And looking India here just to try and close the game out early. So if Bumrah bowls a really good over here, goes for 8 or less, it just means that England, it's highly unlikely. It would take a miracle almost for England to score those runs off the last 2 overs. If you hold Bumrah back, England might do all the damage before that point. So England have no choice but to Bumrah.
He'll log the ground. That'll probably just be the one there. It goes straight to the hands of Rinku Singh, who runs in from long on, and Bethell will be on strike on 94, with England requiring 44 from 16. One off the first couple of balls of this 18th over. You're listening to Test Match Special on BBC Sounds across the world with the ICC.
Bumrah, Bethell wicket
a classic. JB Overton is the next man in, and he hits a long ball. Bethell has been the one that's been able to manipulate things so brilliantly. He's on 94 or 42 as Bumrah jerkily runs in and comes into bowl. There's not much he can do other than just pat the ball into the onside, Bethell, and the crowd absolutely love it. They're rising all around and applauding the efforts of Jasprit Bumrah, because he's an awkward bowler to face, but he's a brilliant bowler. Pace off, right in the block hole. There's nothing he can do with it.
It's just so much better than anything else in the world. It's a complete joke. It's like we're playing a different game.
43 needed off 15. England would dearly love a boundary at this moment. And they've had to find one in this innings. They've tended to, and they do so again. Sam Curran waits.
Hardik Pandya
He's going to whip into the leg side. Axar Patel they will turn for that second. Throw comes in. Decent throw, but they do get 2. So 2 balls remain in the over. 4 from it so far. England need 41 or 14. Curran is 17 off 12.
Axar Patel.
Found the boundary twice so far. But this will be Bumrah's final 2 deliveries of the innings. 41 needed off 14. This partnership's now 41 off 25. Batters come together in the middle. Little conversation. Punch of the gloves. We're not done yet.
Last 2 balls. Just wait, Bumrah. Come on.
25 to 11.
Jasprit Bumrah
begins extending those strides.
Single. Last 1 ball.
Smile on his face. Turn around and have another go. 213 for 5. 41 needed off 14 balls for England. Sam Curran on strike. Here comes Jasprit Bumrah. He's in now, and Curran will dig the ball out. Down the ground it goes. Probably just for 1. Yep, this is the single. 5 from the over so far, 1 ball left of it. England need 40 off 13. You spoke about this over, Finney.
But actually, the way that England have played it, they've not gifted him a wicket here. They could have
last ball
tosses, but the quirkiness of his action disguises those, I think, to the batters.
12 ball 39 run வேணும்.
214 for 5. Final ball of Jasprit Bumrah's over, and his spell. Into Bethell, who's going to dig the ball out into the leg side, probably for 1. He should keep the strike if England know what's good for them. And Jasprit Bumrah gets a standing ovation for an over that goes for 6. Takes his cap from the umpire. Will he bowl the overs in Ahmedabad? Is that his final act of this T20 World Cup? We will find out in the next 12 balls, from which England need 39 runs.
12 balls, 39. Come on, Hardik
there to score the runs off these last 2 bowlers. It's going to be Axar and
12 balls, 39
runs. Hardik now, then Axar for the last one. But
Hardik Pandya first.
It's certainly the way that England played that over. It was beautifully executed by Bumrah. But it looked as though they had a conversation halfway through and said, we can do this off the overs, get it below 20 runs and over, we can do it. So they're in the game still.
6.
2 runs behind where India were at this point, same number of wickets down. 215 for 5.
100, Jacob Bethell.
Here comes Hardik Pandya. Stalking in to bowl to Jacob Bethell, who goes hard at the ball. It's in the air, it's down the ground, and it's 6! This time Axar Patel is unable to perform the heroics, and with that, it is 100 for Jacob Bethell of 45 balls. His job isn't done, but what has been done by him so far tonight, roundly applauded by those inside the Wankhede Stadium, as well it might be, because it has been a brilliant, brilliant innings from young Jacob Bethell.
Only 33 runs needed.
Axar Patel got a hand on it. He didn't have teammate support for that one, and the weight was always taking him over the ropes. But it is 6 runs to take Bethell to 102 off 45, and England requiring 33 from 11. Here comes Hardik Pandya. Bethell waits. It's a low full toss, which is smacked down the ground. He may feel he missed out there because it's just 1 on the bounce to Rinku Singh. 32 needed off 10. Stephen Finn.
Remarkable innings from Bethell. He really is a special, special player. The ability to transcend formats. So calm under pressure, calculated for such a young player. And it was a celebration of someone who's not done yet.
Sam Curran adikka vidadara.
Yeah, it wasn't the joyous scenes we saw in Sydney, where he could lap up the applause, know that he had time to think about it and prepare for it. This is a very, very different environment.
Out.
Sam Curran on strike. The crowd edgy. 32 needed from 10 is a tall ask, but on any surface, this is the one to do it. Oh, it's chipped in the air, out towards the deep. Can a fielder catch it? Should do, does.
Crafts, come on.
Tilak Verma at deep mid-wicket with the catch, and Sam Curran got a low full toss, has missed out and picked out the fielder, and England need 32 from 9 with Curran departing for 18.
He's timed it so nicely out to deep mid-wicket. He'll be walking back thinking, if I
new batsman comes to the crease. Thanks for the subscribe, Sajid Mohammed. Welcome to the stream.
Manages to get his hands underneath him and just chips him out towards deep mid-wicket and probably 6 inches inside the ropes.
India.
His heels are
Come on, Hardik Pandya.
Momentum carrying him backwards towards it, so no danger of stepping on the rope. But Sam Curran
remaining 3 balls, Hardik Pandya
carrying for 6, but the small margins that you play with at this level of the game. And he's off. England need 32 from 9. Overton can whack the ball. It's so hard to do.
Last 3 balls நல்லா போட்றா Hardik Pandya. அடுத்து ஒரு யார் போட போறாங்க தெரியல.
Bethell, England 222 for 6, need 32 off just 9 balls, 7 from the over so far.
Overton.
What can Overton do? Coming into bat at 8 for England.
Straight to the fielder, single now. இப்போ செக் பத்தலாம் ஸ்ட்ரைக் லாஸ்ட் 2 பால் இருக்கு டிக் பண்ணியாக்கு.
Have to find a way of taking this to a plausible target in the final over. Hardik Pandya to Jamie Overton. It's a full delivery, dug out, down the ground, just the one run. Axar Patel sprint in from the boundary to pick up. So Bethell will be on strike. 31 needed off 8. India fans think that they're not far away now.
Last 2 ball, Hardik Pandya, come on. Nice ball. Stay super single button. Last one
all around us.
Overturn on strike.
Fans on their feet, banging their hands and the chairs beneath them. As Bethell waits on 103. Hardik Pandya bowls to him, slap through the offside. Good piece of fielding. Surya Kumar Yadav stopping a run at extra cover, treated like he's just scored the winning goal in the FA Cup final.
Last one ball, Hardik Pandya.
224 for 6, and needs 30 off 7.
Oh, sama ball. Hardik Pandya, where a
good execution from Hardik Pandya here. Under pressure, low full toss, hitting the toe of the bat. Sankar not managing to carry it all the way, and then good execution to Bethell, who's the danger.
Next over, yaar podu pora. Axar Patel, Dubeva.
It is not. It is a dot ball from Hardik Pandya, and it is 30 required from 6 balls. As Jamie Overton stands, looking at the ground, looking at where the ball pitched, and thinks, well, you've done me there, umps, that was wide. But no, not a bit of it. 1 over remains, and England need 30 and close to a miracle.
Yeah, that was no way that was a wide. It was a good 3 or 4 inches inside that wide line and tailing back in as well. So Overton can protest all he likes, but definitely not a wide there. And India on the cusp of making it to this
last
final,
over.
but still, who knows? Who knows what might happen?
Shivam Dubey to bowl the final.
Dubey last over. Bethell on strike.
So Jacob Bethell with a new bowler to face. It isn't Axar Patel, who's got 1 left. It's Dubey. With England needing 30 from 6 balls. But they do have the bonus of the fact that a slow over rate brings 1 extra player inside the 30-yard circle. So that is something at least for England. But it's going to take a really quite spectacular special effort from a man who's played quite a spectacular and special innings. Bethell on 104 from just 47. Any other day, it's the sort of innings that should win you a game.
Come on guys, last over, Dubey.
Unless something spectacular happens over the course of the next 6 balls, it's unlikely to do so. Amazing things happen in run chases like this. Will today be one of those days?
First ball
to Jacob Bethell with 6 balls of the T20 World Cup semi-final to go. A place against New Zealand and Armada bat at stake.
Out.
Sunday, 30 needed. Bethell waits, looks up, Dubey, right arm over, medium pace, comes in now, bowls, and he's hit it down the ground, smashed it hard down the ground, but he's only got 1. They'll turn for the second, the throw comes in, he could be run out, he is! And Jacob Bethell lies, surrounded by the flashing Zing bales that lit up and sealed his fate. It has been a remarkable innings, but an innings that comes to an end. And surely with it, the conclusion of Bethell's innings sees the conclusion of England's World Cup dream. They'll check it. They needn't. Jacob Bethell, who gets a handshake now, is on his way back to the dugout, thanks to a throw from the deep from Hardik Pandya, that on the bounce went to the gloves of Sanju Samson, who did the rest. And England are 2-2-5 for 7.
Well, it's fantastic fielding and awareness from Hardik Pandya. Off balance, running to his left, he finds the power to throw it to the keeper's end, which is A humongous throw. And good athletic wicket keeping as well from Sanju Samson.
Nice innings.
Well played, Jacob Bethell. He looks forlorn, disappointed, as he will be, but 105 from 48. Applauded by the Indian fans and his own teammates.
Sajid Mohammed, thanks for the subscribe.
Witnessed a very special innings there.
Oh, summer slower ball, nice bowling.
Man who has so much more to offer in international cricket for a long, long time. But he won't be able to sit there and savour and enjoy that as much as he had have done if he'd have been on the winning side. But in days and weeks to come, on reflection, you'll see that as a very special innings.
First delivery that's faced by Jofra Archer is pushed into the ground. And the mathematical certainty, barring any no balls or wides, that India will be in the World Cup final is sealed. 28 needed from 4, and my goodness me, is that the flicker of a smile on the face of Gautam Gambhir.
Last 4 ball.
England
third
need
ball.
28 from 4, and that does not go.
Nice slower ball, Dubey.
No, sound maths. Yeah, disappointing, isn't it? But I have to say, India, at critical times, have held their nerve.
The crowd can enjoy it now. Shivam Dubey bowling to Overton, who digs the ball out into the offside. The game going through the motions now. England require a notional 27 from 3.
Three ball
They've
27
given it some go in this innings. They really have. But they are going to
toss.
And they are going to be heading
6.
Dubey final against New Zealand. 227 for 7. The stands reverberating all around us. A full delivery, so full in fact that it's been met and clobbered away over long off by Jofra Archer for 6 runs. So England require 21 from 2 and move to 233 for 7. Too little too late from their point of view, but nonetheless, satisfying plunk off the bat of Jofra Archer. And we'll entire with the special podcast. Reflecting on this game, getting reaction from an England side who will fall short in this game, but I don't think leave this ground with their dignity taken away in any way. Dubey bowls very wide outside the off stump, and 20 required from 2. Still to go, a few more of those.
Come on, Dubey. Last 2. Full toss, 6.
Stephen, gives us a little bit of time to catch up.
Full toss up,
ultimately,
1 ball 14 runs. 1 ball 6
so many extraordinary moments, but ultimately India's success. In comes Dubey. Full delivery, which Archer is going to whack down the ground. He's going to get 6 more. He meets it on the full once again. And England, and how close they got, well, they're now at 240 for 7.
That's a preposterous amount of runs, isn't it, across the 2 innings? Almost 500 of them. 494. No, 494. Crazy.
They're going to fall just short.
India.
Comes Dubey, final ball of the game. It's been hit away into the offside. It's been hit away for 6.
He will go to
but
final.
It is not quite enough. England win. India win by 7 runs. It is India's game. They are heading to the final of the T20 World Cup. England head home. It was a massive target they were facing, and they got close. Goodness, did they get close. Jacob Bethell, 105 from 48. But it is India who will play New Zealand in the final, and England beaten in the semi-final as they were a couple of years ago in Guyana. Very different circumstances today. But India get over the line. England finished 246 for 7.
Well, It really is a bittersweet moment for England there. So well played India to put that score on the board, having lost the toss. Was outstanding. England will rue the drop catch, clearly. Harry Brook, he probably won't think about much else for the next few months. He'll be flashing in front of his eyes as the catch was at the time, but at the critical moments, India won them. Think of Axar's 2 catches, Bumrah's final over only going for 6, the 18th over. Had that even gone for 10, 12, it would have meant we're probably looking at a super over or something now. So England should be very proud about the way that they fought there, very proud about the way that they never said die. But ultimately, India played better today in the important moments, and they deserve to go to the final. But very, very different circumstances to the semi-final win 2 years ago in the Caribbean, I think. And England can take a lot of positives from this tournament. I think they've grown as a team. And without their big, big guns firing as well, to come this far and to push a team like India, who have the depth, the conditions, the crowd, everything on their side, I think they should be really proud of their performance today.
So India are heading to the T20 World Cup final to face New Zealand on Sunday in Ahmedabad after a game that saw one shy of 500 runs scored on a sweltering Mumbai evening, the flattest of flat pitches. India hitting 253 for 7 and England 246 for 7 in response, with Jacob Bethell scoring 105 off 48, but ultimately his efforts in vain as India make it through to the final of the T20 World Cup. A night of high drama, high run scoring, but ultimately success for the tournament hosts and favourites. So much to reflect on, so many celebrations for India, who have an opportunity to do what no side has done and win the trophy for a 3rd time and retain the trophy as well. And no host has ever won the T20 World Cup. So much on the line for India, who have now booked their place in the final in Ahmedabad against a New Zealand side who will have watched on as fascinated as the rest of us by this extraordinary game of cricket. Stephen Finn, Ash's winning fast bowler, alongside me, as is Abhishek Janjanwala. We'll get reaction from both sides shortly. But Stephen, first of all, England at the halfway stage set 254 for victory. It always felt like it was going to be very, very difficult, but goodness me, they gave it a good go.
Yep, gave it a good go, and I think you look at the fielding. Axar Patel's 2 catches were a significant turning point, and a big difference between the 2 teams was that catching Harry Brook's drop and the reprieve of Sanju Samson on 15, and him going on to make the runs that he did within the context of that first innings meant that India posted an unbelievably challenging total. But the way that England went about chasing it, again, the opening partnership faltered and didn't make the most of the power play. But Jacob Bethell coming in at number 4 today, played a quite stupendous knock, really, 105 from 48. And people battered around him with cameos from Buttler, Jacks, Curran at the end, all threatened to drag that total in, and it felt as though England were in the game all the way through that second innings. It just felt as though they were within touching distance. But when you factor in the Bumrah effect and the 18th over that he bowled that only went for 6, to only go for 8.25 and over as he did today versus what everyone else has gone for, again, was a great effort on his part, a great fast bowler. So yeah, England will leave this game with disappointment and think of what might have been had that catch been taken inside that first power play, and how different it might have been. But ultimately, India handled the pressure very well.
They did, and there was pressure. England did a brilliant job at applying that. But in the end, though they got close, not quite close enough. Winning the toss, electing to field first, England. And the highest losing chase total in T20 international cricket. That makes sense. The highest total in the second innings in T20 international cricket, unsuccessful. You see what I'm saying? 73 boundaries, the most ever seen in any T20 World Cup match. The stats will keep on coming in. We'll get some reaction shortly. But England winning the toss, bowling first, getting the early wicket of Abhishek Sharma, second over for 9. Then
Sanju Samson dropped. And he is player of the match, speaking to Ian Bishop.
None other than Sanju Samson for his 89 from 42. Mr. Kishan Chatterjee, the CEO of
Sunday match bro, கடைசி வரைக்கும் எடுத்துட்டு போறான் அந்த பெத்தல். ஓட்டு எல்லாத்தையும் போர்ட்டே எடுத்துட்டான்.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chatterjee.
அருண் சக்கரவர்த்திலாம் போட்டு புரியூரில் அடிச்சுட்டான். கேட்டான் பெர்ஸ்கால்
form going from the last game, so I thought I need to continue. I think it's not easy, you find form in the crucial games for your country, so I thought big game, I need to make most out of how I am batting, so I gave myself an extra time. I think calculated my innings a bit, I prepared really well, and I think things came off nicely. Got a bit lucky to start off, and then yeah, I think I just wanted to carry on. I think playing in Wankhede, we know that no score is stoppable here, so I just wanted to get as much as possible runs as possible. Even 250 looked like
32 watching bro, 32 really well. Starting 150 160 bro,
and we really had a great semi-final.
You talked a little bit about
semi-final
how much more different is it
chasing well as you did against the
West Indies and now setting this total up for your team?
Oh,
just I told before, I think you need to assess the conditions. I think we have played a lot of cricket here in Wankhede. As I said before, chasing becomes a bit easier here. They won the toss, put us into bat, so we knew after the way we batted, I think the way myself and Ishan batted, the partnership which we had for after Abhishek got out, I thought that I think 250 should be possible here. So I think that's what we were talking about in the dressing room as well. So yeah, very happy how the team turned up today, and all credit goes to Jasprit Bumrah. I think the world-class bowler, once in a generation bowler. I think that's what he delivered.
Final live bro, live போடு bro, நல்ல views வரும். அதான் bro போட முடியாது.
So all credit goes to
சென்னைக்கு போறேன்.
they backed themselves in the tough conditions.
Saturday Sunday கிளம்புறான் நினைக்கிறேன். PC வீட்ல தான் இருக்கான், லைவ் போட முடியாது.
As you have witnessed here, sir, I think it's an unbelievable feeling to play in Wankhede right from childhood. I think the way people support actually both the Indian team and also the England team, I think there are real supporters of the cricket as well. So really enjoyed
ஒரு மேட்ச் லாண்ட் ஸ்கெடியூல் பண்ணி போட்டு வச்சிருவோம். அந்த டைட்டில் லைவ் ஆனால் பேச முடியாது, கமெண்ட் மட்டும் பண்ணலாம். லைவ் வாட்டு மேட்ச் ஆரம்பிக்கிறப்ப ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்காக ஸ்கெடியூல் லைவ் வந்துட்டு இருக்கும்.
Not at all, sir. I think 100, I think 100 actually you can't actually score 100. It actually comes in the process of you can't actually, it's not a test game, it's not a ODI game where you can go up and down. Once you have got the start, you're batting first, there is no other way, you just have to keep going hard. And once you, I think, end up on the right side, who knows, I think it's the amount of runs I'm getting. So I'm very happy to get whatever I'm getting, and very happy to contribute on the winning side for my country.
And the country is very happy for you, Sanju. Thank you very much for your time. Very well done.
Thank you.
Sanju Samson, player of the match for India, having scored 89. I like that question. Abhishek Jos Buttler. Well, you've scored 97, not out, and then 89. What about the 100? But yeah, he rode his luck early on with that drop catch on 15, but played brilliantly well. And India, they were so strong with the bat. Goodness, the number of runs we scored, it was astonishing.
Yeah, I mean,
Bethell but
I don't remember witnessing a game like this, to be honest, in a World Cup semi-final.
Starting adi adichu
something like this. You want the game to go down to the wire. You want the game to go that close for the tournament, for the supporters, just for overall for the cricket. And it was an absolute sight, to be honest. What a game we had. And this will be etched in people's memory, not just in Wankhede. I think around the world who support cricket, who are cricket fans, cricket lovers, they will remember this game for a very, very long time.
Well, it's an immense privilege to have been here to watch it, I have to say, and the fans that are beginning to drift out, heading towards Marine Drive, will be partying long into the night, not just because they've seen an India win, because they've seen an absolute feast of run scoring as well. And there is no greater currency in this part of the world in T20 cricket than the currency of the ball flying over the boundary. And we saw the ball going to all parts as 34 times the ropes were cleared, a record for a T20 World Cup match. Just incredible hitting everywhere you looked. But it's so often, Stephen, we look for certainty and narrative at the end of a tour or a tournament where you can say,
well, they lost and they didn't get through because there were failings. And I remember having that conversation with you after England were eliminated in Guyana from the last T20 World Cup. But they can leave tonight with their heads held pretty high, I think.
Yeah, and I think within the context of that World Cup they played in 2024, they played poorly throughout the tournament, didn't they? They never looked like themselves. They didn't grow through the tournament. And they didn't have a particular style of play, it didn't feel, whereas the way that England have come through this tournament, those white ball series against Sri Lanka before, winning both of those, stumbling through the group stage a little bit, but still doing enough to get through, which is all you have to do, winning all 3 games in the Super 8s, and then losing here in a really high-scoring game to the strongest by far team in the tournament. Is no shameful way to exit a world tournament. So, yeah, the inquisition that was inevitable at the end of that last World Cup, last T20 World Cup that we covered 2 years ago, or less than 2 years ago, 18 months ago.
I think
I don't feel the same here. I feel like England can be really proud about the way that they played. They just really regret that one drop catch from Harry Brook. That literally is the turning point in the game.
Do you think they win the game if he takes that catch, Steve?
Well, I don't necessarily think they win it. It just changes the dynamic of it, the way that India were able to control the way that they sent Shivam Dubey up to bat against the wrist spin and the left arm spin of Dawson. It means that it doesn't afford India the luxury to be able to move the chess pieces as they want to in that first innings. If you take early wickets, it puts pressure on that middle order to have to build an innings, and it doesn't allow them to play with the freedom that they did. That drags them to the total of 253. It probably settles beyond 200 still, but a lot closer to the 200 mark than the 250 mark. And in an instance like that, it just means that everything has to go absolutely perfectly for England in the second innings for them to chase it. And you have to factor in Jasprit Bumrah. But Axar Patel's 2 catches that he took of Harry Brook and then Will Jacks, wasn't it? The 2 outstanding catches of people who have had excellent tournaments, probably the 2 best players in this tournament until that Jacob Bethell innings today was the difference in the game, I feel.
Yeah, on such moments games can turn, Abhishek, and there was just a feeling around the ground as that catch went down, ooh, this could be problematic, and then 89 off 42 balls really did emphasise that from Sanju Samson.
Yeah, I think we will talk a lot about the boundaries and the 4s and the 6s and the amount of run being scored in this game, but I think this game was won because of the fielding. Because of those 2 catches, as Finney mentioned earlier, Axar Patel and the ground fielding, I think England at least have given 7 to 8 runs from this field, which India didn't. India were excellent in the field. They took all their chances, even the final run out from Hardik Pandya to get rid of Jacob Bethell. They're all small things, but it makes such a huge impact in the game. And also a special mention to Surya Kumar Yadav for his captaincy. The way he used Jasprit Bumrah. And to have that courage to have 2 different bowlers bowl the last 2 overs, and the way he just used his resources, I think he did an excellent work with his captaincy as well.
Yeah, and little moments like that, and ensuring that the extras are minimised, and in a high-scoring game, it could be the small margins that really do get you over the line. There were 12 extras in India's innings, 13 but in that sense, it wasn't too much of a difference, but it was just little moments in the field that you do feel there was a significant difference that did help India get over the line. At no point in the game were England favourites according to Win Predictor, and for most of the innings in the run chase it was around about 95 to 98% in India's favour. So the fact that England got as close as they did, 7 runs, the margin of victory in the end, is a remarkable credit to England, who lost early wickets, Phil Salt for 5, and then as well as that they saw Harry Brook out for just 7. 38 for 2 at that point. Jos Buttler scored 25 off 17, but never really looked fluent. But they kept on going. Will Jacks, Tom Banton with good contributions, and sort of keeping that momentum going. Sam Curran might manage to find his rhythm at 18-14. But we'll get more into the conversation around Jacob Bethell shortly. with the second highest score at
Kanna
this
one
World
second
Cup.
Sumakna Patakal stump.
Behind the 100 that Canada Sandler scored against the finalist New Zealand, the 110 that he scored.
Incoming ball
from Jacob Bethell is an astonishing effort, it has to be said. He played supremely well, given the fact that the pressure was on, the wickets had fallen, and that he was able to keep that momentum going with 105 off 48 deliveries, only run out at the end, scrambling. That single that he was trying to make into two, and he couldn't quite do it. And in the end, it was the run out that saw the end of his innings. But it was a brilliant performance from Bethell. 280 runs in the tournament. Of course, a big contribution of those coming today. But absolutely sensational effort from Jacob Bethell. We're just waiting to hear from the captains. I can see at the far end of the ground Harry Brook and Surya Kumar Yadav getting ready to get stuck into the post-match presentation alongside Ian Bishop. So we will be hearing reaction shortly. We'll also hear from Brendan McCullum. At some stage, the England head coach, whose future, well, I think there'll still be question marks around it, but it's not quite as decisive a result in this game, one way or the other, really, to tell us what that future will necessarily look like. But that's for perhaps a conversation for another day, because there is so much to digest from this game. Prakash Wakanka is going to join us in just a moment as well. But our semi-finals are concluded. South Africa have been beaten by New Zealand by 9 wickets. India have beaten England by 7 runs, and so it is a New Zealand-India final to be played.
Bro, fun by Saran bro. Hi bro. Message board that song pe varla illa tharla pada paakren. Match pathingala match epdi irundhudu.
Win by 7 runs. Harry Brook, England's captain, is here with me. Harry, just on reflection, if we start from the top, conditions here look very good. There's no dew whatsoever. As you reflect on the toss and choosing to field as you did as a team back in 2024, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, we just thought
career mode,
there might have been a little bit of hold early on with the pitch being fresh, and yeah, we were expecting probably a little bit more speed in the first innings, but yeah, it slid onto the bat nicely. They played extremely well, and all of our lads should be so proud of the way that we played tonight and throughout this competition.
It didn't look as though the expectation of the standards in the field were where you would have loved it tonight. Would that be correct?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll hold my hands up and say that I made a big mistake there, dropping Samson, and yeah, catches win matches, that old famous phrase. And unfortunately, it just didn't go our way in the field tonight. Another day, it comes off.
From a bowling perspective, how did you see it? Were there any things on reflection that you would have been hoping?
Okay. இது நான் விளையாடுறதுக்கு மட்டும் யூஸ் பண்ணுறேன், ஸ்ட்ரீம் பண்ணுறப்ப யூஸ் பண்ண மாட்டேன். 10 பேருக்கு பிடிக்காது, நம்ம உங்களுக்கு பிடிச்சிருக்காது. இது விளையாடுறதுக்கு செம்மையாக தான் இருக்கும், அப்படியே நம்ம விளையாடுற மாதிரியும் ஒரு ஃபீல் ஆகும்.
Yeah, you were in it there for a long time there with the bat almost right down to the end, and Jacob Bethell.
Yeah, he was absolutely unbelievable. He's earned some serious money in his career, and he's going to have a hell of a career with England. And
பார்க்கலாம், நம்ம பாடியே மறைச்சிட்டு இருக்கோம் லெக் சைடு.
We were on the wrong side, but that innings is an extremely big positive to take away from this competition.
லெக் சைடு போட
See
மாட்டாங்க.
him go out there in the manner that he did, taking it to them from ball one, and like I said, showing the world what he can do.
As you reflect on the tournament as a whole, having
Sri
Lanka and be here, come back here, what are your thoughts?
Bro, 6
a good tournament, to be honest. Like I said a second ago,
என்ன bro 6 ங்கறீங்க? 6 அடிக்கவா?
I said the other day we're never out of games, and that proved again tonight. Chasing
எதுக்கு 6 ங்கறீங்க? 6 அடிக்கவா? Bro, hardest difficulty வச்சிருக்க bro.
We gave it a red hot crack, like
timing foot work ஏதா மிஸ் பண்ணனா அவுட் ஆயிடுவேன்.
Thank you very much for your time and all the best as you go forward.
Thank you. Cheers.
Big thanks to England's captain Harry Brook.
போன மேட்ச்ல வேற 7 ரவுண்ட்ல அவுட் ஆயிட்டேன். இன்கமிங் பால் ஸ்டம்ப் பறந்துருச்சு.
Sky, what's the overriding feeling heading into the final now against New Zealand?
ஐயோ போயா போச்சு நினைக்கிறேன்.
Playing in India, leading such a wonderful side.
எல்லா பால் அடிக்க முடியாது, பாலை மாத்திடுவோம்.
Going to Ahmedabad, playing that final, I think it's a special feeling for all the boys.
From a batting perspective and the way that your team went about it, Sanju Samson, etc.,
I think he knew what he wanted to do as soon as he went into bat. Even when the wicket fell, he knew the wicket was good, so he kept pressing the pedal. And the way he batted, I think the team required that from him. It was all due from all last year, all the hard work he was doing, and it was a special knock today. Oh my God! I just told Harry that how much more do we need to score against you guys. But then at the end of the day, it was a good wicket. The way they batted, I don't want to take credit away from them as well. I think they won the game always in the chase, but the way Bumrah, Hardik and all the other bowlers, they pulled the game, I think it was unbelievable.
Yes, Samson, when he was
test match la kanna apran suttha
he would gladly have
pona match 7 run la match 8 run adichirukka.
Absolutely. I mean, you know how capable he is, what he's done over the years for India, and he did the same thing today.
Nammal evanu adikile second innings thiruppi varanu
pulled the game away from them, and I think it was a special bowling performance.
Second innings
Oh my God! I think we need to give a little bit credit to our fielding coach as well, T. Dilip. I think the way he's been taking the boys during all the practice sessions, having that fun sessions, and I think boys are responding really well, taking their time even after their personal skill sessions, personal milestones to do that extra bit for the team. I think that's been shown on the field as well.
It looked as though you went a long way to keeping a left-right combination. Shivam Dube.
I think, see, in this team, I think till number 3, everything is settled. We didn't want to change anything, but then as soon as we saw Rashid bowling from one end, I think Dube was a perfect matchup. Even if I would have got a 50 or 100 in the last game, if it was needed for the team, it was a perfect call today.
Were you nervous?
Very nervous. If someone would have checked
வித்து குடுக்குற பால்ல 6 தூக்குறான்
part of the game. Wonderful game, wonderful semi-finals.
சீக்கிரம் அவுட் ஆயிடும் ரன் ஓடாது.
And this crowd here, how much of an energy push did they give you here at Wankhede?
I think the moment we entered, the moment we started warming up, it was already 75-80% full. It says it all that they badly wanted India to do well today. Even though we batted first, I think they were really happy with the way we did. Very happy. Hope we gave them a good show, a good game. Into the finals, very happy feeling, and I'm sure everyone will be excited as well.
Yeah, final thought on that in the final, defending champions?
Definitely in India, going for the title, there will be pressure, there will be nerves, but then boys and the whole support staff will be excited as well.
Sky, thank you very much for your time. Congratulations on getting to the final, and all the best once you get there.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thanks to the two captains chatting to Ian Bishop down there at the far end of the ground. We'll get onto some of the individual England performances shortly across the tournament. But what about Jacob Bethell, who, 6 months ago, had not scored a professional 100. All the conversation was about the fact that, who's this guy that's getting all of these opportunities? He's not scored 100 in professional cricket. He's now joined a very small group of people, Stephen Finn, to have scored hundreds across all 3 international formats. He is some talent.
Well, the second England player in a week to join that club. Harry Brook doing it just last week with that 100 against Sri Lanka, and today Jacob Bethell does it at 22 years old, having not made 100 for anyone but England in professional cricket. It's quite ridiculous, really. But the player that the management and the selectors and the ECB told us that they saw, and he was selected, some thought, in an accelerated manner. 18 months or so ago to play in the England team, is being fully vindicated with some of the innings that we're seeing. He's calm under pressure. He's calculated. The way that he manages those situations belies the years that he actually has playing the professional game. And he looks someone who is just going to play international cricket as long as he wants to. And the way that he speaks as well, he seems to me to be a future England captain. You've spoken to him a number of times, Henry, and I'm always impressed with the balanced answers that he gives, and he's got an incredible career ahead of him in all formats of the game.
And as Harry Brook said, Abhishek, he's going to earn an awful lot of money. But yeah, goodness me, it was a statement inning. The world of the modern cricketer, honestly.
I told Finney, I tapped him on the shoulder and I said to him, I'm not sure if that's what he's eyeing for. Yes, you will make a lot of money if you keep playing cricket like that. And we all know that in modern day, the amount of franchise cricket there is. But, I mean, we can see how special he is. And to have such a calm head over that shoulder at such a young age, you don't see that sort of players very often. They come in, it takes time for players like that to come to any side. You talk about India, you talk about England, you talk about Australia. And England, I think they've done an exceptional job to see that talent early and then expedited everything for him and put him in that space where he can mature a lot quicker, being among some of the best, being among the guidance of the likes of Root and everyone else, and which has helped him immensely. You can see already the way his career is progressing, the way he's maturing in all formats, and what a talent. And the way he batted today, it honestly is one of the most special innings you will see in this format for a very long time.
Yeah, it was a brilliant knock, really was, 105 off 48. What about the report card for others across this tournament then? Because it's been good from some, less good from others, I think it's fair to say. Will Jacks has been superb with bat and ball. 226 runs at an average of 56 with the bat. And then with the ball more than useful with his off-spin as well, with 9 wickets. Stephen, he's been a real bright point for him.
Yeah, fantastic, and playing a role that he's not particularly used to doing, or not used to doing at all in domestic cricket. In franchise cricket, he opens the batting, bats in the top 3, and is very useful, or better than useful. He's an outstanding player at the top of the order, and he's had to adapt his game to suit the circumstances here, and has done it brilliantly, fulfilling that all-rounder role down at number 7. Asked to come in and be selfless with the bat and bowl tricky overs as well in the power play, and got the 20th over today as well for England. So yeah, an outstanding series for him. I would imagine he still has aspirations to bat right at the very top of the order for England, as that is where he truly does his best work, but in a role that he's not that familiar with. He's been outstanding in this World Cup, and probably on balance for performances consistently throughout the tournament has been England's best player, and that's backed up by the 4 player of the match performances.
Somebody that has struggled quite badly is Jos Buttler, who 35 years old now. He won't have many ICC tournaments left in his career, but yeah, by his standards, Abhishek, a really disappointing showing. 8 matches, just 87 runs scored, an average of just under 11 and a high score of 26.
Yeah, I think nobody will be more disappointed than him. We all know that how high a standard he sets for himself, and probably he'll never have another tournament like this in his career, and that happens to a lot of great cricketers, a lot of top cricketers. He's been absolutely phenomenal in white ball cricket for England, one of the greatest in white ball cricket for England, we can easily say that. So that can happen to players, and especially in this format, because it comes so thick and fast that you don't really have the time to go and work your game out in the net, or you don't really get a breather because it keeps coming at you. And also you don't have the time to give yourself time, because you've got to go out there and back with aggression. You've got to make full use of those 6 overs when you're batting in the power play. So those things don't really help when you're out of form in this format, especially. In other formats, you do have time to spend a bit more time out there in the middle, but this format requirements is different. And he's not somebody who will bat for himself. He'll always go out there and try his best for his team and try and give them a good start.
He's the first to stand up, Stephen. You know him very well. He's somebody a lot of cricket with, to stand up and say that, you know, I haven't contributed and I'm really frustrated about it.
Yeah, well, that'd be the thing that hurts him the most, I think. You can take bad performances, but if the team's winning, or you're finding ways to contribute in different ways. But yeah, his runs at the top of the order are one of the reasons why England are so dangerous in white ball cricket, and for him having not to do that throughout this tournament, as Abhishek said, that no one will be more disappointed than he is. He has had little periods like this throughout his career, so does it seem like an ominous sign? For him, I don't think so, but he still, to me, seems motivated to play for England, and has tournaments left in him where he can propel England to the heights that he has done in the past. So yeah, disappointing. No one will be more disappointed than him, but I think more to come from him in the future still.
Jofra Archer has had a mixed tournament, a few really encouraging spells, but ultimately I think it'll be a little disappointing. 11 wickets taken, but an economy rate of close to 10 and over. It was very expensive.
Okay, live முடிச்சுக்கலாம் bro. Fun bye Saran bro. Bye bro. அப்புறம் பார்க்கலாம். அநேகமாக லைவ் வரும்னான்னு டவுட்டாக தான் இருக்குது. இந்தியா இன்டு த ஃபைனல்ஸ் ப்ரோ. முடிக்கிறப்ப வர்றீங்க. ஆமாம் ப்ரோ. பாய் ப்ரோ ஆர்சிபி ப்ரோ. அப்புறம் யார் ஒய்டி கேமிங் பாய் ப்ரோ. வேறு யார் 970 தமிழ் ப்ரோ பாய் ப்ரோ. கரண் குமார்னு ஒருத்தர் வந்திருக்காரு இன்னைக்கு புதுசாக. ஓகே எல்லாருக்கும் பாய் ப்ரோ. பாய். க்ளோஸ் பண்ணுறப்ப 7 பேர் பார்க்குறாங்க. ஃபைனல் எப்படியாவது லைவ் போட முடியலனாலும் வீடியோ வச்சு பண்ணி போட்டுறேன். வீடியோ ரெடி பண்ணி வச்சுக்கிறேன். அதுக்கும் லைவ் வர முடியலன்னா வீடியோ லைவ் மேட்ச் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுறப்ப லைவ் போட்டு விட்டுறேன். அப்போதைக்கு கமெண்ட் செக்ஷனில் வந்துடுறேன். அப்போதைக்கு நம்ம பார்க்கலாம். ஓகே எல்லாருக்கும் பாய்.